Honourable members, let's pray. Almighty God, we humbly beseech Thee to look with favour upon this Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. Grant that it may perform its hard duty as in Thy sight. Give divine guidance to the President of the Republic. Endow members of Parliament and ministers of state with discernment and vision, integrity and courage, that through the labours of government, this land and people may be well and truly served. Thy good purposes for the common human life be realized in our midst. O God, grant us a vision of our country, fair as it might be, country of righteousness, where none shall wrong his neighbor, country of plenty, where evil and poverty shall be done away with, country of brotherhood, where all success shall be founded on service and honor shall be given to the deserving, a country of peace, where government shall rest on the will of the people and the love for the common good. Bless the efforts of those who struggle to make this vision a living reality. Inspire and strengthen our people, that they may give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming beauty of Ghana and Africa. Amen. Honourable members, we shall commence the correction of votes and proceedings of the 30th sitting, dated Monday, July 31st, 2023. Page 1. Page 2. Page 3. Page 4. Page 5. Page 6. Page 7. Page 8. Page 9. Page 10. Page 11. Page 12. Page 13. Page 14. Page 15, page 16, page 17, page 18, page 19, page 20, page 21, page 22, page 23, page 24, page 25, page 26, page 27, page 28, page 29, page 30, page 31, page 32, page 33, page 34, page 35, Honourable members, in the absence of any corrections, the votes and proceedings of Monday, July 31st, 2023. When did this honourable member enter the chamber? He just came in.
Yes, please.
Yes.
Please, respectfully, I wanted to bring something to your attention on page 10, if you indulge me.
Page 10?
Yes, please, statement.
When you were not in the chamber when we were considering page 10. Well, let me hear you.
I'm sorry about that. So yesterday, when our leader, majority leader, wanted the finance minister to lay the statement at the table, initially there were some debates, but because according to the debates, the statement was of a certain importance. The Speaker did direct that it could be laid, and again, copies should also be made available at the Journals Department. And I wanted to know, because of its significance, the first time that is being done after the PFMA Act was passed in 2016, if it could be captured, because normally it was not done. That is what I wanted to bring to our attention, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Sorry, if what could be captured?
Directed by Mr. Speaker that the statement could be laid and copies could also be made at the Journal Department.
I'm not sure what directive that is. This is a vote on proceedings. The official report will capture the discussions and all the things that happen there. So I think we are sufficiently covered in this one. Honourable members, the votes and proceedings of Monday, July 31st, 2023 is hereby adopted as a true record of proceedings. We have one official report. That is the official report of Thursday, July 6, 2023. Thursday, July 6, 2023. Any corrections, please? Any corrections? In the absence of any corrections, the official report of Thursday, July 6, 2023 is hereby adopted as a true record of proceedings. Yes, Honorable Chief Whip.
Speaker, with respect, I rise to seek your leave for the order of business to be varied, for us to take a scheduled statement so that your referral in respect of the Minister for the Interior to apprise the House on some security concerns, as was raised by the member for Asawase, after which we'll take item 6.
Very well. Item 6B. Honorable Minister for Interior to apprise the House of the alleged assault and resultant death. Yes, Honorable Minister for Interior, you may take the podium now. Yes, please come.
I'm flattered, thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, permit me to express my sincere condolences to the family of the late Slaha Dean deceased, and to assure them that our thoughts and prayers are with them in this difficult time. Mr. Speaker, the Ashanti Regional Police Command on 23rd July 2023 at about 4:30 p.m. conducted an operation at one of the suspected criminal hideouts at Goro a suburb of Asawasi in the Ashanti region, following reports of criminal activities within that area. At the hideout, the police team met a group of people who, upon seeing them, took to their heels in an attempt to escape arrest. The officers, however, managed to arrest 14 of them, including Slahaddin, now deceased, and put them in handcuffs. Shortly after his arrest, the deceased, who was handcuffed together with one other person, exhibited some signs of sickness. As a result, the handcuffs were taken off him and he was released by the police while the others were taken away to the Sawasi police station. On the same day, one Alhaji Mohammed Salif Ibrahim, father of the deceased, reported to the Sawasi police station that Slahaddin was one of the people arrested by the police during the operation and later released to go, had been sent to Menshia Government Hospital for medical attention, but had been pronounced dead while being attended to by a medical officer. Following his death, a mob at about 8 p.m. the same day besieged the Sawasi police station and caused damage to the office, lever blades, and electric meter at the station. Following the report of his death, the police followed up to the hospital where the deceased body was inspected, and no marks of assault were found on him. Police commenced investigations into the circumstances surrounding his death, and on the instruction of the Inspector General of Police, the Police Professional Standards Bureau, PPSB, also initiated investigations into the professional conduct of the officers involved in the operation. Investigation has so far revealed that the police team who conducted the operation met Slahaddin, now deceased, with some other people at the criminal hideout and attempted to escape upon seeing the police. The police chased them and later arrested Slahaddin and 13 others. He was handcuffed by the arresting officers, but was later released to go when he showed signs of sickness. The arresting officers allege that the deceased, while running away, hit himself against a wall and fell down. On 24th July 2023, a post-mortem examination was conducted on the body by Dr. Ernest Boachi of the Confanochi Teaching Hospital, who gave the verbal cause of death as massive hemoperitoneum, blood in the abdominal cavity, splenic rupture, and blunt force trauma. In line with the Islamic tradition, the body has since been released to the family for burial. Mr. Speaker, a team from the Ashanti Regional Police Command has engaged the family of the deceased to condole and to commiserate with them and continues to update them of the investigation. The Inspector General of Police has also spoken with the father of the deceased and assured him of a thorough investigation into the case. Mr. Speaker, investigation into the incident is still ongoing, and the case docket, meanwhile, has been forwarded to the Office of the Attorney General and Minister of Justice for review and advice. We also await the report of the PPSB investigation for further action. Mr. Speaker, I want to assure all Ghanaians that this incident will be thoroughly investigated and necessary action taken. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Minister, before you take your seat, I notice that you keep referring to Ashanti Regional Police Command. Which one? Ashanti South, Ashanti Central, or Ashanti North? Which police command are you referring to?
Mr. Speaker, I believe the Ashanti region that is headquartered in Kumasi.
That is Ashanti Central. Now, your police had broken up the region into 3. And
That is so.
That is so.
I think the report was separate from it.
Yes, Honorable Member for Samasi, you made a statement. Would you like to comment?
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me start by thanking the Minister for responding promptly to the House upon the request of the House for him to appear today. And he has graciously honored the House by coming to give us this update. Mr. Speaker, I must also say that the information that he has given some details. But, Mr. Speaker, you could see clearly that he himself said the matter is still ongoing. Mr. Speaker, how can someone run himself against a wall and have abdominal blood in his abdomen? Mr. Speaker, how can someone who has been handcuffed be running against a wall? Mr. Speaker, how can someone who has been handcuffed with 13 others will be released upon seeing weakness without taking that person to hospital? You will see that there's a lot of gap in the police account. I'm comforted by the minister's statement that the matter is still ongoing. But my worry, Mr. Speaker, and here with great respect to my senior brother and the minister, that we've had too many of these and the matter is still ongoing and we never heard anything. And I can give you 2 incidents of examples in my own constituency. The minister, if you remember Osman Audu, up to date, you've not been able to come back to this house to tell us exactly what happened. I've followed with questions. You keep saying that it's ongoing. You remember the Zongo 7? Yes, you did very well because the matter was thoroughly investigated. They were established that they were not armed robbers. Yes, compensation was paid. But the last bit, trying to get the perpetrators punished appropriately, you kept saying that it's ongoing, it's ongoing. Now we have this one. You are saying that it's ongoing. I continue to have trust in you as a minister. But I don't know whether we can continue having trust in the police administration. Mr. Speaker, it is on this that I want, just as we did with the Zongo 7, if the House will agree with me, for us to investigate this independent of the police. Because the police have created credibility gap in the past, where they will tell you one thing and say that they are still investigating, and you never hear anything. 2 years will go down the line, 3, 4, 5 years, you hear nothing. And this not only happening in Aswansi, many other places where the police tells you that they are investigating, the matter is still on, they are assuring you of thorough investigation. You don't hear anything. I want to suggest, Mr. Speaker, if the House agrees with me, that we investigate this independent of the police so that we can get justice done. Because that is not only supposed to be done, it should be seen and manifestly seen to be done. And Mr. Speaker, with the police account as narrated by the Minister for Interior, I don't doubt it at all, except the gaps that I've shown. But my worry is that if we leave it to the police administration, we may never get justice for this, unless, Mr. Speaker, the minister can give us an assurance of a date set, so that we'll all be working towards a date that give me up to September 30th. I will come back to this house to give you the conclusion. Then that one will be covered. But this ongoing, we've heard them severally. And Mr. Speaker, you agree with me. It's not only, like I said, in my community, many other communities, and nothing gets done. And the family is worried. They are deeply worried because, as you may know, if you've heard the account, the gentleman was that day painting his room to get married. And then this unfortunate incident happened. So the family is hoping that some justice will be done. So, Mr. Speaker, I want the minister, if you can give further assurance. Other than that, I would prefer that this matter be investigated independent of the police, so that we can be certain that there will be justice that will be served to our brother Salahuddin. May his soul rest in peace. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Aja.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to comment on the report given by my senior brother, the Minister for Interior. Let me join Honorable Muntaka to say thank you very much for coming out with this report. We really appreciate it. But it's one too many. And just as my brother has stated, sometimes you simply do not know whom to even ask. You don't know whom to talk to. With you, yes, you are the leader. You are there. You have to give them room to operate. But at the end of the day, when we don't have information, we don't hear anything, it tends to become like a dead case. Then it's quite worrying. You see, trust is not sold in the market. You can't buy trust. You can only earn trust. And unfortunately, when it comes to these cases, just as my colleague has said, the trust is being lost, not to you per se as a minister, but to the police service. And we want them to be up and doing because they are those that we should run through first in case of whatever is happening. Just imagine it. Just imagine it. He, Avoka, his other name is Avoka, has been just killed when he is thinking that he's going to get married. Why? So many questions. More questions than answers. And there's a need for us to be straightforward. Let us also come out with this one and let people be happy, so that that trust can begin being ignited. So that people can believe that, oh, when I have an issue and I go to the police, oh, I would have my case resolved. But if it becomes that it's under investigation, we continue, we agree because of the law, it's under investigation, it's ongoing, it's under investigation, it's ongoing, and nothing comes out, it knocks you out. You can imagine the parents of this young man. You can imagine the young lady he was going to marry and that family. And all others. It's very pathetic. And not he alone, Honorable Minister, please, all others, please, let us hear something. Let us try and come together so that we'll see how far we can also support the police to bring up the image of the police. And I'll join my brother, Honorable Muntaka, to say that I will wish that we have an independent committee to help in investigating. But once they have started, if you think that maybe security-wise it's not the best, fine. But let us have the best of investigations and let us have the report on time. It shouldn't be a 9-day wonder. It shouldn't be that we once said it on the floor of Parliament. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Yes, Honorable Member for Okankwe Central.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. And just to make a few comments, that we've had too many investigations by the police, like the member for Asawasi rightly put out. Mr. Speaker, last week, Andrew Malkinson of the UK had his 20-year conviction quashed by the courts in the UK. He was alleged to have raped a woman. And after 20 years, the court has found him not guilty and has quashed the sentence and conviction. Mr. Speaker, we must develop or build a police service that uses reasonable force and approach to some of these issues, especially when they go for this, what the minister referred to as swoops and arrest. They have to use reasonable force. My constituency in Avekan, Okankwe Central, they always come there under the pretext of conducting swoops. And the force with which the swoops...
Speaker, I do know that the former lecturer at the Department of Psychology was an active participant anytime recruitments were done into the police service. The question I want to ask, is it that such experts with the ability and the capacity to identify those who have the temperament to serve in the security services are no longer engaged when recruitments are done? I just want to know. And if Honorable Minister can provide that answer, I think it will help all of us. Thank you so much.
Kindly bring your comments to a close, sir. Is anybody going to say anything different? It's the same thing, the same comments. Kindly? No. But agenda was allowed. Yes, Honorable Minister, you may make your final comment on this matter as we proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I totally understand the concerns of members of Parliament to make sure we have a responsive and professional police service. You don't only do that on criticism. You also do that when we come here to ask for support. But I also want us to begin to appreciate some improvements when they happen. Let me assure you, for instance, the Honorable Member from Sawasi has brought this thing up and is welcome. Within this number of days, we've come back. You realize that right now, we have a police service that is improving in its responsiveness. Police have been charged in court and tried. Recently, there is an issue of a police officer at Nima who was supposed to be part of a robbery, have been picked. We are also aware that when it came to bullion van incident, there were many Ghanaians who took exception to the high-handedness of the police, alleged high-handedness of police, when we were pursuing those. In this report, we admit that there are still unanswered questions. And therefore, what questions were raised by a member of Parliament are spot on. But note in this statement that we have also emphasized that we are doing an investigation of the police officers who were on the operation. Why? To make sure that they did things professionally. Mr. Speaker, this report is honest in that it has brought out the verbal report of the pathologists. It has not tried to hide anything and has also stated that the team gave an explanation. We have to find out whether the explanations are valid or not. Do we allow cases to die? This leadership of the police have established a cold cases case. And most of you were surprised recently that an earlier incident of some officers who were killed at Gapoha years ago have come up with some arrests being effected. Mr. Speaker, I would humbly say this. Also, the aspect which is also new is the involvement of the police with the family of the deceased. This wasn't what used to be the case. I've come here to report, but I can see improvement. Does that mean I've arrived? No. But I would like to plead that we allow the police to complete the investigation. I can assure you it will take forever. And at the end of it, I'll be open when we still have the need to go further. For instance, in the case of the 7 accused persons, matters that came up with the same, very, very astute member of Parliament, we took it on. We thought that at a certain stage, the people were not armed robbers. We came out to declare that. But while we are still waiting to pin down those who are responsible, we also thought that the families had lost, and we came out with a compensation package. We haven't given up. But this house, like me, also got to know that we had a technological shortcoming. And that's why we came to this house and we're now pursuing body cams. Because in our jurisdiction, a word of two persons against each other alone gives us a challenge. So that's why we are working to get that technical intervention to be able to tell in each case what the people have done. So I believe that we should give the police administration a chance, because sometimes when we also want to overlook and not acknowledge their effort, we might also be having problems. Because, Mr. Speaker, after all, in this matter, it took complaints from the community to get the people in. The death of Saladin, absolutely unfortunate. And I will be the first person to insist that if anybody comes out to be liable, will be dealt with. And this police leadership have shown that they will not shield their own when it comes to liability. But, Mr. Speaker, let me also say this. Can I encourage my colleagues to also be vigilant on the other side? How many police are killed in the course of duty? We never hear any questions about that. We should try to also be balanced. The Honourable Member Patrick Buama brings up a matter. I would rather that he does what the Honourable Member have done and not to try to bring information through the back door. He has brought the issues and would address them. Sometimes we are Ghanaians. We are related, are we not? And I myself standing here, if a police service is not professional, I run the risk of being a victim moving forward. So I know that these questions are well intended. But may I plead that we give them some more time. At the end of it, it is left to us, Mr. Speaker, to look at the situation, and if there's a need for further investigation, we'll deal with it. I would convey the concerns of the House to the IGP and his MOPOMA that they should quicken their investigation. But let's say something for the police leadership now. They are making an effort. The report especially says that they want to know whether the people acted professionally. And I'll crave the indulgence of this House. Let's give them some time. I would undertake, Mr. Speaker, to come back here at the end of the investigation to make a statement of the update, and then we take it from there. But once I'm with you in all these matters, let's be careful we don't throw out the baby and the bathwater. The police administration has greatly improved, and I want us to work together to make sure that we listen. I also want to thank the House, because you have done your best to make sure we build it up. But we are making progress, and we would get there. May I reiterate my condolences, and I do know the emotional part of it. When my sister got her to speak, I felt it. But let us give the police some time, if you may permit me, and we will come back here with a final report. And we all work together here to make sure we have a professional police. In the meantime, thank you for your support for the police development. Thank you.
Very well, Honourable Minister. Thank you for coming to brief the House as directed. We expect that within a short period, probably at the beginning of the next meeting, you come back and give us the update on where we stand with that investigation. Honourable Member for Sawase, I will charge you to remind the House.
I wanted to make a brief one before you concluded. Mr. Speaker, you notice that the IGP and his team are not here. Mr. Speaker, it's not done. Usually when this thing happens, they are supposed to be there to listen to members directly, not to leave the burden on the minister. And Mr. Speaker, I hope that his next briefing will direct that the leadership of the police be here, because if they hear members directly, they will feel the sentiment that we are raising on behalf of our people. But like I said, your directive is what we'll be adhering to, and you've said that you should try and come as the soonest. But it is important that we let the police administration understand that they work under the political leadership. They are not on their own. So when such things happen and the minister is coming, at least their leadership should be here to listen directly to the representatives of the people. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Minister, do you wish to? I thought that we would just, yes.
Mr. Speaker, please, I want to say that I'm sure nothing ill was intended. When I go before the Committee of Defense and Interior, they go with me. But here, it hasn't been the case. You know, even the earlier ones that I spoke to you, there was no difference. I'll take note of that and make sure next time I come in company.
Very well. Honourable members, before we proceed with the next item, I think we agreed that we'll take the Appointments Committee report on the deputy special prosecutor. Yes. Honourable Minister, well, you're temporarily discharged. You still have questions to answer subsequently. Yes, Chief Whip.
Speaker, we will take item 9. And Speaker, that is your report, the Speaker's report. And Speaker, let me say for the record, and I see my good friend, the minority leader, eager to speak. But we met a conclave, and we considered, Speaker, we considered a number of business to be considered. And I'm happy that my good friend, the Chief Whip, is here. And we agreed.
What we agreed on conclave is known to us. Let's proceed.
Yeah, so we will take item 9. Yes.
Yes.
And I will seek your leave for it to be taken by the deputy leader, Honorable Afenyu-Markin, to take it instead.
Very well. It is my report and I'm here. So the deputy leader may move the motion on behalf of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to move the House to adopt the report of the Appointment Committee on His Excellency the President nomination for reappointment of Ms. Cynthia Natoshi Lamte as Deputy Prosecutor. Mr. Speaker, in moving the House on this motion, I pray that leave be granted me to present the report of the committee, and again, Mr. Speaker, for leave for Hansa to capture the entirety of the report as though same was read by me viva voce and in extenso. Mr. Speaker, I shall proceed, Mr. Speaker, to speak to some few points regarding the nominee. Mr. Speaker, particularly if you look at the entire referral, the nominee has been in their office and so far discharged her duties without any adverse report from either her boss or the public. We've neither received any contrary views about her professional conduct. Therefore, really, there was nothing much to say except to proceed on the constitutional qualifications, of which that one, to Mr. Speaker, looking at the Act and the Constitution, we found her worthy of consideration. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, the committee had no hesitation at all. There was no hesitation at all in making this recommendation to the House for approval of this nominee. Suffice to add with emphasis that we arrived at our conclusion by consensus. By consensus. There was no single member of the committee, whether in absentia or present and voting.
He's speaking to the comments, the report.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, members, whether present and voting or in absentia or absent with permission, agreed to the position of the committee. Mr. Speaker was unavoidably absent with permission, and the Vice Chair was equally unavoidably absent with permission. That notwithstanding, Mr. Speaker, Honorable Patrick Boama, who sat in as the chair for all of us, did a yeoman's job and carried the committee along. And that is to be appreciated and commended for the record. So, Mr. Speaker, having said this, I move that this House adopt the report so that the nominee can proceed with the job. Mr. Speaker, I thank you so much for the indulgence.
Yes. Who is seconding the motion? Yes, Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion and to ask the House to approve of the nominee, since we didn't have much issues with regards to the nomination. I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, the motion has been moved and seconded for the consideration of the House. Yes, Honourable Member for Tamale South.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to the motion. Mr. Speaker, for this House to consider appointments of this nature key and critical for improved governance of our country. We were told by President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo that he wanted to strengthen the hand to fight against corruption. Therefore, his motivation to create an independent office of the Office of the Special Prosecutor. We are considering the nomination of a deputy to the Office of Special Prosecutor. And Mr. Speaker, my study reveals that throughout the world, corruption is facilitated by three important variables: greed, opportunity, and need. That's what facilitates corruption. Corruption remains an integral part of Ghanaian public life. Even though unjustifiably, Mr. Speaker, the blame is squarely placed on political office holders, as if it's only ministers or MPs because of our opportunity to supervise state resources that we can be associated with the conduct of bribery and corruption. Declaration of assets, Mr. Speaker, is an important ingredient to measure income against persons' earning and whether your earning is commensurate to your income. Mr. Speaker, I have argued, and it was before you as chair of the appointments committee, that probably Ghana must now look at reviewing our legislation criminalizing unexplained wealth and shifting the burden of proof on unexplained wealth to the accused person. Because I know the deputy leader is a very good practitioner of criminal law, and he's read Daku very well, and he knows the burden. Proof beyond shadow of doubt or reasonable doubt. The onus is always on the state. But in fighting graft and white-collar crime, Mr. Speaker, permit me, like this matter of Cecilia Dapa, a matter may be immoral, but not necessarily unlawful or illegal. But where does the law itself derive its power from? Morality. A conduct may be immoral, unethical, but not necessarily unlawful. But I maintain, because of the high office we all occupy, that when you engage in conduct that raises eyebrow, this parliament must rise up to the occasion, review our criminal legislation, and review, which has always been the position of the majority leader, the Honorable Osache Mensah Konsu. Our asset declaration regime must be reviewed in total. Nobody knows who has what, who got what, how did you get it, nobody knows. So we have to make our asset declaration more responsive. But Mr. Speaker, when members of parliament or ministers of state engage in conduct that are unethical, not necessarily unlawful, the public trust wanes, the public confidence in us wanes, and the public confidence that we will supervise strictly and control the public purse weight. So, Mr. Speaker, may I now refer you to page 3 of your committee's report and conclude. When you read paragraph 3, Mr. Speaker, no detail is provided. I used to be a member of your committee. It reads, and I quote, "Pursuant to Standing Order 6 and..." Mr. Speaker, your committee referred to J. Mensah versus Attorney General, where the term prior approval was defined. And again, Mr. Speaker, a fine opportunity for Parliament to do what is expected of us. In some aspects of the Constitution, it says the approval of Parliament. In other areas in the Constitution, it says prior approval of Parliament. In other portions of the Constitution, it says in consultation with Parliament. Each of them mean one and a different thing. With prior approval, Mr. Speaker, we have been told that the committee varied its normal procedure. So when you varied your procedure, which procedure did you adopt? So I'm not attacking it. You owe us an explanation. You varied your procedure. Which procedure? This is not the first time we are vetting a special prosecutor or a deputy public prosecutor. You see, it is a watchman's watchman. So even their vetting is more crucial than the watchmen themselves. That's why you shouldn't just vary this. So I'm demanding an explanation. In your committee's report, you have said that, in terms of art, committee varied its normal procedure. Paragraph 30, the first paragraph. So you owe us an explanation. What did you vary? What explained the variation? Why did you do that? Because special prosecutor, because he is looking after people who are likely to be corrupt, he must exhibit the highest standard of integrity, highest standard of morality, highest respect for the fidelity of the law, both in the spirit and in words. So why did you vary your procedure? We need an explanation. But Mr. Speaker, I support the approval so that he will go and help Kisia Jabing to fight corruption. Then now, Mr. Speaker, the committee, I come again to page 8, paragraph 5(9). Publication of cases under investigation. And Mr. Speaker, it reads, the committee raised concern about the effects of publishing cases. I don't want to believe that the committee of parliament will express this disappointment. Mr. Speaker, we passed the law on special prosecutor and we put this provision in the law that he must publish his report and his investigation. Then a committee of parliament goes again to say that they are concerned. Concerned about what? Corruption thrives in darkness. It hates transparency. It hates openness. In fact, Mr. Speaker, that's why a special prosecutor legislation anywhere in the world is referred to as a body of shine laws. You shine the lights to expose corruption. So if Parliament passes a law, puts in its provision that publish your report, then Parliament again say we are concerned about publishing the report. It's a contradiction in terms. I'm disappointed. Why will you do this? Special prosecutor, he means a lot. He means a lot. So, Mr. Speaker, we want him to succeed, and he must succeed because public sector corruption in Ghana is rife. We are still not dealing with it. I met the appointments committee ably chaired by the chairman in Kwating in Koforidua. And Mr. Speaker, as I entered, he touched on a very important matter about bonded warehouse. And I shared my experience with him. I told him, Chairman, take GRA and SEBS to tax, hold them responsible. I was Ghana's Minister for Trade and Industry 2013. Bonded warehouse is a veritable source of corruption, and they use it to rob this country of needed revenue and to evade payment of lawful taxes. I observed it in my handing over note. So I encourage him. What they do is the cartels. They will bring the vehicles around where it's named bonded warehouse. So maybe 1,000 metric tons. Some 5 cars will pass, then the rest of the cars, the state is denied its resources. So I encourage him. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm concluding on that note. I further reminded the chairman that to his memory, to the memory of the late Dr. Osai Antonio Akoto Osai, I recall, and Aveji, I'm happy you are here, when we were passing the customs bill, we insisted that customs must work 24 hours. So, Chairman, I don't want Speaker to rule me out of order. You owe the state that the customs of Ghana must work 24 hours. Minister for Finance, Deputy, I've seen you there. Ghana must be made a competitive destination for business. A competitive destination for business. What works for other countries like La Côte d'Ivoire must work for Ghana. Then, Mr. Speaker, I conclude with another heading from your committee's report, paragraph 5.6, and I end there. Expiration of nominees' mandate. And Mr. Speaker, the Attorney General is not here. In crafting the law, we provided that it is the Attorney General who will do the nomination to the President. The Speaker read the letter. The Speaker, because I didn't anticipate this, I requested for the President's letter to guide my conclusion. But we should look at the date of the President's letter and the vacuum in the position, and let the Attorney General and the President know that we are not encouraging that culture, that he should wait until expiration of that term. If you know you want to renew the mandate, do so. You don't wait after a month. So probably, the person may have stayed in office at the time that Parliament had not so considered the appointment. As done by that person tomorrow, if it becomes a matter of concern raised in the courts, the court will follow that Parliament only recommended her appointment on the 1st of August, when she ought to be in office up to 1st of August, but on the authority and mandate of the President, acting in consultation with the learned Attorney General. So, Mr. Speaker, that one too, I think, is not right. We shouldn't wait, but that's not Parliament's blame. The President must accept responsibility, particularly the Attorney General. And Mr. Speaker, there are many other public offices that have gone vacant. These days, we don't even see any advert in the newspapers about the existence of those vacancies. Also not right for our country to get the right human resource. But Mr. Speaker, with these comments, I support the Office of the Special Prosecutor. They have a difficult task in combating corruption. I wish them well, and I wish her well going to support the Special Prosecutor. Now, sitting afar, he thought it was easy fighting corruption. Now you understand it's a witch's dance. If you dance for your father dies, you dance for your mother dies. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Leader, once again, I'm going to put the question. You move the motion. At the conclusion of the debate, the question is.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, wait. Mr. Speaker, the question will be put. There's no problem. But we also in here to learn certain things. And when certain matters are put in an argument, it is important that we clarify them. And that is all that I'm doing on this right. Mr. Speaker,
any matter which is not contained in the report.
He asked about the variation.
Variation of what?
Mr. Speaker, this is what he says. And I just wanted to clarify it for him. Mr. Speaker, paragraph 3.0. Mr. Speaker, he said he needed the committee to explain the point made that the committee varied its normal procedure. And that's the point I just want to clarify for him. That, Mr. Speaker, in moving the motion, I strongly made a point that we went in accord with the Constitution. and he knows that procedure is a means of giving effect to prudence. When prudence can be achieved without procedure, the decision maker can proceed by indulging in prudence. Therefore, it was prudent to proceed by varying our procedure. And we did not commit any error. That's what the point I want to make. And this is right. Thank you.
At the conclusion of the debate, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I ordinarily would not have tried to catch your eye when you are about to put a question. But Mr. Speaker, I'm worried about a precedent that was set in this vetting. Mr. Speaker, I've been in this house since President Kufuor. Simply because people are being renominated does not mean that they should be vetted in camera. It is the choice of the committee to do it, but you know that in the case of the appointments committee, our standing orders itself says that that vetting should be public. I'm not saying that what you've done is wrong or it negates what we are doing, but the moment we pick and choose, tomorrow another minister or somebody else will use that as a basis so that why am I not going to be vetted in camera? And by the time we realize, we will further weaken this house. The Speaker, this house is already weak. We can never run away from that. The public don't even trust us. Even when we sit before the cameras and vet, they still come with questions about that. Why didn't you do this? Why didn't you do that? All they hear is that we are approving people and we did it in camera. The Speaker, I hope that in future, as chair of the committee, maybe you may have to stand your authority and know that the public is watching us. And we cannot have a method that we have established over the years being varied for one individual or the other. People will begin to ask questions of it, and it will be very difficult to explain or to answer. This is the comment that I want to make. But I agree that this is a woman that I was the one who vetted her. I have no doubt about her capability. But the method that was used, I think that this house needs to revisit it and be cautious that it doesn't become a choice for others or a new normal where others can exploit. And then when you are saying that no, maybe tomorrow to be Honorable Mama Yerga, he will say, why are you varying when you've done this before? So I thought that I needed to let the official records capture this concern. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
All in favor of the motion, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Yes.
Speaker, as was agreed earlier, we are ready to take.
Speaker, normally by practice would have heard you after you put the question, say that this house has approved the nomination and appointment of so and so. For the record,
it is the same thing. Very well. This house has approved the nomination of or the appointment of the deputy special prosecutor for the satisfaction of Honorable. Before we proceed, I've been asked to acknowledge our guests today. Honorable Mintaka, where are you? This is the new norm. 1, Christian Mothers Association. They are led by Madame Vivian Baden Techi, who is the president, and they came from the Cape Coast North constituency. You're welcome to Parliament. We also have the Odan Old Town Methodist GHS. They are led by Mr. Emmanuel Opoku, who is the head teacher, and they are from the Achem Odan constituency. We have also the Odan from Port Monson Catholic GHS. led by Mr. Joseph Foster Akomia from Pong. He is a head teacher, also from Achem Oda. The last group is the Blue Ribbon Academy. They are led by Duru Efrifa Mensa. She is the proprietress, and they are from Amasamai. You are all welcome to the Parliament of Ghana. Yes, now, Honorable Chief Whip, let me hear you.
Speaker, with respect, at the commencement of public business, may we now take item 7 VII on page 8. Page 8 VII. Speaker, with respect.
At the commencement of public business, item 7 VII, by the chairman of the committee.
Report of the Finance Committee on the concessional financing agreement between the government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Finance and the International Development Association, for an amount of $150 million United States dollars for the West Africa Coastal Areas Resilience Investment Project 2.
The report is duly laid, is for distribution to members. Yes, Honorable Chief Whip of the minority.
Speaker, I want my colleague to make life easier for you in the chair. I remember Honorable Atu Folsom, our leader, was trying to vary the order from what we agreed. He insisted, and then you followed the procedure. We never said we were going to lay any paper. We just said we were going to do the debate after the special prosecutor. So if you begin to surprise me, don't be surprised if I surprise you.
Yes.
Speaker, shall we go on to 6, item 6A? And Speaker, the least we had, this one I had communicated with you. We've agreed on 7 on each side. And Speaker, the least has been duly submitted to you. And on our side, we will start off with the chair of the Finance Committee. And the communication came out clearly. The chair and the ranking, 50 minutes, members, 10 minutes. So that is what it is. And so, if you may, the chair will start off.
Yes, Honorable Chief Whip.
Speaker, I can confirm that that is the agreement we have. So we can proceed with the comments or, considerable comments on
Very well. Item 6A. We're starting with the Honorable Member, Chairman of the Finance Committee, Honorable Member for Boasiko Kukwating.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to offer some comments on the Minister for Finance's media review. I take this opportunity to thank him for presenting to this House
Mr. Speaker, this is the chairman of the Finance Committee. The budget has been reviewed. He should speak with some hopes and confidence. Mr. Speaker, what is going on here? Speak with some authority. Give hope. Give hope, Mr. Speaker. We want to hear you give hope.
Honorable members, I was wondering how somebody's natural voice will become a matter of concern. Honorable, kindly start.
Mr. Speaker, I'm a bit disappointed that my own colleagues. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will proceed to offer my comments on the review by the minister. And as I started off, I think we should thank the minister for the review, for updating us on our efforts to overcome the economic challenges resulting not just from our economic management recently, but some of the historical weaknesses that have characterized the management of our economy. Mr. Speaker, I premise my comment on paragraph 40 of the minister's speech, and with your permission, I read. Mr. Speaker, as a nation, we must and will prevail. Indeed, our only recourse is to be successful at the upcoming first review of the program, and that is the IMF program in September 2023, and all other subsequent reviews. We are therefore respectfully calling on every member of this august House and fellow Ghanaians to support these reforms. Mr. Speaker, this is a court duty, and as we offer our comments on the minister's statement today, we must demonstrate that we are exchanging ideas to help improve the economy, and that we are not here to spell doom for our own economy or to score political points that in the end will be unhelpful to the cause of developing our people. Mr. Speaker, why has it become necessary to respond to this court duty? It has become necessary, Mr. Speaker, because the IMF program and the reference is the 17th in our nation's life. If we add the structural adjustment program and the HIPIC program, this is the 19th time we are seeking development partner bailout. We all know why. Mr. Speaker, we have been running for development partner bailout because we have been doing two wrong things. First, we have been spending money we do not have. But secondly, we have been spending on expenditures that have to be imported. It is this twin problem, Mr. Speaker, that has brought the country to where we are today. So, Mr. Speaker, as we respond to this call to help our own country overcome our economic challenges, what should we do? Mr. Speaker, what we should do, perhaps, is more clearly stated in what we should not do. We should stop putting pressure on government to spend on projects for which we have no money. And especially now, we should be asking government to spend on projects for which we have already committed the economy. Let the arrears that have piled, some of them very historical, let us put the resources we have into those areas. Let us stop again putting pressure on government to take on new commitments. And Mr. Speaker, I say this on behalf of the Finance Committee. We will be looking to support government and to ensure that the resources we have go into existing projects instead of taking on additional projects. And we do this fully conscious that it is the point of government itself that this is how it intends to live, to help the economy live within its means. But Mr. Speaker, it will not be enough. It will not be enough to just rationalize expenditure. It is important that as we pay for these expenditures, that we check wastage. Mr. Speaker, this economy and the management of our country are all too familiar with wastage in the public sector. Whilst we plan within our means, Mr. Speaker, we also have to take steps to ensure that the public financial management strategies that have been outlined in the Act are enforced. And I take this opportunity again to call on members that we ought not to contribute to these irregularities. We should be checking these irregularities. Mr. Speaker, but it will not be sufficient to just handle expenditure. We need to ramp up our efforts to mobilize more domestic revenue. Everyone would have to pay their fair share of the taxes. If we want to lower taxes, we should do so for everybody. The practice of keeping our taxes in place and yet seek to exempt selected individuals from the payment of those taxes is completely unhelpful. We should get everybody, Mr. Speaker, to contribute to our efforts at mobilizing domestic revenue. By exempting individuals in the name of investment promotion, Mr. Speaker, we create two problems. The first is that we deny Ghana the opportunity of communicating that our investment climate is friendly because the taxes are in place. But more importantly, Mr. Speaker, by encouraging the practice of selecting individuals and asking them and exempting them from taxation, we are creating the opportunities for corruption. We are creating the opportunities for corruption. So, Mr. Speaker, I take this opportunity again to call on not just government, but also on ourselves to ensure that we get everybody to pay taxes. If we want to lower taxes, we should abolish those tax lines and let everybody be free of those taxes. Finally, Mr. Speaker, we should stop prophesying doom for our economy. We do not gain anything, Mr. Speaker, by always telling the international community, members of which are in discussion with our own government to ensure that they participate in the debt treatment that government is embarking on. And once our government is making the case for us, we sit here and we make damning statements about our own economy just because we want to achieve political ends. The Speaker, as we proceed with this debate, I urge my colleagues, including those who are talking and are completely out of order that we should focus in selling our economy and getting the international community to give us the kind of support we need in order that as a country we would live beyond aid. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Bolga Central. Adongo.
You speak to wisdom.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to make comments on the media review presented yesterday But Mr. Speaker, I want to register my displeasure and disappointment at the majority. The empty seats are just too many.
Yes.
And this is their media budget.
Yes.
I hope the president is watching you and the finance minister is watching your response to this debate.
But the finance minister
Nobody is here. But Mr. Speaker, I am also very happy that today are you very happy? When I remember. Mr. Speaker, I am happy that today the chairman of the Finance Committee has spoken the truth to government. Has spoken the truth to government, and I'll be very happy that the video of the presentation he has just made be played in the cabinet of Ghana.
However, hold on. I was saying your time was running. How you use it is yours. But now that he has intervened, I have to stop it for yes.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, in an earlier discussion, we had indicated that some regional caucuses are meeting, and that is, and then is the reason why the chief whip, Mr. Speaker, and the chief whip left the chamber to follow up on some matters that are very important to the minority. Mr. Speaker, he left the chamber to follow up on some important matters that they have assigned him to do with some members here. So, Mr. Speaker, he should focus on his comment and limit himself to comment, and let us make progress. I thank you, sir.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, my very respected colleagues should understand that we wanted the debate to flow. That is why when the chairman was speaking, nobody interjected. Secondly, there was no such communication that any caucus was anywhere. In fact, if you look at the numbers, then the 16 regional caucuses are probably out of the chamber. So please, just allow the debate to flow. It is evidently clear that you don't even believe in your own budget to come and support it. But even given the case, Mr. Speaker, let us all allow colleagues to make their points without interjection, so that we can cover the 7 people that are supposed to speak from each side today. And we have other businesses beyond the comments that we are supposed to make, Mr. Speaker. So I plead with colleagues, do not interject from both sides when colleagues are speaking. It's not interjection, that's stating the fact.
It's okay, it's okay.
Yes, honorable member for Bolga.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would have wished that I have an economy to praise. I would have wished that the finance minister had managed this economy so well that I will be clapping for him. But yesterday he came and sang funeral dirges. As a matter of fact, when he finished reading, it was clear he was reading the tribute of a dead economy. And you want me not to say it? Mr. Speaker, the dead economy and the features that he described here yesterday was that this is an economy that at the end half year June was growing at 4.2%, but it will end the year at 1.5%. Why is he going to put it in reverse here? That he will move an economy from 4.2% growth in June to 1.5% growth in the end of the year. He has to clap for him. That is a reverse year. Is that the only year he knows? Mr. Speaker, the man says that interest rates have moderated. Meanwhile, just 2 days ago, his governor increased the policy rate to 30%. This is not lending rate. The policy rate has just increased to 30%. Mr. Speaker, inflation, 42.5%. Clearly, these are features of a dead economy. Mr. Speaker, depreciation of the currency was negative 29.9% as of June. Mr. Speaker, he says that by the end of this year, his net international reserve will cover less than 1 month, 0.8 months. I did not say it. He came and read these things. Mr. Speaker, he says reserve money is 68 billion, but the governor of the central bank, through his own audited account, says that he registered negative reserve of 70 billion. You are reading a media budget when your entire reserve has disappeared. And you say, I should praise you. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, what the minister did here was basically reading the tribute of a dead economy he has to bury. I didn't say it. He said it here. Funeral dirges. We couldn't even dance because we're in a bad mood. Mr. Speaker, what has happened at the Bank of Ghana, we need to put it in context. Throughout the world, central banks are established as trees of life. It is a tree of life because it helps to cure major ailments of the economy. The fruit from that tree of life is what we use to cure inflation. We use that same fruit to cure higher interest rates. We use the fruit, that is the fruit of life at the Bank of Ghana, to cure high depreciation of the currency. As a matter of fact, when the financial sector is unstable, it is still that tree of life that we resort to. And we set up laws here to say that by the 31st of March, auditors should come and tell us what is happening to that tree of life. Mr. Speaker, this year when they went, March ended, they didn't come. April, the auditors were not coming. May, June, July, we got suspicion and say something is happening to our tree of life because it's not normal that for 4 months, the auditors have not come. Last Friday, they came and said that the tree has been cut and bent into ashes. The tree of life, Bank of Ghana, has been cut and bent into ashes. And we said, why didn't you report them to the police? Because this is criminal. Then they say, oh, the governor and the board of directors said that they have not uprooted the roofs. So one will continue to water it will regenerate. And you are here reading a budget, a media review. Mr. Speaker, the 70 billion loss in reserve. Even if we were to say that we were not going to impair government of Ghana debt, which was 48 billion, there is still a loss of 22 billion. So the problem is not the impairment of government debt. The problem is reckless management of the Bank of Ghana, and Mr. Speaker, we must pay attention to that Bank of Ghana. How can you make a loss in reserve of 22 billion and blame it on government? Mr. Speaker, our banks will force them to put reserves at the Bank of Ghana so that on a rainy day, Bank of Ghana can support them. Sikanashi. To which that money has disappeared. When the Bank of Ghana is in trouble, it operates open market operations by borrowing money on the market in order to draw money into the Bank of Ghana. Today, if Bank of Ghana is to redeem its open market operation instruments, it will have no money but to print money. That money is also gone. Mr. Speaker, the Bank of Ghana has been borrowing on repurchase agreements, on bridge finance, and on term loans to be able to stabilize the city. All that money is gone. Mr. Speaker, when we start talking about a loss, we probably don't understand what they have done at the Bank of Ghana. It has never happened in our history, and Mr. Speaker, since 1967. If we add all the losses Bank of Ghana has ever suffered, it is nowhere near the 70 billion they have incurred in 1 year. Wow. And you say we are preaching doom? You've damaged our country, you've damaged our economy, you have destroyed and killed our tree of life.
Address the woman.
Mr. Speaker, as we speak today, it is obvious that the people of Ghana will not see the ramifications of what the Bank of Ghana has done until several years to come. The Bank of Ghana is now not fit for purpose. It cannot undertake monetary policy action without borrowing money or printing money. And it is the printing money that brought us here. Mr. Speaker, the last time we came here and said they printed money, they wrote a long essay. When we said they printed money, they wrote a long essay. Today, this is the auditor report. The auditor report says that your exposure to government was 80 billion. You printed and pumped 80 billion into the economy. 80 is here. Go and read the auditor report if you haven't been reading it. This, Mr. Speaker, I beg to quote. And this is, Mr. Speaker, I beg to quote. Independent auditor's report to the Minister for Finance. Key audit matter, impairment of investment in government securities. And Mr. Speaker, I quote. As at 31st December 2022, the group's Total government securities exposures subjected to the DDEP was 80.57 billion. It's not my money. I didn't produce this report. And I hear, Mr. Speaker, I hear the governor has issued another letter. Look, auditors have been with you for 4 months. If you have anything to say about the audit, you should have said it there. Now, the auditors are more credible than the Bank of Ghana. So you can write 1,000 releases, they mean nothing. We believe in what the auditors have told us, that our tree of life is gone. Mr. Speaker, I heard the minister say that he has not come to ask for more money. How can you come to ask for more money? Mr. Speaker, I don't know whether it is in your office or the second deputy speaker or speaker himself. Do you have money sitting in in parliament here that ministers come to collect? No. When you come here and ask for additional money, you are going to do the hard work to raise that money. But you have told us that even the one we ask you to go and raise, you cannot raise it. You cannot raise the taxes, and because of that, you are cutting your expenditure. You have come to tell us that the market is not willing to lend to you. So, if you haven't come to ask for supplementary budget, it's because you cannot raise the money. Parliament does not have money sitting somewhere that you come and say that supplementary budget. He can't ask for money because what we have given him, he can't even raise it. Mr. Speaker, today I'm happy that the Christian mothers are here. I am very happy that our children are here. Mr. Speaker, this government is compromising the future of these children. Mr. Speaker, these children are praying that one day they will get to work at the Bank of Ghana. Please don't go near there because the Bank of Ghana is gone. Mr. Speaker, the finance minister and the governor said that they are going to bring 15 billion financial sector stability fund. Mr. Speaker, they have to come to this parliament for a law to be passed. Otherwise, you don't even have one kobo. 70 billion you are owing, and you say you are going to give somebody 15 billion. What's the question of amount to man? I had anything. So, Mr. Speaker, it's clear that our financial sector is gone, our monetary policy is dead, the economy is dead. The minister came to read the tribute and to sing the funeral dirges. We are waiting for the burial date so that we'll come and assist him to bury. But go and make sure that the contributions of my learned chairman is played at cabinet. Then they will understand that that is how you even feel about the management of our economy. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Let's adjourn. Honorable Deputy Minister for Finance, Honorable Abna Osasari.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for the opportunity to contribute to the statements on the floor. And then ask our visitors up here to be wary of the things our previous speaker said. Truth is sacred. Truth is sacred. We cannot pick a financial statement and misinterpret the financial statement. We cannot pick a financial statement of a bank and misinterpret the financial statement. Data and truth, sacred. Our colleague on the other side just mentioned that they paid BOG supported government with a stock of 80 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, when you look at that report, the 80 billion stock dates way back 2 decades ago, and not now. 2 decades ago. Mr. Speaker, let me tell you that in 2017 to 2019, there was zero financing from the Bank of Ghana to the government of Ghana. It was only in 2020, because of the COVID, we had to go for a 10 billion loan. Yes, Mr. Speaker, beyond 2020, in 2021, there was zero financing. This is data. This is the truth.
So I beg you out there to listen to the truth and don't consider what my colleague on the other side said. Mr. Speaker, in 2021, I must say and repeat, there was zero financing. You will all agree with me that in 2022, things were really bad. There were a lot of challenges, not just in Ghana, Mr. Speaker. So for my colleagues to sit here and pretend as if it was only in Ghana that things changed, that is not true. Clearly across the globe, times were hard. The Russia-Ukraine war came in. Unless you are telling me it is not true, Mr. Speaker, unless they are telling me it is not true.
Honourable members, order. Order. Honourable members, order. Order. Yes. Honourable Leader.
Speaker, with the greatest respect, when Honourable Adongo was on his feet, we kept quiet and listening to him. Mr. Speaker, it is important that our colleagues act in good faith. Mr. Speaker, our colleague Kweku Kwati was the first to start his comment. They interjected with all the booing and the shout. It is gotten to Abna, a woman, Mr. Speaker, making her comment that you won't allow her. This is opposition practice in bad faith. You are taking your freedom too far. Listen to her in silence. We listen to you in silence. Mr. Speaker, call them out of order.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. And Mr. Speaker, I must put it on record that in 2020, the BOG supported government with a 37 billion overdraft, and not the rate or the amount my colleague on the other side stated. So, Mr. Speaker, we are not shying away from the fact that BOG supported government in 2022. In 2017, when the banks went into solvency, Government of Ghana came to support Bank of Ghana with about 20 to 25 billion to enable them address that issue. So, Mr. Speaker, if today the Ministry of Finance, the government through the Ministry of Finance also needs support, I don't see why we shouldn't do the same. And Mr. Speaker, beyond that, as part of the measures to streamline and help us guide our macroeconomic stability, we have an MOU with BOG not to finance government anymore. So, Mr. Speaker, that is that. Again, I also want to address the issue of the 0.8 months import cover. When you look at the definition of import cover from IMF and you look at the definition of import cover from Bank of Ghana, there are two different things. This is also science and data. When you get onto the IMF webpage, look for the Ghana program, page 3. It is right there. And let me read, Mr. Speaker, with your permission. It says that program definition for the IMF for our reserves excludes oil funds, encumbered funds, and pledged assets. For the BOG, the the international reserves includes oil funds, encumbered funds, and pledged funds. So that is the difference. That is the difference. Mr. Speaker, I also want to go to address certain things that my colleague said on the other side concerning the loss of 60.8 billion that was stated in the BOG financial statement. Mr. Speaker, every statement, every amount on any financial statement comes with notes. So when you are giving the public information on that, you should read the notes and make sure you tell it as it is in the notes. Mr. Speaker, in the notes, I just want to let us know that yes, BOG incurred a loss of 60.8 billion. And we ask ourselves, what is driving this? Mr. Speaker, in the first place, the domestic debt exchange that we embarked on last year, you all agree with me that with the principal for other consumers, there was no haircut on the principal. But with BOG took a 50% haircut on the principal of the domestic debt exchange. And that alone amounted to 32.3 billion Ghana cedis, Mr. Speaker. So when you take that out of the 60.8, Mr. Speaker, I'm coming. I'll give you the breakdown for you to know why there was a loss of 60.8. Mr. Speaker, beyond the 50% principal haircut, there was also a marketable instrument of 16.1 billion that BOG had to take a hit on. And finally, with the adjustment of the cocoa bonds too, there was a loss of 4.7. So when you put all this together, you get 53.1 billion. So 53.1 billion out of the 60.8 billion is what, through government of Ghana, through the GDEP, caused that loss. Beyond that, BOG itself saw a loss in interest expense to the tune of 3.3 billion, and also there was exchange rate valuation of 5.2 billion. So that is the total of the 60.8 billion, Mr. Speaker, and that comes with a note to the financing. Mr. Speaker, beyond that, we are asking ourselves, will BOG be able to remain policy solvent and discharge its mandate effectively? Yes. This is not the first time. This is not the first time that a central bank across the world has experienced this. Mr. Speaker, let me let you know that between 2002 and 2013, due to valuation write-downs on sizable foreign currency reserves, the Czech bank reported negative equity. Germany, the Bundesbank, was also technically over-leveraged in the early 1970s because of losses that exceeded its equity. Again, between 2002 and 2021, some 10 out of 32 emerging market economies and small economies have also experienced this. So we ask ourselves, this is not anything new, but in the situation in which we found ourselves, BOG had to come in and support government. And let me also compare Ghana to other central banks that also experienced losses in 2022. Mr. Speaker, currently as we speak, the Reserve Bank of Australia also recorded a 37 billion Australian dollars loss. The UK bank, currently as we speak, Mr. Speaker, this is current, on the 25th of July, the Financial Times reported that it faces a 150 billion loss at the Bank of England. Mr. Speaker, this is not Ghana cedis, this is not US dollars, this is 150 billion pounds. Mr. Speaker, the Swiss National Bank also experienced a loss of 132 billion francs. And in September, Mr. Speaker, the Netherlands Bank has also notified the country's government that potentially it is going to also experience a loss of about 9 billion from 2023 to 2026. The most important thing we should be asking ourselves, will BOG remain policy solvent and be able to discharge its mandate effectively? Yes, Mr. Speaker, they have put measures in place. There's a 4-year plan to make sure they build back that capital and continue to support the government. That is important. It is not okay to sit here and run down your government. This is where we belong. This is where we are, and together we will win. Mr. Speaker, I just want to say that we have seen a turnaround. This is because December 2022, we all saw what happened. Inflation had gone up, and even in November, the cedi had depreciated against the major foreign currencies by 54.1%. And things were really there. But as we speak now, Mr. Speaker, we have been able to stem the tide. We have been able to stem the tide because of the PCPED program that we have put in place. And the objectives of the program, Mr. Speaker, first is to make sure we stabilize the macroeconomic stability. We stabilize the macroeconomics. We try as much as possible to bring our debt to a sustainable level. And also, all of us here, including the children here, to make sure government continues to support the education, the health sector, and make sure that nobody is left behind. Mr. Speaker, this is what has caused that turnaround, and we are hoping that by the end of the year, we will be able to do more, and together we will have a story to tell. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Honorable John Jinapo, to your turn.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, yesterday, indeed, my worst fears were confirmed. Listening to the Minister of Finance and
perusing the documents submitted to us, indeed, I would encourage members that the budget statement presented here doesn't give you the full picture. You ought to go and look at the detailed budget statement, which has the appendices, because it's appendices that speaks to the figures. There's been a claim that we are in this mess, we are in this quagmire, we are in these unprecedented difficult times because of a so-called COVID-Ukraine war. Mr. Speaker, I just want to provide some data, and my cutoff point is 2019, so that we know whether indeed we're on the right path or on the wrong path before COVID. Mr. Speaker, before we left office, in 2016, the depreciation of the cedi was around 7%. In 2019, the cedi depreciated by about 13%. Hey, double. This is a fact. It's in the budget.
95%.
Debt to GDP ratio was about 56%. By 2019, it had ballooned to 63%. The deficit had increased. That's the overall deficit, to 7%. Credit to private sector had reduced to about 4%. The construction sector was in the negative. Gross fixed capital formation, and that is the basic issue when it comes to economic development. If you don't increase the capital base of your economy and you spend so much on goods and services, you are going to witness a downturn when you face headwinds. We spent double what this government spent during President Mohammed's time on infrastructure. Eurobond alone, Eurobond, you borrowed about 4 times what President Mohammed borrowed. And so to come and tell us that we are in this quagmire because of a so-called Ukraine-Russia war, the facts does not speak to that. And these are facts. Look, these are not opinions. I'm giving you factual information from the budget, from the Bank of Ghana, and from the IMF documents. And instead of you to learn from your mistake,
they are too proud.
Listen to us and pick up. You are still on this tangent of Russia, Ukraine, COVID, Russia, Ukraine, COVID. If you don't appreciate the problem, you can never find a solution.
You are too proud to listen.
Look, Mr. Speaker, from where we are going, I will not be surprised if during the main budget we move away, or inclusive of COVID and Russia, Ukraine, they add Niger. The conflict in Niger is also contributing to the problems of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, because of these bad policies of your government, the Korean government says that they no longer would advance the $1 billion facility to us. Mr. Speaker, I'm not surprised that a majority leader is running away. What the MPP fear in this world is facts. When they are faced with facts, incontrovertible evidence, they disappear.
Habib is also running away.
In fact, I'm not surprised at all. Mr. Speaker, and instead of this man, our finance minister, to eat the humble pie and take our suggestions, he came here. And you know what he's telling us? That he has turned the corner. What corner have you turned?
He doesn't even know where the corner is.
Mr. Speaker, what corner have you turned? Let me give you some evidence as well. And when you are doing comparison, and I'm happy some of my colleagues are here, you do industry standard comparison. You compare yourself with your peers. So I've taken Sub-Saharan Africa. Sub-Saharan Africa, for the year 2023, the average growth rate will be 3.6%. Do you know what Ghana projects to do? Ghana projects that our growth rate will be 1.5%.
Hey, 40%.
Yes, inflation. And inflation is a key indicator. Because what inflation does is that it eats your purchasing power. So if the rate of inflation keeps going high, it means that receiving the same amount, you can no longer buy what you do. And so you can see school children here.
If you give them 1 cedi to go to school every day, and the rate of inflation year on year is 30%, it means that whatever they were buying, and school children, we are teaching you economics in this chamber. That is what we are doing. Yeah. This is what I call economics made easy. Your 1 cedi, if you used to buy Fan Yogo 1, next time you go, the owner of the Fan Yogo will check 30% of it, cut it off, and give you just about half. That is what you can consume. And that is what the current finance minister, Mr. Ken Oforiata, and the head of the economic management team, Dr. Mahmoud Baumia, who no longer speaks economics, are done to you ordinary students and ordinary mothers of this country. Mr. Speaker, the inflation for sub-Saharan Africa is 14%. You know what Ghana is projecting? Ghana is projecting 30%. Wow. More than double what the inflation of sub-Saharan Africa is. And yet the man comes to stand here and he says that he has done what? He doesn't know where the anyway, when the driver Banza turns the corner, certainly he will turn that corner into an accident. And from where this finance minister is heading, Mr. Speaker, I am certain that even as we pray against the inevitable, the man will eventually land us in the inevitable. Mr. Speaker, our current account is the most important thing you look at when it comes to the balance of payment. He was quoting some positive balance of payment. Your balance of payment simply is the trade between your Ghana and other countries. And the balance of payment has 2 main components, the current account and the capital account. In the current account has to do with trades in goods and services, but more importantly, embedded in the current account is your interest component. Embedded in the capital account has to do with the loans that we take, which is amortization. For some strange reason, unprecedented, even a Champions time we didn't witness this. The current government has decided that they won't pay the interest, they won't pay the amortization. And when you do that, and you see a positive primary balance, you rush and come and tell us that you've done well. You've done well by refusing to service your debt obligation. Of course. Mr. Speaker, this is most unfortunate. Today, at our current debt of 575 billion, and with a population of about 29 million, every single Ghanaian owns a minimum of 20,000 cedi debt. Every single Ghanaian, even the school children. Today, a 1-year-old boy baby owns 20,000 cedi. Mr. Speaker, now listen to the Minister of Finance's own projections. He wanted to grow 2.8. He says he will end at 1.5. Non-oil GDP, he wanted 3%. He says he will end at 1.5. Inflation, his target was 18. He will end at 31%. Primary balance, he wanted a positive primary balance of 0.5. He will end with a negative primary balance of 0.7. Gross reserves, and I wish the Deputy Minister was here. She's here. Madam, we are talking of gross reserves. We are not talking of net reserves. And in your document, you stated gross reserves. And the gross reserves includes the petroleum funds. So if you strip this gross to net, it means that Ghana is virtually bankrupt. So please look at the documents well. Let me quickly deal with this issue of Bank of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, when we were leaving office in 2016, under His Excellency, next President John Dramani Mahama. In 2016, petroleum revenues that accrued to President Mahama was $247 million. In 2022, President Akufo-Addo got $1.4 billion. So let's compare the two of them, their track record. Mr. Speaker, when you take the 2016 Bank of Ghana annual report, we made a profit of 709 million Ghana cedi, almost 1 billion. With this oil, if you take President Akufo-Addo in 2022, they made a loss of 60 billion cedis. From a profit of almost 1 billion, with this minimal amount of oil revenue, we made a profit of about 1 billion. And yet with all these resources, Under President Akufo-Addo, the Bank of Ghana has made a loss of 60 billion. Now the Bank of Ghana is not a profit-making entity. The Bank of Ghana is a regulator and a banker of a last resort, a banker of the government, and then, most importantly, even when they make profit, they have to transfer it to the consolidated fund. Mr. Speaker, look at equity, and that for me is the most important part. Under President Mahama, we had a positive equity of 4 billion. The equity is what like shareholders contribute. So when there's profit, you transfer to the shareholder in the form of transfer, which is equity. Mr. Speaker, today, the equity of the Bank of Ghana is negative 55 billion. Wow. Look, we've never witnessed this. Wow. And I think that this chamber, I'm putting politics aside on this call, this chamber should take an interest in investigating how come the central bank makes a loss of 55 billion in terms of equity. How are you going to pay this? The only way the Bank of Ghana can deal with this is to print money. And when you print money, it's called seigniorage. It doesn't come with any backing because it doesn't come with value. It's just paper money you are dumping in the system. And when you dump so much paper money, it means that a lot of money is following or chasing fewer goods, which spikes inflation. It's therefore no surprise that Ghana's inflation hovered around 45%. It's a complete mismanagement of the economy.
And people get banks in their rooms.
Ladies and gentlemen, we voted the MPP to solve the problems of Ghana. Today, the MPP has become the problem of Ghana for Ghanaians to solve. And I assure you, this problem of MPP will solve your problem for you. The only way we will solve that problem is to vote you out of government come 2024, 7th December. You've run out of ideas. Mr. Speaker, I do not want to talk for a very long time. Because even when you talk, they will not listen. Yes. Look, Sino-Hydro, when they came here, we told them, this your barter agreement, it will not work. Today, in the minister's own statement, and I remember Dr.
Member, your time is up. Kindly round up.
Mr. Speaker, today they've agreed to capture that as debt. So in winding up, Mr. Speaker, I want to encourage the majority side in particular to sit with the economic management team so that at least they will listen to us. Because where we are headed, Mr. Speaker, I'm very, very worried for this country. If nothing drastic happens, this country would eventually collapse. On that note, Mr. Speaker, let me thank you and let me thank my colleagues for listening to me. Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker.
Honourable Member for Juso, John Kuma.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to comment on the mid-year budget review presented by the Finance Minister. Mr. Speaker, clearly comments from our friends on the other side indicate that we have turned the corner. Indeed, their disappointment in not hearing that Ghana is still in difficult situation is so glaring from their commentary. Mr. Speaker, but I'm here to disappoint them the more because every information that was provided in the mid-year budget confirmed that indeed we have turned the corner. First of all, Mr. Speaker, the Finance Minister was here and did not request for supplementary budget. And he gave us indication on the economic performance that we have done so far and gave Ghana hope and confidence that all the steps taken so far is leading Ghana into restoration of macroeconomic stability and faster recovery of the economy. So, Mr. Speaker, that is their disappointment, but that is good news for our country. Mr. Speaker, the Finance Minister was here to talk to us about debt restructuring and what we have done so far, and that indeed is turning of the corner. Mr. Speaker, he spoke about growth strategies, that even in these difficult times, that we are talking about contractionary policies that will reduce our growth rate from 2.8% to 1.5%. We are still looking at growth strategies that will increase the growth performance. Mr. Speaker, let me give some statistics on the growth. Indeed, we have projected downwards to do 1.5%. But the reality is that in the first quarter of this year, in this same mid-year budget, as announced by the Ghana Statistical Service, Ghana's economy grew by 4.2%. So, the fact that under the fund program, we are required to do fiscal consolidation and contractionary expectation to do 1.5 does not mean that we are not going to grow. And we have a number of growth measures outside the fiscal space through the private sector and partnership with the development partners to ensure that we grow the economy. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm here to disappoint them that indeed when the finance speaker says that we have turned a corner, we have indeed turned a corner. What is the basis for that expectation? Mr. Speaker, the finance minister took it from December when we all knew that Ghana indeed was facing difficult financial situation in December. And if you compare that to where we are today, then indeed we have turned the corner. On inflation, we jumped up to 54%. Mr. Speaker, as we speak today, inflation has dropped to 42.5%. Yes, it is not in levels that we expect, but in the midst of the global hikes in inflation, we are struggling to contain the situation, but we have turned the difficult situation from 54% to 42%, and this is reflected in the goods and services of the country. Fuel prices jumped in that period up to 24 cedis per liter. Mr. Speaker, as we speak today, that has dropped to about 12 cedis. And that indeed is a good story of turning the corner. And they know it. That is why they are disappointed. Mr. Speaker, when we talk about the exchange rate, our friends know that in December, we were talking about 15 cedis to $1. And when we say we have turned the corner, it means that we have been able to reverse the difficult exchange rate situation to what we have today. About 10 to 11 cedis to $1. That is turning the corner, and they know. They are disappointed about the good story, the hope and confidence that the Ghanaian economy has turned around. Mr. Speaker, on interest rate, they can confirm that in December, T-bill rate was about 35%. As we speak today, T-bill rate has dropped to about 23%. It is still not in levels that we expect. But you agree that indeed the finance minister has turned the corner. This is good news for our country, and you cannot deny that steps that have been taken so far is leading to positive response on the economy, and our friends can never doubt that. Mr. Speaker, even in this difficulty, when our friends complain that going for a fund program will take away opportunities in the economy for free education and the rest, Mr. Speaker, we are rather spending more. Of course, we are rather spending more on vulnerable expenditures. Mr. Speaker, as we speak, the capitation grant has been increased, school feeding program has been increased, free SHS has been maintained, the LEAP beneficiaries have been increased. Mr. Speaker, even the LEAP, we were giving them 45 cedis. Today, that has been doubled to 90 Ghana cedis, and the number of beneficiaries have increased from 200,000 to 450,000 beneficiaries across the country. Mr. Speaker, that is turning the corner, and they know they are very disappointed that Ghanaians are hearing good news. Mr. Speaker, definitely, what is the record of the NDC when my friends talk about 2016? 2016 were in doomsday. 2016 was incompetence. 2016, renew your record. So don't bring 2016, even in this difficulty of COVID and Russia, Ukraine, which you don't want to hear. We maintained the lights. We kept the fuel stations running, and there were no queues for fuel. So, Mr. Speaker, we did not do rationing in our shopping malls. So let us not create any doom about what we are facing. Yes, we have gone through difficulties. We acknowledge that, but it is true. When the finance minister says we have turned the corner, we have indeed turned the corner. Mr. Speaker, our earlier speaker, Honorable Adongo, talked about Bank of Ghana printing 80 billion. And when he read the audit report, it said that Bank of Ghana investment in government securities is 80 billion. And I get surprised that my friend reads investment in securities to say printing of money. Where do you get this definition of printing of money? It is for politics and propaganda. And you are courageous to tell the youth sitting here in this chamber that they have no hope. No hope because there is loss of 80 billion of the central bank. Really? Do we understand what the central bank represents and how it must relate to the running of the economy? Mr. Speaker, as we speak, he must ask himself, how much is the loss in American Central Bank? And in June this year, the chamber, the Congress of America had to increase the debt limit from 33 trillion. They are even adding on more.
Debt.
Today, as we speak, the public debt of Japan is 245%. Their central bank is not gone. 245%. And you are talking about 80 billion investment in securities because we did domestic debt exchange, and because of that, the central bank is gone. Really? Is that your understanding of economics?
And that's why you want to come
Mr.
back.
Speaker, I'm very, very disappointed at such arguments. Mr. Speaker, I just want to assure Ghanaians that what the finance minister presented to us is indeed a story of a turnaround. He has shown us that all the indications are pointing to the right direction, and even though we are not at our target yet, we are very hopeful that by the close of the year, Ghana will have a positive story to tell. Our macroeconomic situation will be better, and we shall succeed together. I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah.
Honorable Richard Echampo.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to the statement presented by the Finance Minister yesterday. But, Mr. Speaker, I listened to the Deputy Minister of Finance, Honorable John Kuma. Mr. Speaker, this is a lost opportunity that my honorable colleague should have taken the opportunity to apologize to the good people of this country. You stood here, told the whole world that the MPP will not go to IMF today, they will not go to IMF tomorrow, they will never go to IMF so long as MPP remains in power. What has happened? And now you are changing the narrative. Instead of apologizing to us that, colleagues, I got it all wrong. I did not look at the numbers.
Keep quiet. I'm one. Keep quiet.
Mr. Speaker, and I heard my friend say again that the minister did not come here to request for additional appropriation. You've revised your revenue target from 143 billion to 134 billion. On what basis are you requesting for additional funding? To do what? To do what? Where's the resources? We gave you the opportunity to go and raise the revenue, and you couldn't meet the target. We went as a committee about 3 months ago. Every shop that you go, you will see GRA officers there auditing invoices issued to customers. The deputy minister told us at the committee that it helped them to raise enough revenue. Why have they stopped? Today, if you go to the mosque, you can't find them. A process which has helped you to raise enough revenue. We have about 57,000 NABCO officers who have not been paid for the past 8 months. 8 months. People want job to be engaging, and you stop this process and they are not getting the revenue. And you are here complaining. Mr. Speaker, I again listened to the chairman of the Finance Committee, Honorable Kogu Kwatin, and then he was admonishing all of us that we shouldn't put in further requests for additional projects to be done in our constituency. Government should not start new projects, but we don't control any person, Mr. Speaker. That advice should go to the executive. They are in charge of the resources. Today, the president is cutting short for construction of affordable housing at Apocracy today, as I speak. Meanwhile, the facility has not been approved by the House. Sagremen is rotting down there, and you've raised additional resources to construct a new affordable housing. Does it make any economic sense?
Doesn't make sense.
Does it make economic sense?
Make sense.
You spent about 339 million to construct National Cathedral, and you are here begging people to buy into what government is saying. Who asked you to spend 333 million. For what? And you come here to complain to you, I noticed that don't put in further request because we know the situation we find ourselves. Who caused it? Who created the mess? You. Last 2 weeks, the vice president went to Nigeria to cast off to construct one of the agenda 111, and he told them the money is readily available. Where is the money? Where is the money? Mr. Speaker, yesterday the minister told us that non-performing loans has moved from 14.1% to 18.7%. And he is telling us that there is stability in the financial sector. If people contract loans and they can't pay, about 4.6% of them cannot pay back the loan. Find out what is happening. Cost of borrowing is high, cost of doing business is high, as a result they can't pay back the loans. So you look at your tax handles, the one that you can take off. For example, 1% corporate levy is unnecessary. Remove that tax, create a noble environment so that the businesses can operate, generate more revenues and pay taxes, because the provision they are going to make against the bad debt, they will charge it against their profits. So they will charge it before they declare the profit for you to tax them. If they generate more revenue, then we can get the tax that it is needed. So this is simple economic management, and you are not getting it.
Competent.
You are not getting it. Because, Mr. Speaker, you projected to raise it to 4.7 billion in terms of revenue. You ended up raising 59 billion. And you are saying, oh, there's no pressure on the CD. They've turned the corner. You were supposed to pay about 15 billion interest. 50 billion. And you end up by paying less than the 50 billion. This is actual. What is projection? You are talking about actual self-projection. Have you read the document? Actual. Mr. Speaker, I found Nabu Yabuama, he asked for the source. I found to page 54, table 11. The minister projected to pay 28 billion. 28 billion. He ended up paying 15 billion. 15 billion, that's actual. Different 13 billion Ghana cedis. Actual say projected. So, Mr. Speaker, in this case, there will not be pressure on the city because you are not going to raise enough resources to pay for the difference because of the debt exchange. Mr. Speaker, there's a good news for cocoa farmers. Fortnight ago, the former president, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, made a statement that this government is cheating cocoa farmers. The actual money that they are supposed to pay to cocoa farmers, they are not giving them the exact money. And our colleagues from the other side said this propaganda. The former president wants to win the next election, so he's trying to confuse the system. The minister came here yesterday admitting that going forward, they are moving from net FOB price to gross FOB, and farmers are going to get more money. Why do you allow the season to end before you act? Because Cote d'Ivoire is paying 1,100 Ghana cedis, and you are giving them 800 Ghana cedis. So those at the border, they will send their cocoa to the neighboring countries, Togo and Cote d'Ivoire. And the minister is saying they are putting in place this measure to curb smuggling. You allow the people to smuggle the cocoa. You can't get the cocoa beans to sell to raise revenue. Cocoa bar is collapsing, and you are now trying to find solution to the problem. Who created it? And they are telling us cocoa bar is going to cut the operational expenditure from 85% to 37%. So you knew all these things. You allow cocoa bar to create all this mess, and the cocoa bar is collapsing, and they are now exchanging their debt of 7.9 billion Ghana cedis. 7.9 billion. And you are now finding solution to the problem. Why do you wait for the problem to be created before you find solution? This knee-jerk approach will not help us turn the corner. Why did you turn it? Now the car has crashed. You decided to turn the corner without knowing that there's a sharp bend. So, Mr. Speaker, times are hard. It doesn't look good for all of us. We are begging our colleagues if they have new ideas. But I heard the Vice President say that he has a new vision. So he has all this new vision. He sat with the president, allowed this government to collapse the economy, and he's now telling us he has a new vision, so every people should vote for him. Where is the vision? Where is the vision?
Now we have 1 more minute.
Mr. Speaker, with these few comments, I thank you for the opportunity.
Honorable Dr. Nyako Kwadas.
Honorable Speaker, I'm grateful for the opportunity to add my voice on the comments, statements read by the Minister for Finance yesterday on the media budget review government's economic policy. Honorable Speaker, at times when I hear my colleagues talk, I wonder and I ask myself whether they've been living in this country over the last, or they just surface in this country. Honorable Speaker, when I was listening to Honorable Dinapo, his silence, he said, and I quote, "When nothing is done, the economy will be destroyed," unquote. Then Honorable Adongo also said, and I quote, "The finance minister read the budget of a dead economy," unquote. Looking at these two statements, they are sharply in contrast to each other. In one breath, you are saying that the economy is dead. In another breath, when nothing is done, the economy will be destroyed. How do you reconcile these two statements? Well, Mr. Speaker, an economy that is dead, cannot pay the salary of workers. An economy that is dead cannot create jobs. Honorable Speaker, an economy that is dead cannot keep our lights on. We spend about $1 billion every year to keep our lights on. This economy is not dead. The economy under Dumso was the one that was dead. And why is my good friend George Napo? My good friend used to be Deputy Minister for Power. Under his watch, we slept in darkness for so many years. Honorable Speaker, in this country in 2014, we had to queue to buy fuel and gas in this country. At that time, there was no pandemic, global pandemic, but we suffered in this country. Honorable Speaker, we have admitted that we are going through challenges, but the records of our colleagues cannot be compared to our records. When we took over power in the year 2017, Honorable Speaker, between 2017 and 2019, our economy was doing so well. They are aware. We were able to grow the economy 3 years on the row, averagely by 7%. We did that. They did good economy by 2.8% within that same period. Honorable Speaker, they are aware that primary balance, when we took over, it was in negative. We were able to create a primary positive balance for 3 years on the row. We did that. Honorable Speaker, trade surplus, 3 years we were able to get positive trade surplus in this country. They are aware. Our currency depreciation, you are aware that we did better than you. Honorable Speaker, the facts are there. Somebody once said that facts are sacred, but comments are free. We must pay loyalty to the truth at all times. We have challenges we have met, and we have been bold and audacious. But what is important is that we are doing our best to address the challenges that we are facing. Honorable Speaker, I have in my hands here currency depreciation between 2012 and 2022. In the year 2012, the cedi depreciated by 17.5%. In the year 2013, 14.6%. In the year 2014, 31.2%. In the year 2015, 15.6%. 2016, 7.9%. We took over in 2017, and the cedi depreciated by 4.9%. 2018, 8.4%. 19, 12.9%. 2020, we did 3.9%. 2021, we did 3.9%. Last year, the cedi depreciated by 30%. Well, Speaker, and we all know that these are as a result of major shocks, largely from external sources. At the beginning of last year in February, I remember the Food and Agricultural Organization did indicate that we are going to have food inflation rising across the globe. No wonder the Times magazine indicated last year that last year had been a year of brutal inflation. Nobody here can deny the fact that in the year 2022, inflation skyrocketed in almost every country in the world. That is a fact. That's a fact. That was why at end December, we had inflation of about 54.1%. But as we speak currently, inflation has come down to 42.5%. So when we are saying that we are turning the corner, we are saying that there is improvement that we are making and seeing in this economy. That is why if you cannot comment us, don't condemn us, because we are seeing signs of progress in this economy. Honorable Speaker, the Finance Minister also told us yesterday that through the intervention of the one district, one factory policy, we'll be able to create about 160,000 jobs, direct and indirect jobs. And that they couldn't create jobs. They couldn't create jobs. I remember watching the news file one day. One of our good friends from that side, when he was asked about how to address youth unemployment, he said that they should go and cut grasses and heal stones. Is that how we create jobs? Is that how we create jobs? But I can tell you that all the interventions we have rolled out, all of them are creating jobs. All of them. We take Party for Food and Jobs, we are creating jobs. The National Identification Authority, jobs are being created. You go to your districts, you will see that you have NIA offices there. Honorable Speaker, the way the NDC destroyed the economy, the way they mismanaged the economy, I want to tell you, Honorable Speaker, if they were at the helm today, probably, Honorable Speaker, you would have fled this country. And my good friend Atufosin, the minority leader, if they were in government, he might have committed suicide. Because even without global pandemic, you couldn't hold your own. But we have demonstrated. Yesterday, when the Finance Minister came here, he said that in spite of the issues we are going through, there are interventions that he is putting across to address them. He talked about revenue bills. Last year we passed 3 revenue bills, and these revenue bills are supposed to give us about 4 billion cedis annually. He talked about expenditure measures that we put in place, the IMF program, the debt exchange program, and the domestic part. Honorable Speaker, we have made a good about that. He also made the point that we are going to have attraction of significant investments for a vibrant growth strategy, area of investment in green resources. And the consequences of the intervention that we have put in place, Honorable Speaker, number one, has resulted in a negotiation for the 3 billion IMF extended credit facility. He also talked about the conclusion of the initial part of the DDP, developing a framework for V20 climate prosperity and plan to attract climate investment from private sector in this country. So you can see that the government is not sleeping. The government is diligently working to ensure that the pains and sufferings of the people are being addressed. And that is what every meaningful and reasonable government would do to suit the pains of their members. But what I want to also say is that we have to be very careful in this country, because what is good, we must be bold and say that the government, irrespective of the hardship, is doing ABC to alleviate our pains. This year, the government increased the base pay of public sector workers by 30%, because the government appreciates the difficulties that we are going through and has resolved to ensure that 30% base pay is given to
Honorable Member, I have one
workers.
more minute.
Honorable Speaker, I want to plead with our colleagues on the other side that we can do politics, but the economy should be more paramount to us. When you find yourself in difficulties, you don't have to wish the destruction of your own economy. I'm not about the person. If the economy destroys, and assuming one day you come to power, I will tell you that you struggle to make it better. But you see, when the economy is strengthened, and one day when you took over, it will be easier for you to build upon that. That should be the attitude of us as members of parliament. You don't wish the demise of a government because it is not your government. You don't do that, especially when in the midst of difficulties, you can see clearly that the government is innovatively addressing our issues. Please come on board. Let's put our hands together and make sure that it works. And when you do that, I'm sure I'm about to person, God will bless you. Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful for the opportunity and thank you and bless the MVP administration. And I'm sure that we shall build a. Thank you very much.
Honorable Member for Ho Central.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to start from the trending issue in the entire country now. That is turning the corner. The minister says he has turned the corner. He's saying it, but in his own forecast, he has demonstrated clearly that he is very, very far from the corner. So far, the corner there, it has done Sulia for the finance minister. He alone stated clearly that he has downgraded the growth forecast from 2.8 to 1.5. If he's seeing the corner or if he's turning it, I thought he should have rather projected a higher one. Indeed, the Deputy Minister for Finance announced, in fact, it was earlier announced that it is 4.2% growth rate was attained, I think, in the second quarter, isn't it? It's the first one. Now, if you have 4.2 and you have better prospects for higher growth, why are you pegging the end of year growth rate at 1.5? It is because you haven't seen the corner. Mr. Speaker, so that trending issue must be stopped. You haven't seen any corner. Mr. Speaker, again, he has predicted that inflation will end by the end of the year at 34%. Even IMF World Bank sources project 24 by end of year. But he is raising it to 34. It means that the corner is still very far away from him. If he had seen that things were going to be better, he would have even given a forecast lower than that of the IMF, which was pegged at 24. So let's not project figures that would give deception to people. We are nowhere near the corner. The corner is very, very far away. Somebody said it is a sharp curve. Mr. Speaker, I want to raise an issue about the comparison being made by our second deputy minister, that Japan's debt to GDP ratio is 200%. You see, there is a clear difference between what is happening in Japan from what is happening in Ghana. most of our debt is it has higher interest rate, above 10%. But Japanese debts are domestic, mainly 1% interest rate. So if you are comparing the two, when you start running with them, you will fall off along the line. Mr. Speaker, I have a very serious issue about this budget. When you look at the figures, you find out that in November 2022, total compensation was 45.5 billion. The revised figure is giving us 51.3 billion. That is an upward adjustment of 5.8 billion. It is in the table. Then, when you come to capital expenditure, the projection was 26.5 billion. In the revised table, it is 20.4 billion. So that is a downward revision by 6.1 billion. Now, our law, Public Financial Management Act, Section 32 talks about environment, and the relevant portion is 32C. Environment may be made from a recurrent expenditure to capital expenditure, as well as from one capital expenditure to another capital expenditure, but shall not be made from a capital expenditure to a recurrent expenditure. Now, what this budget is telling us is that they have vowed 6.1 billion to go and pay the increased current expenditure, which is compensation. That is a serious violation of the law. That the law is what we are operating. I have referred you to the relevant section. So you are vowed from capital expenditure to recurrent expenditure. That is against the law. So you need to, in fact, we shall take you to court. You find me in court again over this violation of the Public Financial Management Act. It is there. Read it again. Mr. Speaker, don't rush me. Mr. Speaker, the minister announced that there's a reduction in expenditure. But for us, it has not gone enough. There must be very drastic reduction in expenditure, because the budget is about revenue and expenditure. Now we have realized that there is 9 billion shortfall in revenue and grants. So if you want to reduce the expenditure, you should do it so much as to take care of this. Mr. Speaker, for the optics, what we want to see is a drastic government cut down in expenditure, not the cosmetic ones that we have been told. Mr. Speaker, what we will see as reduction in expenditure, if we don't want to take it globally, I want to make very specific recommendations for that. First of all, Mr. Speaker, we have to realign some of the ministries. It has been said time over and over again, you are not doing it. What happens, what can happen, for instance, is that at the transport ministry, bring in railway and bring in aviation. Then you have realigned that into one sector. At the roads ministry, You have so many credible agencies over there that you don't need deputies in the road ministry at all. You have the urban roads, you have the feeder roads, you have the Ghana Highway Authority. They are well staffed and technically competent. So you don't need deputy ministers in the Ministry of Roads. You should rely on these credible agencies in the road ministry so as to reduce expenditure on ministerial.
You have 1 more minute.
Mr. Speaker, if you look at what the government did, the president did, he removed all deputy ministers. So for every region we have 1 minister. Are you saying that the ministers are not performing well? The single ministers we have in the regions, are they not performing well? Why do we pack deputy ministers in so many of these ministries? The next thing is, Mr. Speaker, I'm not going to DSCF today. Mr. Speaker, there are many SOEs which also have deputies, 2 deputies, 3 deputies in many cases. I urge the government to remove all of those politically appointed deputy CEOs for this organization so as to reduce expenditure. If you don't even want me to mention their names, I will.
Honorable,
voter-led transport.
Kindly wind up. Your time is up.
Yes, I'm winding up by mentioning a few of the SOEs which must not have deputy ministers.
You don't have the luxury of time.
VRA,
allow it 30 minutes.
Voter-led
30
transport,
seconds, sorry.
TOR, BOST, CPC, and all those state-owned enterprises should not have these 2 double deputy ministers functioning and draining down our resources. I thank you.
Honorable Sheila Battles.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful to contribute also to the conversation on the floor. And I've been listening to contributions on both sides, and I'm particularly amazed by some of the comments made by our colleagues on the other side, specifically whenever the issue of post-COVID and the Russian-Ukraine war is raised, the reaction that they have, I wonder if we are in the same country and in the same world as we see it. Mr. Speaker, we have seen the issues that so many countries have had to face because of the global economic downturn. I have seen myself protest all over the world. I've seen a president's home invaded, and I have seen various parliaments even fighting because of the economic turbulence that is happening everywhere. My colleague from Ho Central, he mentioned that our projections have gone down, especially as far as where we are economically. But I remember we have even commissioned a road, a major road for Ho Central this year. So why would my colleague on the other side even debate the things that this government has been able to achieve as far as us being able to utilize efficiently and effectively the revenues we have been able to generate? Mr. Speaker, when our finance minister came to have a conversation with us about the mid-year, and he read the statement accordingly, he mentioned that we have been able to maintain the budget as we have seen it, so there is no need for a supplementary budget. But then he also made us understand the challenges that he has had to deal with, especially as far as our drop in revenues from the foreign donors that we're expecting, where we have lost about 6.1 billion from the expected revenues from the foreign sources. We had a capital expenditure budget of 26 billion, but we have still been able to maintain a capital budget despite this challenge. He also mentioned that our revenues are not as expected, so because of that, we are not going to be able to achieve most of the targets that we have. Mr. Speaker, we've had to deal with a drop in the expected revenues from oil. At the time that our oil revenues were projected, we were expecting to, we had an exchange rate of 15 cedis to a dollar. But as we speak now, the dollar has dropped to 11. That alone has accounted for some 10.6 billion in expected revenues. So definitely that is going to affect the revenue, the revenues that we were expecting to receive to balance our budget. However, we have still been able to maintain the capital expenditure budget even within that. So yes, we have begun the DDEP program, and we believe that by the time that we have completed the domestic exchange program, we will be able to come down back to where we had projected it to be. Mr. Speaker, most countries around the world are bearing the brunt of the turbulence the economic downturn has brought us. And we ourselves in Ghana, we saw that as whatever we had expected to achieve, we had to slow it down because of this same downturn. We were not able to access capital markets even as we expected to. And due to that, we even brought a proposal to the floor to be able to add another line of revenue, which is the e-levy. And we knew that if that had worked, we wouldn't have had to deal with the challenges that we dealt with. However, what happened in this same chamber? We saw our friends on the other side batter and bruise our finance minister and the whole floor to the extent where we had to wait almost another year to be able to implement this one line of revenue, which we knew will assist us in balancing our balance of payments. Mr. Speaker, we are all in this together, whether we like it or not. We saw how importers who were bringing in goods suddenly, within a year, prices of shipping was increased 7 times. Now, when prices of imports are increased 7 times, what happens? It forces prices of goods and services to go up. Because no matter what it is, the traders will translate that into higher prices. They have to pass it on to the consumer. Mr. Speaker, all of these things and the impacts of it all around the world, it's not just Ghana that had that experience. It is something that happened everywhere in the world. And so why are we even questioning the reason why there is inflation? Even in Ghana, yes, it went up over 50%, but it has been brought down to 45%. So that shows that there really is a turnaround. What has been affected in terms of our programs? Flagship programs have all been maintained. Even when we went to negotiate with the IMF, we even realized that all of the major programs we had put in place, One District, One Factory, Planting for Food and Jobs, and all of the other programs, USTAT, they have all been maintained. Why? Because they are all part of what makes us prosper as a country. The things we are doing is what is creating jobs and putting more money in our pockets. Mr. Speaker, we have to maintain the things that we are doing as a government, because these are the things that are creating opportunities for our people. We have to get to that point where we are consuming what we are creating in this country instead of importing. As we speak, we are an import-led country. We import almost everything, and we have brought so many programs that are meant to enhance industrialization so that we will have more consumption of our local products and then reduce the dependence of imports. Mr. Speaker, look at this innovative program such as the Gold for Oil and the impact it has had on our fuel prices as of today. Today, we know that when we go to the petrol station, the prices we will see there is the same price as we saw last week. If even there is a change, it is very minor. And this is very innovative on the part of this government in terms of ensuring that we need less forex. And we have to do more to ensure that we need less forex so that we will be able to maintain the revenues that we generate locally. Mr. Speaker, whatever this government is doing to ensure that we generate more domestic revenues so we can depend on what we earn. And as far as what the Minister of Finance presented to us, I believe that we are on the right path. Mr. Speaker, the Finance Minister said to us that he is going to adjust appropriation from 227.7 to 206. We have all seen austere measures where across governments and state-owned enterprises we've reduced expenditure by 30%. So many people have said that what we need is to cut expenditure, and that is exactly what has been done. Mr. Speaker, that is exactly what has been done. And you know that all of us on this, both sides, we all appreciate the fact that the government has gone to extent.
Honourable Member, I have 1 more minute.
We are all on the track to seek economic prosperity for our country. Mr. Speaker, let me conclude by saying that I will commend GRA for the efforts they are making in ensuring that we are generating more revenue than we have been doing. There are so many things that are being put in place, led by the Ministry of Finance, and I commend them. GRA has seen more revenues across board, and I was particularly also impressed when I saw that due to our digitalization agenda, we have been able to increase even one state enterprise, which is the Electricity Company of Ghana, from 450 million for so many years being recorded. We have suddenly seen their revenues catapult to 1.2 billion just because of digitalization. Mr. Speaker, I believe the government is doing the best they can to ensure that we are on track. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member, Cape Coast South, Ricketts-Hagen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the mid-year fiscal policy review statement. Mr. Speaker, I would like to situate my comment in 3 areas. The first one being the debt is, in my mind and in the minds of many people, the biggest challenge that this country actually faces. This government has run the economy of Ghana down. They have been incompetent in borrowing, and surprisingly, they have actually been incompetent in restructuring the very debt that they have accumulated. Yet, the finance minister came here yesterday and talked about being diligent and resolute in applying the domestic debt exchange. Mr. Speaker, what was done in the domestic debt exchange was far from diligent and far from resolute. It was a flip-flop all the way through. One day, pension funds are included. The next day, they are not. The next day, individual pensions are included. The next day, they are not. and they call it diligent and resolute. Mr. Speaker, we had 137 billion, which was eligible for this debt exchange, the domestic debt exchange. And we were told that the discussions with the World Bank resulted in targeting 80%. Mr. Speaker, if the pension funds were even complaining that they should not be included in this eligible amount of 36 billion, we still would have achieved 80%, which was the threshold, by not including them. Because when you take the pension fund value, which was then about 27 billion, out of the 137 billion, you still get 80%. But this government has to go merry-go-round on this issue and basically cause a lot of difficulties for pensioners in picketing and all sorts of things. In the end, they achieved 84%, and the pension funds were not included. They were supposed to come on voluntarily, which they did not. Because if you get 84% of the eligible amount available, it tells you clearly that less than 1% of pension funds actually came on board. The finance minister told us here yesterday that they are still, they've got their doors open and still asking the pension funds to come on board. So they are still wasting so much time on this domestic debt exchange that they cannot even focus on the external one. They haven't even started. We've been told that they've been in preparation since December 5th. They have now unilaterally decided to stop paying their external debts. And they say, yes, the cedi is stabilizing. The cedi is stabilizing because you are not paying your debt. And it will come home to actually haunt you in the end. Mr. Speaker, the problem that we have created with this debt exchange program makes it difficult for investment to come into this country. It doesn't protect or does not give us the social protection that we expect pensions to give to people when they retire. It creates also a security problem in this country, which we need to be aware of. When you go to page 20, 21, 22 of this review statement, they have painted a rosy picture of this domestic debt exchange. But Mr. Speaker, if you go underneath it, there is a lot of turmoil. We are nowhere anywhere near the closure of this debt exchange, and it will not be anytime soon. Mr. Speaker, the biggest problem we have at the moment is how we tackle our external debt. The money will go to the and the euro bonds, which is over around 14 billion.
Honourable member, just a minute. The Honourable Second Deputy Speaker to take the chair. Let's continue.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. So, as a result of this, we have with this external debt exchange, it looks as if they are rosy. The finance minister was painting a picture in the corner. Mr. Speaker, we are not even out of the woods yet. Yet, in the mind of the finance minister government, they have turned a corner. But the minister should know he has probably turned a corner, but the Ghanaian people have not. Mr. Speaker, that's I want to focus on is how this government in November budget got almost every provision that were given to us actually turned out to be wrong, and some of them by a mile, which means that if you are not able to a proper forecast, then your economy is not going to turn out the way you expect it to. Inflation figures
what we were meant to achieve at the end of the year. I do that the budget goes only up to September. That is in terms of data. 3 months out. But you cannot get inflation wrong. This is not 2020 budget. This is 2023. 2020 budget. You keep Russia-Ukraine war. You keep. But this is 2023. How could you get them so wrong from the 80% or so projected to where we ended up in Q4? Mr. Speaker, how can you tell us that things are not going so well? How can you tell us the growth 2.8 when you know very well that growth was not going to get anywhere near there? Ended up at 1.5%. Mr. Speaker, we have the same issue. Reserves, this exchange rate, all the indications were wrong. Mr. Speaker, the one that shocks me is the price of crude oil, which is what they factor calculating revenue in terms of oil revenue. Mr. Speaker, when we knew from August that oil prices were coming, and they are still coming down from the dizzy height of 100 now to around 70, they have said in this media review. Yet, we gave for crude oil as an estimate in preparing 2020, which was completely off. As a result of that, we have to reduce our from the 222 billion just because we could not get the projection of crude oil price right. Mr. Speaker, another shocking thing. We keep increasing after we have read the budget. We usually come up with a revised GDP figure in nominal terms. Mr. Speaker, is that any time that you realize that debt is unsustainable of GDP, you realize that they will come and revise it with a revised GDP that expands the denominator, which is the GDP, and therefore the debt ratio artificially to make it look as if Ghana's debt is sustainable. How can Ghana's debt, which was unsustainable, was around 100%, all of a sudden in a revision because of what Ghana Statistical Service did as a revision, now end up with debt to GDP at around 70%. Mr. Speaker, this guy, that they are not deceiving anyone, they are actually deceiving themselves. What they did in 2019, engineering figures, the number of people, including spoke about then, eventually came home to roost. It's again on the blind side of the IMF, where all of a sudden our nominal debt itself has not changed, but as a result of expanding our GDP, we are getting unrealistic debt to GDP figures, and we are saying we have turned the corner. You are still in the bush. You haven't got anywhere near turning a corner. Unfortunately, the thing is that these things happen in the end, it affects us. Mr. Speaker, the GDP expansion itself is a problem. When you look at things that feed into the GDP, for instance, the agriculture, where the government has a policy of food and jobs, yet the more food, I keep saying this, the more we plant, the less we harvest. Because GDP's contribution, agriculture's contribution to GDP since 2017 has been declining. Mr. Speaker, in this budget review, it's around 2021, the figure was around 21, 22. In 2022, the figure is gone down to 20%. So what does it exactly mean? Planting. look at the components of inflation, the biggest chunk of it is actually food inflation. So what exactly is the planting for food and jobs doing? This policy, Mr. Speaker, will be reviewed, but seriously, it should be. If you go to 1D, 1F, Mr. Speaker, that's another area where we don't actually exactly what 1D, 1F is giving us. They are telling us we have created about 161.
Nothing, you have 10 minutes and you are exhausting the time.
Mr. Speaker, I concluded.
Just conclude.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, with one, at the moment, unemployment is at a very, very dizzy high. Almost 2 million Ghanaians who are eligible to work. Well, it's in your own budget if you have read it. Mr. Speaker, 2 million people are not working. 13%. Yes, we are talking about which is a major policy of this government. So how many people are they employing? And how will that situation be? Mr. Speaker, this is nothing to write home about. Ghana is going through serious crisis. And if something serious is not done, the country is technically insolvent. And if something is not done, the future will not be as bright as we expect it to be. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Thank you, Honorable Member for Doma East.
Mr. Speaker, before the Honorable Member speaks, Mr. Speaker, I make one observation. Mr. Speaker, we have one minister of state, and 2 deputy ministers. Mr. Speaker, you can't find any of them. One of them or 2 of them were here. Mr. Speaker, this is a major media review. We have a responsibility to be here and to listen to us. Mr. Speaker, so into policy. Mr. Speaker, they are nowhere to be found. It cannot be accepted. Them to return to the chamber and to listen to wise counsel from colleagues. Mr. Speaker, when I sat here throughout any time we were debating, there are times that the Minister of Finance himself, he stays here to actually take notes and to use policy. So they cannot abandon their responsibility. To Speaker, order them to appear before the chair what we are doing.
Very well. Well noted. We will them. So, Honorable Member for Doma East, let's hear you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. And let me say, we've turned the corner. And we are on the right path. We are on the highway. And nothing will stop this government from hitting its achievements. A senior colleague said it were ditch. Yes, the ditch was house. But when he was leaving this place, his DL fund was fixed. So he was it's a turning corner. And he was happy about that. Mr. Speaker, let me say that the whole central surprise that he has, and unfortunately he's not here for us to correct him. As the minority leader is saying that we should correct people like come and tell us that there's aviation ministry when we don't have it. Mr. Speaker, it's unfortunate again that the school children are not here, and our mothers are also not here, because the 2 school children came here because they have been assured of a future. For free SHS is exciting, and that they need to come and listen to the chamber that caused this free SHS to happen, and that is why they were here. Our mothers were here not because
they didn't have anything doing. They were here because they've been assured that a burden that could have caused them to sell their clothes, some jewelry that they've saved for their children's engagement, will, because free SHS that they are supposed to sell all those things to pay for has been catered for. That is what we are talking about here. And this is what we say we have turned the corner. Mr. Speaker, I'm surprised that our senior colleagues sometimes shy away from the fact that when you come to the global stage, COVID and Ukraine, Russia war has had impact on every economy. Indeed, KPMG, when they took the 2023 budget, and let me remind my senior colleague Honorable Records that on 24th November 2022, when the minister came here, he was clear that we are not in exciting times. He was clear that we are in challenging times. Indeed, he premised his budget on the fact that, listen, we are going to reset our economy and restore our macro economy. Establish, I mean, you are better in that. And haven't we seen it? You were talking about what? Inflation? We were buying your dollar at 19 a few months ago. How much is your dollar now? We were in this house when a colleague from the other side brought a statement to come and talk about fuel price hike. That the price keeps going up and it's around 20 something. Today, the price is at 12. Where is it? This is what we are talking about, turning the corner. The corner has been turned. We are on the highway. We are on the path of development, and nothing is stopping this government from achieving that. Mr. Speaker, indeed, in our challenging times, when everything is at a standstill, because in 2015-2016, when it was at a standstill, we were not able to get anything. Lights were not on. They asked us to put off our fridges. They asked us to stop using mobile phones. They said to a cold stop, we shouldn't do it. But in 2023, even in our challenges, Mr. Speaker, we've employed over 300,000 professional workers. This is a turning point, and it's the corner that we've moved from the corner, and we're on a highway. Mr. Speaker, we are talking about over 300,000 people being employed in the public sector. Honorable Ricketts is talking about employment. Over 300,000 in their time. When they took us to over 1,000% of inflation and debt accumulation, they froze our employment. All employment was frozen. Today, we are talking about 300,000 public sector people being employed. And you are saying we are not on the right path. This is the income budget, as the minister said, and we have turned the corner, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if you come to the energy sector, Mr. Speaker, the energy sector, from few months ago, we were complaining about IPPs and all that. But let's state it, and let's be clear that in our difficult times, in our challenging times, Mr. Speaker, the light has been on. It has not blinked, it has not gone doom so. It has been on, full. Mr. Speaker, in our challenging times, when our country, a country near us, Nigeria, they are queuing for fuel, we can run to any fuel station and buy fuel. And you are saying what? We have turned the corner, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the IPPs, just some few weeks ago, the government has paid over $43 million to them, Mr. Speaker. And this shows how we are working hard to ensure that our energy sector is protected. Mr. Speaker, let me tell you a few things. That means if you take our book, the income and the unity in progress mid-year review budget. Mr. Speaker, on paragraph 61, it talks a lot. But let's talk about how we have set up an IPP, a negotiation team, to be able to negotiate some IPP contracts where we will not be able to pay unnecessarily, where we are now going to save money. They are not going to cost us to pay over 500 million series every year, when that money can be used to pay a lot of things. Mr. Speaker, that is on. Mr. Speaker, in terms of the IPPs, We've been able to stop, had a negotiation with them, and the finance minister have said that they are about restructuring their debt. That is an improvement, and this is what we call we have turned the corner. Mr. Speaker, in terms of the energy sector legacy debt validation, the government is on audit and everything is ongoing. And we are saying we've not turned the corner. Yes, we have turned the corner. Mr. Speaker, in terms of ECG, some few months ago, we were complaining about ECG. In terms of revenue-wise, as we speak, ECG is doing over $1 billion. If it's not a 10, if the corner has not moved, what would have happened? This is what we call the corner. We have turned the corner. Mr. Speaker.
So, honourable members, once we are turning the corner, then we have to begin to descend.
Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, let me conclude by saying, Mr. Speaker, that we've turned the corner. And we can say for a fact that as we've negotiated the corner, we are on the right path. We are not running away from the fact that we are in distress. But in our distress, in our challenges, we are better than certain governments that couldn't even put the light on when every inflow was coming in. Mr. Speaker, let me say that the debt is going to make sure that this month, my colleagues on the other side they will be happy because the economy is alive. The economy is kicking. The economy is moving forward, and nothing is going to change this side and this track of the economy. Mr. Speaker, with this, let me turn to my other colleagues and assure them that we are on the right track and we've turned the corner, and this country is on a highway for development. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Abna, why? Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I stepped out briefly and I hear the minority leader says something else.
Honorable Minister, it's just on the light note.
So I'm back.
So it's good you are here. So let me now turn to Honorable Dr. Kwabena.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I heard my colleague on the other side, the last speaker, saying that notwithstanding the challenges, the lights are on. Mr. Speaker, the only reason why lights are on in Ghana is that we now have domestic gas. Domestic gas that is on stream because of the previous work done by the government of the day then. So I just want to put that on record. Because we owe over $1 billion for gas. And if this had been owed to an external country like Nigeria, they would have cut us. So let's be circumspect when we talk about it. Mr. Speaker, I come to paragraph 62 of the media budget review. And in the third paragraph, the minister is saying that that there is ongoing negotiations with independent power producers. Mr. Speaker, this negotiation has been ongoing for the last 7 years. If you look at the budget statement of every year since 2017, we are told they are negotiating with IPPs. What type of negotiation does not have an exit point? For 7 years, still negotiating with IPPs on tariffs. Mr. Speaker, we are also now being told that there is an exercise to validate the legacy debt of IPPs. The first thing the MPP administration did in 2017 was to appoint consultants to look at the energy sector debt. 7 years on, yes, are they still validating this debt? Mr. Speaker, something doesn't add up because we are not addressing the real issues of the energy sector. And until we address the real issues of the energy sector, we will always come out with statements such as we have. We are told in paragraph 57 that ECG is making payments to level A beneficiaries e.g. IPPs under the cash waterfall mechanism. Mr. Speaker, this is not new. The fundamental issue is not with the cash waterfall mechanism. The cash waterfall mechanism only allows what we fairer distribution of what has come into the receptacle. The most important thing is the quantum in the receptacle. Is the quantum in the basket. If the receivables are not landing in the basket, having an efficient distributive mechanism will still amount to nothing. Mr. Speaker, if you take the financials of the energy sector agencies, and that is the fundamental issue we must address as a nation. We must address this as a nation because it is so important. And for once, I agree with the current Vice President that when the fundamentals are weak, the exchange rate will expose you. Our fundamentals are weak in the energy sector. Mr. Speaker, in 2022, the VRA group made a loss of 277,183,000 cedis. That's the VRA group, the loss for one financial year. And VRA is about one of the better performing ones. ECG in 2021 made a loss of 1,458,778 cedis. 1.45 billion cedis ECG in 2021. In their 2022 draft account submitted to a committee of this parliament, the ECG loss has ballooned to 6,339,438. These are the fundamentals. NETCO in 2022 made a loss of 645,651,000. So, Mr. Speaker, when you have the key agencies making such huge losses, the inflow into the basket will be inadequate. Recognizing that ECG, for example, has a collection record of only about 70% of what they bill. These are the fundamental issues I expect the media review to be addressing, and not the same statements we've made over 7 years. We are negotiating, we are validating. There are key fundamental issues. And these with ECG in particular, Mr. Speaker, this fundamental issue is occasioned by the poor management of the fiscal, leading to huge forex depreciation. Our contracts with IPPs are dollar denominated, as is the practice elsewhere. Our receivables are CD denominated. And when the exchange rate deteriorates at the rate at which our exchange rate has deteriorated, we will be unable to recover enough. So there is a fundamental under-recovery in the energy sector. That is not being addressed. Mr. Speaker, fundamentally, we are not cost recovering. And that is so important. We can set up all the committees. We can appoint all the consultants we want. If we are not recovering the cost of production, if under recovery of the cost of production, the energy sector remains, Mr. Speaker, there will be a hole. No wonder ESLA has not been able to fill the hole. ESLA was originally meant to address legacy debt set aside. And the expectation was that going forward, from 2016, there will be no more legacy debts. There will be no addition. And that was why ESLA had a sunset clause. Mr. Speaker, we must address the under-recovery. This media review does nothing of the sort, and that is important to recognize. The energy sector recovery plan, we are told, has been in place since 2019, and it was meant to come to an end in 2023, by which time the energy sector will have been more robust, the energy sector will have been fundamentally solid, the energy sector will have been weaned off the challenges we have today. Mr. Speaker, because we have abysmally failed to perform, we are now thinking of a phase 2 from 2023 to 2025. Our recovery programs will remain paper programs until we address the fundamentals. Mr. Speaker, so the somersaulting from phase 1 to phase 2 does not address our problem. I will wind up by, Mr. Speaker, stating my disappointment with the media review for its failure to address the fundamental issues of the energy sector. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Thank you.
Very well. Let's now turn to Honorable Dr. Festus Ewia. Honorable, let's hear you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, for the opportunity to make a few comments on the media budget review. Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah,
I'm glad now the position of the minority on Bank of Ghana's government central government liability of Bank of Ghana is no more cash printing, but rather an investment in their balance sheet. Whether my colleague was talking about the gross exposure or net, he did not indicate that. But Bank of Ghana in the past, since inception, have been supporting the previous or all the governments, successive governments, in achieving their monetary policy objectives. Mr. Speaker, from 2003 to 2022, the central government have always had liability with the central bank. And in reporting, they also have government deposit liability. And therefore, one has to look at the balance, if it is the net, the gross. Mr. Speaker, the country has been engulfed with external headwinds, with domestic vulnerability triggered by the credit ratings by downgrading Ghana and tightened domestic financial conditions, which increased the cost of living. This pushed the inflation to be where we are now. The country also experienced high fuel prices and exchange rate depreciation, leading to severe economic challenges. It is to address these challenges that the Minister for Finance and the entire management team decided to review this, our media budget. And the key objective was to look at post-COVID program for economic development program. And in it were a number of decisions and programs that are to make it achievable, especially reducing our revenue and also reducing our expenditure. If we look at the budget, on page 65, the budget's total expenditure
was revised downwards by 16 billion, compensation by 6 billion, interest payment also by 6.2 billion, goods and services remain unchanged, capital expenditure reduced by 6 billion, and that of grants to other government entities also reduced by 900 million. Mr. Speaker, revenue in that respect was also revised. Total revenue and grants also reduced by 9 billion. Non-oil public revenue by 3 billion. That of the upstream petroleum activity reduced by 13 billion. And this is as a result of the appreciation of the cedi. Non-oil tax revenue was revised downwards by 10 billion. And that gave us the total overall balance commitment deficit of 5.7% of the GDP. Though higher than the 5% threshold which has been abolished as 11, we are hoping and very optimistic, as indicated by the projection, by 2025, this 5% threshold will be achieved. Mr. Speaker, the revision of the GDP from 2.8 to 1.5 should not be surprise, and it doesn't demonstrate the incompetency of the ministry. We achieved the highest GDP even after COVID. The Speaker, an average of 7% per annum. The lowest GDP growth was achieved under the NDC government of 2%. 2.2. 0.4 was post-COVID. Pre-COVID, when global economy was enjoying high level of stability, you recorded the lowest GDP in the country. Mr. Speaker, on inflation, yes, inflation is high, but again, it is only the MPP government that was able to achieve the single-digit inflation figure. We achieved it on 2 consecutive years, 2018 and 2019, 7.9%. Mr. Speaker, on the cedi depreciation, I heard my colleague saying that the cedi depreciated by 60% in 2016, and that of the MPP is over 30%. Let's look at the cumulative effect. From 2012 to 2015, the cedi depreciated under the NDC government within these 4 years by 94.45%. Under our government, or our watch, 2017, 5.86, 17, 18, 8.43, 16.6, 2.46, 4.93, and 31%. Cumulatively giving us about 58%. That cannot be compared with that 95.5% that was achieved within that space of time. Mr. Speaker, the banking industry has been very resilient. And when you are measuring the performance of the banking industry, we don't only use just one parameter, the non-performing loans. Under their watch, when the economy was very stable, they recorded non-performing loans of 60% in 2009, 70% in 2018, 2010, and 34% in 2011. We have other macroeconomic indicators other performance indicators that measures how resilient the banking sector is. Mr. Speaker, we more than doubled the total assets of the industry from 78 billion in 2016 to 173 billion by the end of 2021. Total deposit was also more than tripled from 47.2 billion in 2017 to about 117. Gross loans was more than tripled, and the non-performing loans, which currently stands at 16.8%. But again, Mr. Speaker, between 2008 and 2016, what we call the Basel II implementation
Honorable member,
was not enforced.
Your time is up.
The Basel II implementation was not enforced. Currently, we have Basel II and Basel III fully being enforced, and that has triggered the loan loss provision, which measures the asset quality. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for these few words.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, the time is 2 o'clock, just past 2. Kindly indulge me to extend sitting beyond our number. So we take the last person in the person of Honorable Kofi Boa.
Thank you, Mr.
Honorable, let's hear you.
For the opportunity to contribute to the media fiscal policy presented by the Finance Minister. Mr. Speaker, in doing so, I'll focus mainly on the energy sector. Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Minister's focus on the energy sector was mainly on IPPs, PPA negotiations, and the energy sector debts. Mr. Speaker, let me quote him in paragraph 53. And in part, these remains key issues including accumulation of legacy debt and government's inability to fully honor its current obligations due mainly, this is what he's saying, to operational inefficiencies, tariffs on the recoveries, and excess capacity charges emanating from take-or-pay contractual arrangements from PPAs, among others. So basically, Mr. Speaker, the story that this minister and this government has banded around the last 7 years, and the reason why we find ourselves in the state of indebtedness, the energy sector, is what the minister explained. That's one of the reasons is that because of operational inefficiencies, tariffs on the recoveries, and excess capacity. So, Speaker, I'm here to take you back to how we got here. And I'm quoting the minister in his own words in 2017. And the reason this is important is that we had just handed over to the MPP government and the state of the energy sector. And the government of Ghana, that's a nationalistic chain, wants me to say that. But let me quote the minister. Yes. The minister says, the NDC government, that's what he's saying. He says 2016, a total of 880 megawatts of power capacity was added. He goes on to talk about resilient transmission infrastructure and goes on to talk about the grid system that has seen investment. That's the minister. And says that to improve the distribution system, there's been a long list of projects. Mr. Speaker, basically that was a scorecard of the NDC in January 2017. So, Mr. Speaker, how did we get into this mess? Let me state for the record that it is not true that Ghana's tariffs is the highest in the sub-region. And according to a study by the African Development Bank titled Comparative Analysis of the Electricity Tariffs in ECOWAS, Ghana in fact has the lowest tariffs in West Africa. So, Speaker, one of the things that I have to also emphasize is that they argue that there was oversubscription of power purchase agreement and the MPP's theory why we have all this debt. But Mr. Speaker, what is strange is to look at their record in the last 7 years and then begin to ask yourself, was it really true? And I start with one of the things they did. We signed a PPA with a company called ASA. 5 years, 370 megawatt project. Mr. Speaker, do you know that the government that says we have too much power has extended the ASA PPA for 15 years? And guess what? The same take-out pay clauses are in that contract signed by the MPP government. Mr. Speaker, guess what? You should ask them, why did they extend the power agreement by Car Power from 5 years to 10 years if we have enough power? Mr. Speaker, do you know that they have just signed a separate independent PPA of 207 megawatts with ASA for 20 years? And guess what? It contains take or pay clauses. I'm not faulting them for that because, Mr. Speaker, nobody is right mind will come and invest $500 million without security guarantees that he will be paid. In a country where we know that in the value chain, the ECG who is going to bring the money has all these challenges that I will talk about. So in the first place, why were they talking about? Mr. Speaker, the story even gets interesting. Do you remember the Ameri deal? After we had signed a 5-year deal, they came here and almost extended the Ameri for 10 years. And to saddle the people of Ghana with $1 billion thanks to the vigilance of the NDC minority. Well, when the president was caught hand down, he said he was misled. Well, the former energy minister went to open that wounds recently. I won't even go there. Mr. Speaker, let's talk about payments to the IPPs. In this budget, Mr. Speaker, page 104, 23 billion was budgeted originally for payments. It was programmed in Q1, Q2, about 5 billion. Now, so the actual payment that has been made is 1.9 billion. And let me tell you where those payments went, so that when anybody tell you they paid for excess capacity, you can shut them down. The payments went for fuel consumption, increase in technical losses, about 30%, payment of forest losses, which hit about 4.8 billion in 2023 alone due to the mismanagement of this economy, with the city depreciating up to over 50% in 2022. You know it. It is one of the reasons why we have this indebtedness. The economy, mismanagement.
Carry with you.
We also made payment to ministries, departments, and agencies. The Ministry of Health, Ministry, and then security agencies. This is where the payments were coming from. That's why. The thing you do is that you try taking measures to make sure that we have smart metering, that chief directors are vigilant and making sure electricity conservation is key. But don't bangle around about how this payment is that. It's not true. These are the facts. And this is where the payment went. Mr. Speaker, but let's talk about ECG. If you go to paragraph 61 and 62, this government has gone back to something that the NDC wisely took us to. What we said was that ECG must be reformed. We brought what we call private sector participation. We got 500 million from the United States government. Mr. Speaker, what happened? We started the implementation. The plan was to make sure a private sector investment will help to transform the collection of money so that we can get enough money to pay IPPs. Well, because of the same story that has characterized this government, PBS, the guys came from abroad. We had a company, a local company that was formed within 1 week. 1 week old company. In the agreement, they were supposed to bring money. They brought nothing. What they brought was their connections. And guess what? The foreigners say, if you don't pay, me too, I won't pay. So there was a scandal. The Americans got angry and they took their 200 million away. Don't let us forget.
Yes, he's fighting me.
That is the reason we are where we are.
Because of what you have done.
And today they are saying that they are going back to private sector. After 7 years, they are going back in paragraph 61 and 62. They say they are going back to private sector participation. Mr. Speaker, we can't forget. Mr. Speaker, but also importantly, let's talk about the gas era, where the NDC brought. Because we knew that if we increase generation capacity, then
Leader,
was fuel.
you have 10 minutes and your time is getting up.
15, I'm ranking. 15.
You are ranking.
Yes.
You want rank for trade and industry.
Won't you me yet? I'm not going yet.
I understand the ranking was in respect of only finance.
Well, I'm a deputy leader.
So just wind up for us.
He's a deputy leader.
Yes, leader.
Mr. Speaker, I think once we are that, we should be interested in the security of the two leaders. The deputy leader is battering the leader of the minority and achieve it. He must be restrained. He must be restrained.
Has he invited you?
Yeah. Just to plead for more time for the deputy leader. Speaker, he's a deputy leader. And at least give him 15 minutes so that he can make his, and also the immediate past minister for energy.
But,
Mr. Speaker,
but leader,
he's making sense. He's making sense.
It's leadership.
It's making sense. So allow him to give him 5 more minutes.
I don't have any problem, but it's leadership. It's leadership that brought up the.
He's a former minister for petroleum. So Speaker, give him the opportunity for him to be able to make
leader, what I'm saying, I wouldn't have any problem, but it's you, the leadership, who came out with the time.
Mr. Speaker, I think besides, we must get the facts correct. The minority leader must get the facts correct. The honorable member on his feet is not the immediate past minister for energy. The immediate past minister is the honorable Amewu.
Yes, I give you 2 minutes to wind up.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, in the upstream petroleum sector, the minister talked about the total crude oil from these 3 producing fields and says that we got about 348 million barrels, a total of 77.9 billion standard cubic feet of gas was also brought on shore. And then in paragraph 102, he talked about the revenue that accrued in that sector. Mr. Speaker, if you look at that statement, it underscores how important oil receipts is to our economy. But Mr. Speaker, in fact, if you look at the numbers, he says that petroleum received revised downward 284 million to 1 billion 0.65. So we had a 32% decline. Mr. Speaker, there are a few questions that must be asked. Because why is it that the petroleum revenue this way in terms of development it's not quite frankly even as called for in this constitution? Mr. Speaker, I am taking this opportunity to revisit the Petroleum Revenue Management Act and call for this Parliament to ensure that we can revisit how we spend petroleum revenue. Because, Mr. Speaker, over 15 years now, if you ask a simple question, Honorable Chairman Sembosu, can you tell me, out of the blue, what we have used oil money for? Can you tell me? We have roughly 30 million, this final resource. Mr. Speaker, we can dedicate oil revenue for a particular project. Western Railway Lines, which is the backbone for this economy, hauling manganese and bauxite. It is the only way that this country can have a reliable transportation, railway transportation. That makes sense. Mr. Speaker, it is very important because as we are going, we are basically giving the power to the Minister of Finance to basically manage oil revenue in pieces on projects that sometimes are left in the bush and not completed. Mr. Speaker.
Leader, you are 2 minutes is up.
Mr. Speaker, 3 minutes more.
No, I give you 2 minutes. We've gone 4 minutes.
Okay. Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Let me make my point.
Mr. Speaker, in crafting the Petroleum Revenue Management Act, I came up with this. And indeed, the Honorable Moses Asaga, and your good self, check the Hansard, what you said. Don't make a U-turn. Mr. Speaker, I insisted that we should have this. Now my colleague wants to join the club, and he's standing in the corner. He's standing in the corner. Mr. Speaker, we should be consistent. Mr. Speaker, if he made a U-turn, let's welcome him to the club.
Speaker, let me take you to the end. Mr. Speaker, what is the state of the upstream sector? Why has big players in the upstream sector all gone? Why has ENS taken Ghana to court? Why did ExxonMobil leave? Why is ACA still not producing a single field 7 years into this government coming into power? Mr. Speaker, the answers are very clear. There's something wrong that this government has done that is driving investors away. It is time for this government to go back to the drawing board and ask the serious questions about the upstream sector and why we have not added, not even one petroleum agreement has been signed in 7 years.
Thank you, and your time is up.
Concluding.
I think we should get appropriate forum to discuss petroleum issues.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for not allowing me to conclude.
So, honourable members, I thank you. You've come to the end of comment to the statement made by the Minister of Finance yesterday. I hope you will continue tomorrow. So for now, we thank all the contributors of those who have made comments in respect of the Finance Minister's statement. So we now, yes, Leader.
Mr. Speaker, just to draw attention that the chairman of the Public Account Committee has indicated to me that he has some motions that they are ready to actually take them. Mr. Speaker, if you have time, I pray that you allow the chairman of the Public Account Committee to take up that motion. Mr. Speaker, this is particularly important because we have a number of motions that are piling up. And so if you take one of their motions, it will be helpful. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We are still in private business. Motion is in public business. So once we get to the public business, we will consider its application. But for now, we are dealing with private business and we will move to question time. I'm saying we will come back to public business and I'll take your motion. But for now, let's deal with private business and it's question time. Yes, Honorable Yabwama.
Mr. Speaker, I hope I've seen Nelson Dafiameko in the chamber, my classmate. I hope he doesn't raise the issue of quorum because that has become his speciality.
Rosen, I haven't invited you. No. He cannot draw you into the. But Honorable Aveji, I said I'll come to you. I'll give you time.
Mr. Speaker, I want to raise a concern that my committee always go around the country to work. We toil to do this work. But when it comes to the report, I have to be begging before we move our motion. No, it's not good. You are not giving us incentive to go around and do the work. I will do the work and the report. I have to be begging before we take the report. Why?
Honorable Reggie, I haven't said I wouldn't give you time. I said we are in private business time. So let's finish the private business. We'll get to public business, and I'll give you time to do to move the motion. So let's do that, please. So, honorable members, yes, leader.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I think we all do recognize the importance of the Public Accounts Committee and what they do. I think for the record, it's not true that the member always have to beg before this House takes its motion. These motions were advertised even last week, and you were not here to even move them. Yes. So for you to say that you have to beg before you are granted space is inaccurate. It's inaccurate.
Very well. Honourable members, we will begin with the Minister for Interior, who has already sat on the appropriate seat. So we will begin with Honourable Member for Pando. Is he around? Honourable Delasoa? Yes. Honourable Dafiamapo.
Speaker, I have the authority of the honourable member to seek your leave to ask the question on her behalf. Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, Yes. What's the question? Yeah. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for the Interior steps being taken to provide the place of convenience for inmates. Thank you very much.
Yes, Honourable Minister. How come?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Pando Prisons already has a place of convenience for inmates, which is a 10-seater toilet block. The 10-seater is being augmented by an additional 12-seater, which is yet to be installed. The challenge the Pando Prisons faces with respect to the place of convenience is the existing small capacity of its septic tank. The prison administration is working around the clock to secure funds for construction of a larger septic tank before installing the new seats for sets of toilet seats. Thank you.
Very well. Honorable Dafiamapo, listen to me. If anybody is going to ask questions on behalf of his colleague or her colleague, we are not going to give the person any follow-up opportunity. Right? Is that okay with the House?
Midway, just one instead of none.
Okay, one supplementary question. Very well.
Speaker, thank you very much. Speaker, we are grateful to hear that there's an existing facility, but my information is that it's falling into desuetude. So, considering that the minister indicates that a new one is about to be commissioned, would they also consider renovating the existing one to complement the additional one that they will provide? Because the numbers in the prison is going up.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my honourable colleague will realize that what we are saying is that we need a larger septic tank, which will then make the two functional. So, by implication, when we finish the larger septic tank, both should be functional.
Very well. Thank you, Mr. Minister. We turn to question 941. Question 941. Honourable Member for Esikume Odobeng Brakwa, Honourable Alasan Kwabena Gansa. a jack of all trades. We are taking this one as well.
Mr. Speaker, that is so.
He also give you the power of attorney?
Mr. Speaker, that is so.
Okay, let's hear it.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for the Interior what plans the ministry has to give facility to the Sikuma, Dobin and Brakwa police stations in the Sikuma, Dobin, Brakwa district. Thank you very much.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the police administration has taken notice of the deplorable state of some police facilities dotted around all the regional capitals and districts in the country, including police stations at Odobing and Brakwa. The Asikuma police station is a property of the Ghana Police Service, which has been factored into the project's database to be presented for consideration and application for CAPEX. The police stations at Odobing and Brakwa, however, are rented facilities. The Director Estates of the Police Administration has therefore been tasked to liaise with the landlords to ensure that they are given the necessary facelift. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, we thank the Minister for this very important information, but the Honourable Member indicates that they also have a problem with accommodation. So as part of the facelift, will you consider adding some form of residential accommodation for the officers who occupy this office? Thank you very much.
Is this your own question? Yes.
Mr. Speaker, with the greatest respect, and I know that the honorable colleague of mine knows that when I give my word, I will follow it. That is not exactly part of it, but I can assure you that on the side, I will try to lobby for that. But that is not part of the answer, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. So we turn to question 1078. Question 1078. Now I come to you yourself. Honorable Member for Sauda.
Mr. Speaker, that is so.
Honorable Roxanne Nelson Eche Kwame Dafiama. Let's hear you.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for the Interior what steps the ministry is taking to operationalize the licensing regime under the new NACOC Act, 2020 Act 1019.
Thank you, Honorable Member, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, following the Supreme Court's ruling on Section 43 of the Narcotics Control Commission Act 2020, Act 2019, as null and void, I was on the floor of this House, the privilege on 6th July 2023 to lay the Narcotics Control Commission Amendment Bill 2023 under a certificate of agency. Mr. Speaker, the honorable member was very supportive in this exercise, and Parliament subsequently passed the Narcotics Control Commission Amendment Bill 2023 on 12 July 2023. Mr. Speaker, the bill is currently in the process of getting His Excellency the President's assent, because, Mr. President, it hasn't moved from Parliament yet. At the last time that I checked, they said we needed a clerk to sign, and the clerk had traveled. He just come this week. So I hope that it will be forwarded, and when that is done and the President signs, then, Mr. Speaker, would bring draft regulations so that we have an LI under which we will then proceed. And Honorable Femoko knows that he will be part of it. I can still count on his support for that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable.
Speaker, we thank the Minister for this very important information. Mr. Speaker, in his estimation, how long will it take for the LI that will operationalize the amendment that, in terms of timelines, October, November, because people are anxious to proceed under the new regime and help improve the economy. Thank you.
But, Honorable Member, I think if I heard the Minister right, the bill that we approve have not even left the presence of Parliament. So,
Speaker, indeed, yes. But I'm asking, he is the implementer. That's why I asked him whether in his estimation, whether that can be done this year to kickstart the process.
Very well. Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my colleague, as I stated, knows that he's still here. So I would only appeal to the parliamentary system that we can push for it to go. After it is signed, we'll come back here with the bill, with the regulations. And you know that we need 21 days. We'll bring it to subsidiary legislation, and then from there we see how it goes. Mr. Speaker, I need to caution because I'm being harassed wherever I go these days. I just go and they say, good morning, can I come tomorrow for license? I said, I don't have that power. So, Mr. Speaker, we would come and hopefully we'll have 21 days within the year before December. We could make it a law, and then from there we move. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I see, no comment.
Honorable Minister, my understanding is that there is even an ally in respect of, is that all right?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Yes, there is an ally, but that ally process was aborted by the decision of the Supreme Court.
Oh, very well. Okay.
So it's that ally that would be laid, and we go from there. So clearly, it's not from my side. My side, we're ready to go, and we hope that we can work on it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. So we turn to Karachi East. Karachi East, Honorable Wisdom Gidisu, on question number 1190. 1190. Yes, Honorable, you have the floor now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just to create your intelligence to correct the last line, the capital of OT region, not OT regional. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise for the Minister for Interior. What immediate steps the ministry is taking to provide accommodation for security services in the newly created regions, especially done by the capital of OT region? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as you may be aware, the OT region is one of the 6 new regions created in the latter part of 2018. And being new regions, the Ministry of Local Government and Rural Development was tasked to provide both office and living accommodation for personnel of the security agencies as an interim measure. Mr. Speaker, plans are in place to ensure that the Ghana Police Service and the Ghana Service, to start with, strengthen their presence in the OT region by providing the necessary logistics such as office and residential accommodation. And so, arrangements are also being made with relevant construction institutions such as the State Housing Company to put up befitting facilities for the 2 services. It is expected that other security services such as the Ghana Fire Service and the Ghana Prison Service will follow suit in the future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Wisdom.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the Minister's Act, he did indicate that the ministry is making arrangements with construction institutions such as State Housing Company to kickstart the project. I want to find out from him the level of engagement with these construction institutions, so that we can have a fair idea about time that this project will kickstart. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, that intervention with state housing is an intervention from the Ministry of Local Government. But as an MP, your liaison with your assembly would expedite that, because state housing companies actually open to have districts and invite them to the place. So you can quicken it at your level by asking to invite. And if you invite, they'll come to the district and tell you what conditions they want met. For instance, they might ask you for land and the rest of it. So you can facilitate that and quicken that by your intervention. At the Ministry of Interior, I cannot deal with them. They are not my client. But you, because Ministry of Local Government, at your level of the Assembly, you can quicken it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Wisdom, it's okay, eh? So if you ask supplementary question.
Mr. Speaker, he's talking about...
Just talk, just ask the question, your last question.
Thank you. The Minister talked about me liaising with the Minister of Local Government and the like. Yes, but we now talking about financing the project, because all these institutions, some complain bitterly about payment when these contracts are probably done. Payment becomes a problem. That is why I'm asking whether they have the Minister has intervention with the so-called construction institutions to be able to execute the project. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, yes, but we don't have any budgetary allocation for that construction under this year. It came before you, we haven't got a budget for that. For instance, a number of members on both sides have facilitated the provision of facilities for either fire service, police, and immigration. It's that kind of initiative that I'm trying to encourage. Because as I stand here now, we don't have the money to build for OT region directly, except what we are doing now in collaboration with the Ministry for Police and Immigration. So please, you still can help with that, because we have no budget now for that.
Thank you. From Karachi East, let's move to Qatar. Honorable Kwame Gapi on question 1339. Yes, Honorable, you have the floor. Let's hear you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Interior, what is the policy direction regarding feeding of inmates at the various prisons across the country and the cost per inmate?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Ghana Prison Service currently relies on central government to feed inmates at a daily rate of 1 cedi 80 pesos. The service, through its agriculture division, supplements government efforts by selling their farm produce at subsidized prices to the prisons. It has also become mandatory for all prison facilities to cultivate vegetables to supplement the nutritional value of the prisoners' feeding. Mr. Speaker, the daily rate of 1 cedi 80 pesos prisoner is woefully inadequate. The prison service has therefore submitted a proposal for the increment of the feeding rate from 1 cedi 80 pesos to 5 Ghana cedis. So the policy direction is that we are pursuing an increase in the daily feeding rate and also also supported the agriculture division by linking them with agri, getting them equipment such as tractors and the rest of them. So those are the two fronts that we are trying to fight it. So I believe that it will finally end up here, because if we want to go from 180 to 5 cities, there's no way we can do that without coming back to this house. Thank you, Mrs.
Yes, Honorable Kwame Gapi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Looking at the rate of 1.8, 1 CD 80 pesos to 5 CDs, in the era where Olunka of maize is 22 Ghana cedis, how will 5 CDs feed even the inmate on daily basis, Mr. Speaker?
Honorable Minister, did you get the question? Kwame, just repeat the question. Let's speak up.
Yes, you say the rate is from 1 CD 80 pesos to 5 CDs. In this era of even a loan car of maize is 22 Ghana cedis, how hopefully will 5 CDs feed an inmate in the prison?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Member, my colleague Member of Parliament. This has been a challenge over the years between us, and is still at 180. If we get 5 cities per day, that would be a great support. I've told you what the other sources are, and that is we working hard with the agri. We put them on the various agricultural programs to subsidize them with inputs. So that's what we are doing now. But you do know that if we are proposing from 180 to 10 cities, you can imagine that it might not. With 5 cities, yes, it will be great support, and we'll find ways of supplementing that. Thank you.
I give you last slot.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. I would like to inquire from the Minister, is there any plans where the prisoners can have lands across the country where they can do cultivation of food crops for their own consumption? Because I don't see the reason why they keep the inmates at prison yards where we have fertile land across the country. We have a lot of water bodies around the country where they can go into farming to the near benefit of the prison.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it's necessary for me to inform you that not all prisoners are in formal prison establishments. We have farm camps dotted all over the country. And at those farm camps, we've got prisoners whose sentences are not for any capital offenses that come there and farm extensively. And probably if you have land there, you might wish to offer us that we want to expand that. Yes, we do have farms that we farm purely to supplement the feeding of the people.
Thank you very much. From Qatar, let's move to Sola Tuna Kaba. Honorable Andrew Dari Chiwiti on question 1340. Yes, Honorable.
I'm most grateful.
You have the floor.
I'm most grateful for the opportunity to ask the Minister for the Interior steps are being taken to curb the devastating activities of armed robbers in the Sola Tuna Kalba constituency, which has claimed 2 lives and a mobile phone vendor shot. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on 9 December 2021, a mobile phone shop was robbed at Sola. 2 volunteers from the town who chased the robbers were shot at by the robbers. The police, through intelligence, had information that the robbers were at Calabar indulging in another robbery. The police swiftly responded, and during the exchange of gunfire with the robbers, 2 of them were killed. The deceased robbers were later identified as the culprits in the robbery at the mobile phone shop in Sola. Mr. Speaker, again, on 25th March 2022, at about 19 hours, a mobile money vendor named Abubakar Razak was attacked and killed by unknown gunmen in the shop. Investigation is still ongoing to arrest the suspects. To curb such unfortunate incidents, the police administration has intensified regular patrols on the various highways and communities within the constituency. Checkpoints have also been mounted at vantage points such as Kakiasi, Nkwabi, Jindabur, and Kolmasa. Programs on crime prevention strategies in schools, churches, mosques, markets, and communities have also been organized by the police administration in various communities within the constituency. Furthermore, in collaboration with the assemblymen and traditional leaders, neighborhood watch committees have also been formed in some communities, including Sola, to complement the police effort in combating armed robbery in the constituency. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Andrew, any supplementary question?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. My first supplementary question has to do with his paragraph 2 of the minister's answer. He indicates that the second incident took place on the 25th of March 2022. Mr. Speaker, we are in 2023, August. Doesn't the minister think that we are in 2023, August? March 2022, we are in August 2023. Honourable Minister, don't you think that it's taking the police too long to get the perpetrators arrested? Because as it keeps long, without any results, the people live in fear. Is there any assurance of at least us getting that confidence that the police would at least speed up so that we will get to the bottom of it, so that the fears of the people will be relieved? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I happen to not just know, but it will be closely related to that my honorable colleague is talking about. The point is that at the beginning of 2017, we had a large expanse of Ghana being outside police cover. It was just 43%. So the rest of Ghana, we have no police facilities, we have no police presence, and that's the road that I used to travel by to my constituency. What we've done now is to bring in not just increasing the stations, but also putting the patrols in place so that they can move around. The effort in investigation would be facilitated by information that when these things happen, we depend on the locals to give us information. Sometimes we might get armed robbers in some part of the country and be able to trace them to those other places. So yes, the police is not sleeping on any case, and we are not closing any case. But I also want to advise and encourage that the community should help us, because you'll be surprised. Sometimes the locals know the people, but they don't want to give the information, either because they think they are relatives or kinsmen. So yes, I take your concern. We'll deal with it. We'll have also to increase, but I encourage you to also help us. But I must acknowledge the community's support for the system now in place, including the Neighborhood Watch Committee. And therefore, I want to acknowledge your support, Assemblyman and traditional leaders. With that collaboration, I'm sure that moving forward, we would reduce, if not eliminate that. But yes, I will take your concern on board, and we continue to work together to get the culprits.
Andrew, you've asked the supplementary question. That was the initial. Anyway, I give you one opportunity, just ask.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate you. And I appreciate the efforts of the police in my constituency as well. And I agree with the minister that they have mounted several checkpoints in the constituency. But, Mr. Speaker, my difficulty is with the resourcing of the police command in my district. I still remember very well in this chamber, Honorable Minister, you promised my district a pickup. Mr. Speaker, that's the challenge of the police in my district. They are not well resourced. They have no means of transport. As we speak, the command relies on a very old pickup. It is only in Tona that they have a stronger pickup. So, Honorable Minister, listening to me, and you also coming from the area, you know the challenges of the area, you know the terrain of the area, from Tona to Kalba, from Sola to Beniyiri, that vast area with an old pickup. Kindly do something for us. I don't know whether you will make an assurance again, because the other time you promised and it didn't happen. Can you kindly give us some hope? I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, Minister, he wants you to reassure him.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when you were talking to me, the chief on the minorities are rightly also reminded me, as many of colleagues here have done the same. We are expecting more vehicles. Maybe in the next 2-3 weeks we might get some vehicles. All I can say is that we try as much as possible to satisfy these as we continue. But I can't pinpoint whether you would be there. But as much as possible, we try to help. Because he's saying that he should be dealt with first. But you have a pickup, so maybe what we'll do is try and see if we can withdraw some of those pickups, rather work on them and keep them in urban areas and see what we can do about that. But I'm only saying that we'll try. Don't invite me the next time to say, I assured you.
Very well. I was going to skip question 1341. But whilst I was pondering over it, the owner of the question just entered. So, Honorable Abraham Sawayomi, you take question 1341.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for the Interior measures the ministry has in place to ensure that civilians who acquire arms and ammunition are trained and fit to carry safe. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think this is a very important question, and I would say what is in and what we working on. Mr. Speaker, Section 61 of the Arms and Ammunition Regulation, 1962, Legislative Instrument LI 200, provides the qualification for a person to possess a firearm. And they are: 1, any Ghanaian who is 18 years and above. 2, must be of good character and repute. 3, not suffering from any physical or mental infirmity. 4, require the firearm solely for hunting, self-protection, or for the protection of valuable property. 5, may reasonably be expected to keep the firearm in a secured place. Training is not part of the requirements qualifying the civilian population to possess a firearm. That notwithstanding, the Ghana Police Service, within its mandate to regulate all civil category of firearms in the country, ensures the following. 1. All applicants apply to the nearest police station with reasons why they require an firearm. 2. Applicants are interviewed and made to complete an application form which gives more detailed information about the applicant. 3. Thorough background checks are conducted by the Criminal Data Service Bureau and the Intelligence Unit of the CID headquarters to ensure, among others, that the applicant is physically fit, of a sound mind, and has a secure place to keep the firearm. Mr. Speaker, the Ghana Police Service is currently assessing possibilities of establishing a modern shooting range for use by qualified persons in need of training. And that is what we are working on now. We are getting private sector to invest and to partner with the police. And we will now try to cover what is the lacuna in the law now, so that we train and reduce, accidents in handling of arms. Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me thank the Minister for this detailed answer. But let me refer him to item 3 under the first paragraph. Not suffering from any physical or mental infirmity. After the person has been granted a license and he has the gun in his possession, Mr. Speaker, you would agree with me that you cannot be sure of the soundness of that person throughout his life, whilst he holds onto that gun. So is it possible to request an annual renewal so that this person reproduce those medical records again for your further elicitation and approval, so that at least the gun use will be done in a very civil manner?
Yes, Honorable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, that is a very important intervention. You realize that under paragraph 1, we stated it as not suffering from any physical or mental infirmity. That was quite fluid. It didn't require any medical certification. But you see in the second paragraph on the next page 41, when the police then decided that they had to do something to make these requirements more pragmatic, you see at 3, thorough background checks, and then it continues to ensure, among others, that the applicant is physically fit, of sound mind, and has a secure place. So, and they renew every year. So when they come to renew, this is what we are trying to put in place. Because the police itself wants to minimize danger to itself in its operation. So we are getting there. Probably we would now want to move it to the next level with mental health legislation in place. We might insist that we actually escalate it to medical certification. But that would require an amendment of the law, which we can consider later. Thank you.
Oyumisoki. So we turn to question 1557. Question 1557. And the question stands in the name of a member for Gomoa East. Gomoa East. Honorable Desmond de Graft Petu. Honorable, you have the floor now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Interior the total number of applicants who applied for recruitment into the Ghana Police Service, Immigration Service, Prison Service, Fire Service, and so forth, using the online portal, and how many were selected for training. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I think Parliament is taking its supervisory, authority very seriously, and so that is a good question. And with your permission, Mr. Speaker, available records indicate that a total number of 386,424 applicants applied for recruitment to join the 4 main security agencies: the Ghana Police Service, the Ghana Prison Service, the Ghana Immigration Service, and the Ghana Fire Service, using the online portal in the breakdown as follows: Ghana Police Service, 120,740. Ghana Fire Service, 69,160. Ghana Prison Service, 55,538. And Ghana Immigration Service, 140,986. Right Honourable Speaker, out of the numbers that applied, the Ghana Police Service recruited 7,500. The Ghana National Fire Service recruited 4,500. The Ghana Prison Service recruited 3,000. And the Ghana Immigration Service recruited 4,764. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very, very much. Honorable Petu, I hope it's clear.
Yes, it's clear, but I have 1 or 2 supplementary questions I want Minister to clarify too.
Okay, yes, go on.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, on the 2nd March 2023, I asked a similar question. How much was it accrued from the exercise undertook by police, immigration, and so forth? The minister in his response says the total amount that was accrued was 5,066,000.
Hold on, million.
Yes.
35 million.
35 million for the 4 institutions.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Which is more than even Ghana's population.
Yes. No, I'm talking about the money.
Oh, very well. Okay.
Yes. So 35 million 066.066.50. That was the total amount accrued from the exercise. I further asked, how much was it charged per applicant? And the minister said that 100 Ghana cedis per applicant. So if you divided the 100 Ghana cedis by the total number and by the total amount the minister gave, 35,066.066, you will get the figure to be 350,066 applicants that applied to the portal. Now, in the answer here, the minister is giving 386,424 applied to the portal. So if you look at the amount given for my first question to the second question that I've asked, there is a great disparity of 36,500 and something difference, amounted to 3.6 million Ghana cedis. So I want to draw minister attention. Is he aware of this on these 3 institutions, Ghana Fire Service, Ghana Prison Service, Ghana Immigration Service? Is he aware of it? And if he's aware, what does he know about it? Thank you.
Honourable Member, are you saying the minister came here to answer that question and gave you that figures? Or it was at the committee level?
Honourable Speaker, I have the other paper with me. It's here. On the 2nd March 2023, Hansa Department recorded it. I can bring it to you to see. And then compare the answers here. So you see the disparity over
What I'm
So it
talking
means the same question has been asked and it's being repeated.
No. It's a different question. Speaker, the first time I asked a question on how much was accrued from the exercise of the 4 institutions. So it was their minister came to the House and answered that the Ghana Prison Service had 2,534,745. Ghana National Fire Service 6,570,200. Ghana Immigration Service 13,887,121. And Ghana Police Service 12,074,000. So adding this figure will give you 35,066,066 Ghana cedis, 0.50 pesos. And then if you divide the 100 Ghana cedis that was charged per applicant, you get the number of people applied to the portal to be 350,066 and 66. Now, here the minister is given that the people, the applicants that are applied to the portal are 424 in all. So if you want to compare the figure or you subtract, there is a disparity of 36,358. And if it is being charged 100 Ghana cedis by this number, it means 3,635,500 is gone mixed. And that is what I'm asking the minister. Is he aware? And if he's aware, where is this?
Very well. Very well, Honorable Minister. Yes.
I think that the Honorable Member of Parliament, Mr. Speaker, is jumping 2 things, eggs and oranges. You asked at the time how much the services had gotten from the recruitment. The services sent to me their answers and I brought you. What you don't know is that at the time I brought to you, the recruitment was still ongoing. There was mopping up going on. No, what I mean is, listen, there is mopping up going on. There is mopping. When you apply like this, Honorable, please sit down. You sit down and listen. When you apply, the services have to program themselves how to train you, because the facilities of training cannot take all the people at once. So they begin to phase them out. That was resources they got that you asked. So when this question came, I actually said I wasn't going to answer because they had done it. And then they said to me, no, it's a different question. These are the people who have applied. And this is what I'm giving you answer today. That's what it is. So I don't see any contradiction. They are talking of money. Here we are talking of numbers. Maybe the public accounts committee might be the right place to go and let them come and balance their accounts. But there is no contradiction here.
Very well. Honorable.
Yes, Minister. Speaker, thank you very much. I'm not too certain about the answer the minister is giving, because this question was asked 22nd March 2023. The exercise was done way back 2021. So if the minister...
But he's saying there's a mop-up going on.
Where?
So,
okay. Speaker, let me ask my second question and then I will be done with
do that.
Okay. Speaker, I want to ask the minister, if you look at the statistic, Ghana Police Service, 120,740 applied to the portal. Each applicant pay 100 Ghana cedis. Now, if you narrow down the number of intake, 7,500, if you subtract it from the figure given,
It means over 110,000 or 111,000 people were not considering, if I'm right, maybe I may. Then, the question is, the minister knows very well that we are going to recruit 7,500 people. Why did they allow the portal to record over 120,000 applicants? Instead of the portal will have a cutoff point. Maybe when we get 30,000, 40,000, the portal will go off. So those that will apply will not go through. And then the portal have recorded over 120,000 people. And then we've taken only 7,500. I want to ask the minister, is it not a way the institution want to enrich themselves from the very vulnerable people who are looking for job? Because I asked the minister in my first question, what did they use the money for? And he said they are using it for administrative purposes. And then people are applying for a job, they didn't get it. And at the end of the day, we've realized all this money. So I want to ask
your question
if we can
is well laid out. But what will you expect the minister and the police service to do? Minister, come in.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I occupy this office as a servant of state. I cannot arbitrarily shut out some Ghanaians from having access to apply for services. I cannot do that. If I did that, what would be my criteria? I cannot do that. Now, the numbers you have here are those who applied. They take them through stages. First, they go for next, they go for certification. Then they have less than this. That notwithstanding, that a lot more do not get in that have applied the services. For instance, police have told us that for them to be able to meet their mandate, we should give them 10,000 each year for a number of years. Finance cannot cope with that. So the highest we've had with them is 5,000. The rest, lower figures. I will be the happiest person if we could appoint all these people. But I cannot say the portal should shut up at a certain stage. What? That's arbitrary. But yes, I am telling finance, give us more slots, give us more space to employ our children. I agree with you on that. But about cutting them off, no. And I don't know if that was the question. I actually told you one answer. I don't know what it was you. That I was summoned to Council of State. And the argument was, how much were we charging per person? Before I came in as minister, they were charging 100. They brought proposal to increase. I said, no way. And we said they were administrative, yes. But several services have used that money to build structures. Go to fire service. You will see new buildings, classroom blocks, dormitories, and the rest of them. But we are talking of what goes to the online people. They use it for administration. But the services have other uses. But Mr. Speaker, let me tell my colleague that next time you want to compare, ask questions in the same line. But if you want to take numbers to resources, I cannot answer, because when you send, I send it to them to answer. And then you and I can deal with the discrepancies. So there is no such thing. Nobody in this country will be shut out of an application. What we need to do, working together, is increase the slots for more of our children to be employed. I agree with that. But I will not arbitrarily shut out people. It will be wrong. They are human rights. Absolutely. Against the rule of law. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Speaker.
Petu.
Speaker,
I'm done with you.
I'm begging.
This is the general question, so I'm going to
yes,
allow.
Yes, I'm aware.
Petu, I'm done with you. I want to go to Bia.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think the answers provided by the minister evoke additional concerns. He was saying that there was a mop-up. I'm surprised to hear the mop-up issue because we should have a certain number of people who applied on the portal. Then there's a cut-off time. You begin your screening. So at what point was there a mop-up? Who were the ones who were then included in the mop-up? Was it after the date established as the deadline for application, in which on that date the system cuts you off? Then he comes with a mop-up, or what? Mr. Speaker, I will need a thorough explanation of the mop-up and how additional persons get on the portal, and especially how that affects the income that accrues from the application fees. Thank you.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Mop-up is within the people who have applied. Nobody goes out of the applicants to look for mop-up. As you rightly see, 120 applied for police. If I remember, I think immigration, the shortlist was about 100,000, and they took 2,000. Any mop-up is going to be from those who applied already in the system. Nobody from outside is brought in. And the Ghana Police Service issued a statement 2 weeks ago that what they were doing was part of their 2021 recruitment. It was said. So please, no one, you cannot go in now without your token number, which was given by the online, and mopping up is not additional recruitment. Please. Thank you.
Honorable members, I believe the topic or the question is generating a lot of you, but we cannot go on and on and on. So I'll just give Adenta to just add a question if he has supplementary one, so that we close this chapter.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, from the minister's response, with respect to the figures that Honorable gave, he indicated that there was a mop-up exercise, and that as at the time he answered that question, the portal was still open. Based on his subsequent answer, he says that with a mop-up, there's no additional input to the portal. So then, if there's no additional input to the portal, and the services would have to rely on the existing applicants, then the amount of money that the Honorable Pay-to indicated, then we need to probe a bit further if you juxtapose it against the figures he has given us here. No, so it's a follow-up. My question is, Mr. Speaker, out of the 100 Ghana cedis that each applicant pays, how much goes to the services and who else takes out, or everything goes to the services? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Did you get a question? Honorable Ramadan, you just ran a commentary. You didn't ask the question.
I don't want us to get further complicated. The honorable member asked a question the last time, asking for revenue that accrued. The agencies responded. I brought it here. He is not asking, if he had asked again today about revenue accrued and got different figures, I'll be in the same page with him. He then comes to ask how many people went through the online, and these are the answers that I've got. He is now trying to extrapolate that working at 100 cedis per person and made his connection and calculus and came to a difference. I'm not privy to that. In any case, you shouldn't be asking me as if I generate the answers. No. I bring the answers. Now, the only thing I wanted to make is that mopping up has to do with numbers who apply and facilities to trade. Let me give you an example. Fire service, although at the lowest, one of the lowest figures, it came to a time that they had to hold their training until secondary schools go on holidays. Then they go and use their premises. Because it is not based on fresh application. If you ask them, they tell you it's a mop-up. I get it. It's not fresh application. They had a list of people to trade. The capacity wasn't there. Until the present chief fire officer built facilities, and the rest of them, we didn't have that. So we are talking about manner of training them. They go in batches. So the pop-up is just trying to tell you that it's a continuation of the same recruitment. That's all. But as for those calculations, I'm not part of that. And this has no resources involved. If he wants to ask another question, he may well do so. But as far as this is concerned, I've answered it. It is unrelated to the analysis that he is making. I don't know, he probably did statistics. I didn't. And therefore, I would allow him to continue his gymnastics.
Very well. So we take the last question in respect of Honorable Minister for Interior. And the last question stands in the name of Honorable Member for Crote Koli.
Right.
Honorable Dr. Zanato Ajema Lawrence, let's hear you.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for the Interior how effective the deployment of police personnel, that is, police visibility on our streets has been, given that there have been several reports of increased armed attacks on motorists in recent times.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, the massive deployment of police personnel on our streets in all communities across, I would say, the country on visibility duties has been very effective. This assertion is backed by data on violent crimes in the country and testimonies on number of various communities across the country. There is clear indication of satisfactory steady decline in violent crimes from 2021 through to 2022 to date. It is evident that the community engagement efforts by police officers in our communities and the increasing positive police-public collaboration are paying off.
Yes, Honorable Member, any supplementary question?
Yes. Mr. Speaker, just to inquire from the Minister whether the police who are deployed at these traffic lights have the authority to take on crime when it's actually observed in real time. Do they have the authority to actually do so?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, they do, except that when you go into the details of it, they partake in different ways. Many of those who are on the motorbikes might not be as armed as those who are in the pickups doing the work. So yes, they are supposed to partake sometimes by communicating and just shepherding the people until other people come on. Yes, they are supposed to.
I'll give you last lot. You just came in, you don't know the parameters. So just ask your last question. I'm even favoring you, eh?
Mr. Speaker,
all of them were given one supplementary question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just for the record, the reason I wasn't in the chamber was my committee was in Botiano, Defense and Interior. We went to actually examine.
Well, thank you. So go ahead.
Thank you. Can the minister kindly provide this House with actual data with regards to traffic offenses that have been either stopped or intercepted by the police who are posted at these points?
Yes, Minister.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. But that's a new question. Because I do know that the Honorable Member is very scientific, but she chose to ask her question generally. She didn't introduce statistics. So generally we answered. But you know, if you want statistics and you ask, we will give you. It's a new question. I do not have the information here. Thank you.
Very well. So, Honorable Rankin, I'm inclined to give you the opportunity. So, let's hear you.
Mr. Speaker, the Deputy Ranking, Honorable Rawlings, was particular about statistics, but it appears Honorable Minister hasn't got the statistics here. But the thing about crime is that perception is important. And so I'd like to ask the Minister whether he is able to gauge public perception about the effect of the measures they rolled out to deal with armed robberies. Are you able to gauge the public perception? Because in response to the earlier answer, you limited the response to statistics. But when you are dealing with crime, the matter goes beyond statistics. Perception is very, very important.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm able to gauge the public reaction and assessment of the place is generally positive. You go to places and the chiefs tell you that for this number of months, we have had no crime here. And they go ahead to say, this place you have come here are doing well and the rest of them. That's how to gauge the general perspective, and it's positive. She asked a question. She's a scientist. And she said she didn't ask any figures, and I gave her with her figures. She's now asking figures. I said, I'm not in a position to deal with figures. If a question is filed on the figures, I will then get a response and come and tell her. But the general impression is positive about the police and security in the country. Very positive. And I can tell you that even diplomatic ambassadors called me and told me there is a marked improvement in security in Accra since Christmas. I can even tell you that some foreign bank managers came to my office to meet me. And one of them came and was congratulating me. I said, oh, we are meeting to discuss facilities, such as the armored vehicles for conveying money. And she told me that no, I first want to thank you that I disembarked at the airport, I sat in my car, I drove myself alone to your office. I wasn't attacked. Traffic was well organized. From where I come from, it is not possible. I don't want to mention names. So that's how I can gauge public perception. Is it scientific? No. The scientific one is data. But I don't have the data here. And the question was not asked based on data. And I don't have. That's what I'm saying. That if she now wants data, I'll be better off if she files a fresh question. That will let me get the data from the agencies. You have been in that office before me. The data, when you ask, we get from the agencies. That is the issue that I'm responding to. But the general gauging of security has been positive across board, including the minority side, so impressed about the security at the North. Those are all positive remarks. Thank you.
Honorable Minister, on behalf of the House, I would like to thank you for appearing before the House to answer 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 questions. This morning we were here to make to also respond to agent statement by Honorable Muntaka. So we thank you and we are very grateful for always appearing before us. You are hereby discharged. Let me now invite the Minister for Gender, Children, and Social Protection, to also answer questions from members. And the first question, like the first parameters we gave, if the owner of the question is not here, and he has given power of attorney to somebody, the person will not get any supplementary question. At best, depending on the question, you may give him one supplementary question. But the standard is that the person is not going to be given any supplementary question. So we'll begin from a member for Medina, Honorable Francis Sylvia Kojososu, on question 1059. Question 1059. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have the permission, I have the authority of the honourable member.
What authority? What authority? Just ask the question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Gender, Children and Social Protection on behalf of Francis Xavier Kojososu, the measures being put in place to ensure increase in employment of persons with disabilities in line with SDGs 8 and 10. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Disability.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Ministry is in the process of amending the Persons with Disability Act 2006, Act 1715, in line with the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disability to promote, protect, and ensure full and equal enjoyment of all rights and fundamental freedom, including the right of education, health, employment, transport by all disabled persons. The Review Persons with Disability Act proposes tax exemptions for employers of persons with disabilities and training for unemployed persons with disabilities to increase the rate of employment of persons with disabilities. In addition, the Ministry has made input in the development of employment equity policy by the Ministry of Employment and Labour Relations to promote equitable employment opportunities for persons with disabilities in the labour market, especially public service. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. For me, this is an important question, and I will ask, if not the one who asked the question, I'll ask the man who is actually promoting people with disability issues to ask a supplementary question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Minister has indicated that the process is ongoing to amend the Persons with Disability Act. Can the Minister be more specific in letting us know whether this has received Cabinet approval?
Yes, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Not yet. I think the bill was sent back at the draft stage to correct certain things, how we can capture every disabled person in the bill. So very soon it will go to Cabinet for approval. Thank you.
Very well. We move to question 1060. Question 1060, and the question stands the name of the same person, member for Medina, Honorable Francis Xavier Kojosusu. Yes, Honorable for Adenta, neighboring constituency.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise once again to ask the Minister for Gender, Children and Social Protection on behalf of Francis Kojo-Susu, the measures being taken to provide medical assistance to victims of sexual abuse. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Ministry is currently reviewing the Domestic Violence Act, Act 732. The review, when passed, will ensure that victims of domestic violence are assisted and provided with medical care by the state. The Review Act will help the victim to access medical care without a police medical form, where the condition of the victims or complainant is severe. The Domestic Violence Secretariat under the Ministry will also link survival to the care. And we already have people at hospitals that take care of these issues. And where there is payment, the Ministry come in to help at a point. Thank you so much.
Yes. You want to ask? Very well. So we turn to Kita from Medina. Kita, Honorable Kwame Gapi, on question 1194.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Gender, Children and Social Protection the step being taken to address the proliferation of children beggars led by their parents on the streets of Accra, breathing in poisonous fumes like carbon monoxide, sulfide dioxide, nitrogen dioxide, hydrogen sulfate, among others, from vehicles and carrying the risks of possible lung diseases.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Ministry has previously launched two initiatives that Operation Go Back to School and Operation Get Off the Street for Beggars Life in 2015. And 2017, respectively, we did all these things. A total of 4,852 street persons were identified. Out of this figure, 4,165 were eligible for formal education. 200 were reunited with their families and are in school now. The exercise has identified 46, 20 adults and 26 children, Nigerians. These are Nigerian street beggars, and they have been repatriated in 2017. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry has been persistent in dealing with the use of child or children for begging on our street. On 13th April 2022, the Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Protection established an interministerial committee consisting of relevant ministries. A technical committee was established and tasked to develop a plan to address this issue of street beggars. The Embassy of Niger, in collaboration with Ghana Immigration Service and other relevant stakeholders, repatriated 1,320 Nigerians back to their home country in June 2022. In February and March this year, the Department of Social Welfare, in collaboration with Ghana Police Service, arrested 4 adults on the street begging on behalf of their children. They were cautioned to get off the street with their children. Mr. Speaker, a national strategic plan for street-connected children in Ghana has been developed to ensure that street-connected children have access to essential services to become responsible citizens. The plan was reviewed during the commemoration of the International Day for Street Children The plan will be validated as soon as funds are available. The Commission in 2023 of the International Day for Street Children also launched to establish a Street Children Technical Committee comprising stakeholders, which will also address some of the issues connecting children on the street. The mandate of the committee is to improve coordination among stakeholders to achieve desirable results. The members of the committee include the Department of Social Welfare, the Coalition of NGO for Street Connect Children, UNICEF, and Catholic Relief Centers. These are the committees that are going to take to look at this thing. Mr. Speaker, the implementation of the decentralization government in Ghana mandates metropolitan assemblies, municipal assemblies, to protect children within their jurisdiction, as enshrined in our Constitution, 1/6 Clause 1 of the Children's Act, 1998, Act 560. I quote, Mr. Speaker, a district assembly shall protect the welfare and promote the rights of children within its area of authority and shall ensure that within the district, governmental agencies liaise with each other in matters concerning children. End of quote, Mr. Speaker. In this regard, what MMD is to ensure children are protected from using the street for child begging. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Yes, Honorable Kwame Gapi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is a very important subject, which is of concern to all members of Parliament. I would like to ask from the Minister to inquire that parents and their children being taken from the streets, is there any plans in terms of giving them any skills? Because we must know the root cause of being in the street. Is there any plan by the ministry to equip them not to come back to the street?
Yes, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There are plans to, when we take them up this, we will give them skill training. And then I said, elsewhere, I visited, I've realized that there were no beggars on the street. So I asked why, and they said they have been confined at a place, a very good place, where they have been given skill training. And then they have been given starter capital. So those who want to go back are integrated back in their communities. So we're also looking at that plan to see how we can also emulate that country, how they are doing it. So we are understanding them, and we'll come out with the bill, and Parliament will stop to also get a place and put these people, give them skill and put school there so that their children can attend. So, but most of the street beggars are not holistic Ghanaians. They are from neighboring countries. And that's where the difficulty is. You have to talk to the embassies. And at times they will tell you they don't have the logistics to send them back. You have to find ways to send them. So it's a difficult challenge. And we are with the embassies talking how they can also stop their people from migrating on our soil. And we also have to put good laws in place so that at least, even if you come here, you don't be on our street. Because it's very dangerous, as you said. They are inhaling all sorts of things. And moreover, Mr. Speaker, I want to ask, why do we give a 6-year-old boy or girl money for begging? If we stop, if you stop and I stop, 2 weeks they'll go back to school because nobody's giving them money. So let's also look at it and then stop giving children in particular money. Thank you.
Kwame, just a follow-up, small one. Because the minister mentioned from neighboring countries, he mentioned Niger. Is there any other countries these people are coming from? I just like
Come again.
The countries, neighboring countries, these people are coming from.
Yes. He was trying to find out if you have a breakdown of the countries.
Do you have? If you don't have the figures, I don't think it will be good. If you don't have the figures, let the deputy leader file a question to request for the figures. Here is a house of records. If you are not careful, you give our figures, and tomorrow they will quote. The minister said this, meanwhile it's not right. Yes, honorable member for Kolik Roti, you wanted to.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The reason I was up on my feet was because this question, I had previously asked this question on 2 other occasions, and it was just to inquire what the timeline is, because as we speak now, at 37, there's a whole village of children who don't only come and beg, but they harass the people in the vehicles. The traffic light that goes from North Ridge to Asylum Down, the same thing. And so what exactly is the timeline? Because you have police at some of these areas. The Silver Star Airport, same thing happening there. The last time, a child was seen actually shoving a rag into someone's exhaust pipe. So we need to know what the timeline is and whether there's a collaboration between your ministry and the Interior Ministry to actually do something about this in real time.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I don't actually want to preempt your timeline, but we have been working. It's not that we have stopped working. We are working with the MMDAs because they have to be involved, because that's their jurisdiction. So you need to involve them. We have been doing that. And the Interior is part of the Inter-Ministerial Committee that is working at the Interior, Immigration, Ghana Police. They are all part of the Inter-Ministerial Committee that we are working at. So we are all involved. So I won't give you, but we will take it on. We'll be having our next meeting next month. I'll put it on board and we'll do another sweep. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. From Qatar, let's move up north to Bosa South. On question 1400, Honorable Dr. Clement Abbas Apak.
Most grateful, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Gender, Children and Social Protection how caterers under the school feeding program are recruited and the total number of caterers under the school feeding program currently.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Currently, under the program, the contracts of all caterers have expired. Going forward, the following 8 steps will be used in the caterers recruitment process. 1, competitive advertisement. We will advertise soon. The Ministry and the Ghana School Feeding National Secretariat will advertise nationally, specifying the selection criteria and mandatory requirements. 2, application will be submitted. Caterers apply online and submit required documents, including registration certificates, financial statements, health certificates, and permits. They also indicate preferred schools. 3, assessment of applications. The National Secretary evaluates the applications based on criteria and compiles a list of qualified applicants. 4, interview for selected applicants. An interview panel will assess the shortlisted caterers individually, considering their advertised criteria. The highest scoring caterers are assigned to schools. 5, submission and approval. The interview panel submits evaluation report to the National Secretariat. The final list of qualified caterers is sent to the Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Protection for approval and contracting. 6, contracting phase. The National Secretary prepares caterers documents, including details of the caterer, assigned school, and signatures of officials. The contracts are distributed to relevant applicants. 7, assigning a caterer to a school. The National Secretariat officials use now we are going to do digitization. So we are going to use the MIS to do the recontracting system to assign caterers to schools, selecting appropriate classes that will attach them to. Authorizing, the last one, authorizing a caterer assignment to a school. National Secretariat reviews and approve validated caterer records at the district, regional, and the national level. Mr. Speaker, the process involves advertisement, application assessment, interview selections, contracting, assigning caterers to school, with necessary approval at each stage. The current total number of caterers under the program is 10,832. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, I'll give you one supplementary question.
Mr. Speaker, this is a very important matter.
I'm saying I'm giving you one
Very
supplementary
well.
question.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Minister for a very elaborate response and a well laid out process. And I'll be monitoring to see if indeed she follows the procedure that she has narrated. Mr. Speaker, my follow-up question is this. Yesterday, the Minister for Finance, on page 85, paragraph 426, told this House that the feeding grant cost per meal per child per day increased from 1 Ghana cedi to 1 cedi 20 pesos for the 2023 academic year. The 1 Ghana cedi previously attracted a tax of 3 pesos, which then meant that 97 pesos went to finance what the ministry describes on its website as a hot, nutritious meal per day. Mr. Speaker, given the increase and the 3 pesos tax, it will suggest that the increment is only 2 pesos. So the current rate now has gone from 97 pesos to 99 pesos. Given the inflation at 54.1%, as the Minister for Finance told us yesterday, does the Minister think that 99 pesos is sufficient to provide one hot and nutritious meal per day per child?
Honorable Minister, hold on. Honorable Member, I think when I go through your original and substantive question, it's different, completely different from the supplementary question you are asking. Is that all right? You yourself, you know, you are shifting completely
it's
from
about the school feeding program. And
the question you asked is about the child labor. It has nothing to do with the school feeding.
Speaker, it's not about child labor.
Oh.
The caterers are supposed to provide the food.
It's in front of me, it's right in front of you.
How they provide the food, Speaker, is necessary.
You see, honorable members, I do well to protect the ministers because when you bring them here to answer specific questions, and in the course of supplementary questions, you ask them questions that are unrelated, the ministers may tend to give figures that in our records may be wrong. And I don't want to allow that because this question you are asking, if you had been asked as an original question, you will have prepared to come and answer that question. So if I tend to protect the ministers, you should understand, I don't want them to give figures that they have not prepared for. So please bear with me. Not that
Very well, Mr. Speaker, understood.
Your point is well noted. But I would think that, Madam Speaker, what you normally would do is that you ask the minister, Minister, are you prepared to answer the question? And the minister, his capacity as a minister, sector minister, he can say that I can, and then we allow, but I don't want the speaker to...
Normally I do that if minister you are minded, but I think this particular question, it can come in a fresh question for the minister to prepare and come and respond to that. That's my thinking. I hope honorable member haven't got... yeah.
Yes, Speaker, I concede.
I didn't allow him. Let's move on. Honorable Whip.
No.
Well. Once the leader is up,
in this house, we have an inherent responsibility to help you manage the house. And my colleague is not to belabor the point. I'm only emphasizing that Order 69 is clear. And it is not with respect to the Speaker, even though the interpretation of the rules is in the bosom of the Speaker. Where there are specific provisions, we don't have to overly drag the matter. Speaker, I'm saying that Order 69 is clear. What is introducing is foreign to the original text of the question. It's as simple as that.
Give the opportunity to ask one supplementary
Speaker,
question.
I concede, but the Speaker, I was seeking her opinion, but nonetheless, I concede. I'll come properly next time.
Yeah.
So, Speaker, here is my follow-up question there. The Minister indicated that currently no contracts have been signed between the Ministry and the caterers. But we know that school children are being fed. Under what arrangements are the caterers cooking for our wards in the schools benefiting from the school feeding program?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think their contract just expired, 2023. That's why we are reviewing the contracts. But we have gone into some arrangement. We can't leave the children not to be fed with them to cook whilst we are doing the procurement. So when we finish, we'll know how to handle that one. It's under our jurisdiction to do that. Thank you so much. I will provide you privately your questions, whatever information, I will do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister, for that assurance.
We thank the Minister. I just have one supplementary question. The Minister said the contracts have expired. You pay the school feeding contractors with public funds. Under which part of Public Procurement Act are you engaging people in a contractual agreement without a contract? Which part of the Public Procurement Act or which act are you rely on to contract contractors or service providers and pay using public funds to pay them without an appropriate contract?
Yes, from minority whip to majority whip.
My colleague, as I can see from his countenance, he really knows that this question it has to be ruled out. If he's minded to push this question, he should go through the process. And because he's a chief whip, I'm sure the Speaker will give him or grant him special dispensation, and the question will be granted. His question is completely out. He should file a substantive question, and the Minister will be.
Honorable Chief Whip, leave that with me. I don't know. The Minister, nobody is forcing you. Are you minded to respond to him? Very well.
Ask the question like that. You are telling her directly. Don't answer the question.
So we will take the last question. We take the last question from Timpani. Timpani, is he here? Honorable Lydia Lamisi Akanvaliba. Is he here? You have?
You can have.
Let's hear you. Let's hear you. Yes.
Narebu Gambaga. That one, I think that one too. So let me ask that one first, Mr. Speaker. Wow. I have the power of authority to ask two questions. Original one. Then Narebu.
Honorable member.
Okay.
I'm asking you to ask the question on behalf of Honorable Lydia.
Mr. Speaker, I said, all right, so let me ask that one first.
What? Very well. Honorable Sedu.
Yes.
I was skipping your question. Oh, I'm sorry.
So that's what I'm
So
saying.
you may ask that question 1555.
Thank you, Mr.
Nalugu
Speaker.
Gambaga. Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr.
It
Speaker. I rise
it
to
means
ask
I am.
the Minister for Gender, Children and Social Protection what effort the ministry is making to reduce child involvement in economic activity, otherwise called child labor. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Even though the ministry does not directly handle child labor issues, we work in close collaboration with the Ministry of Employment and Labor Relations. The main ministry responsible for child labor issues, so it's Minister for Employment and Labor Relations. They handle child labor. The Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Protection through Ghanaian Against Child Abuse, the GACA initiative, have engaged more than 52,000 people through community dialogue to create awareness on the reduction of child abuse, including child labor. The ministry, in addition to this, has also developed and launched for implementation of the interministerial standard operation procedure for child protection and family welfare to facilitate interagency referral of cases, which include child labor issues, and this is currently in 160 MMDs. Mr. Speaker, through the GACA Calendar Day events, we have used to raise awareness among the public of dangers that affect children on the streets, and also we engage more than 62,000 communities. The regional child protection committees continue to raise awareness among various regional coordinating councils on the need for strategies to reduce child labor in their respective MMDs. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Gender has collaborated with Employment and Labor Relations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable Isi Proceedings. A mistake in the question. Honorable Sedu, you may ask, do you have supplementary question? No. You don't have, very well. So we'll go to the Timpani one, 1777.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the authority of Lydia Akambareba, my niece, because her mother comes from my holy village of Dorninga, to seek your leave to ask the question on her behalf. Do I assume you've granted me?
Ask the question, yes.
Very well.
Granted.
Very well.
Your leave, yes.
I rise to ask the Minister for Gender, Children and Social Protection the current status of the Affirmative Action Bill and what agent steps the ministry is taking to fast-track the passage of the bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On my assumption of office as the Substantive Minister for Gender, Children and Social Protection in January 2023, the Affirmative Action Bill was resubmitted on the 2nd March 2023 to Cabinet for consideration and approval. However, the National Gender Policy 2015, which serves as a supporting policy framework for the approval of the bill, has expired. The Ministry has therefore, through stakeholder consultation, revised and finalized the National Gender Policy 2023 to 2032. This will give a backing to the Affirmative Action Bill. A Cabinet memoranda is being finalized for the submission to Cabinet. In anticipation of Cabinet approval of the bill, the Ministry will engage the leadership of the Parliament, Women Caucus in Parliament, standing committees on gender and children, as well as selected committees on Constitutional, Legal and Parliamentary Affairs to fast-track the approval of the bill by Parliament. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. I will allow one submitted question. This is very important.
Mr. Speaker, it's actually to urge ahead on. Minister, as we all know, this is a very important bill, and it is long overdue. So, as a nation, you have our fullest support to charge so that we can get this bill finally passed. And I believe you would have the support of the full House. We urge you on. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honorable Minister, on behalf of the House, we'd like to thank you so much for appearing before the House. You came quite early, you stood in, and you've answered members their grievances. We are so grateful, and you are hereby discharged. Honorable leaders, I want you to understand me. I'm craving your indulgence to allow me to suspend the House for 30 minutes. If you want us to continue, else if you want us to adjourn, fine. Other than that, I will crave your indulgence for me to suspend the House for 30 minutes.
Speaker, we indeed want to agree with you. However, as you do know and recall, you had earlier admitted a statement that stands on Homo, that stands in the name of the Honorable FIFA. So I want to plead, if it is possible for him to deliver that, and then we can draw the curtains.
No.
Otherwise, so
if we are, Honorable Leader, I'm not turning you down. Honorable Veji has a motion. I asked him to hold on, and if you allow me, I'll go and come back. And if you really want me to do other things, you will do. But for now, I cannot sit in for more than 5 minutes again without it. So if you allow me, I'll suspend, come back within 20-30 minutes, then we continue whatever other businesses we can do.
Speaker, may we suspend it?
Mr. Speaker, we can't. You have done very well. We can understand you need to stretch your limbs a bit. So, can you confirm the time you want of 20 minutes or 30 minutes?
For me, 20 minutes will do.
Okay. So, Mr. Speaker, we'll be expecting you back in 20 minutes.
Very well. So, with your support, I suspend the House for 20 minutes. Honorable members, let me thank you and welcome you back to the chamber. Yes, leadership. Directive.
Speaker, with respect, we can take the statement that was suggested earlier. The statement that stands in the name of the Honorable FIFA.
Honourable members, we are still in the private business, and we have a statement which appears to me a very important statement. And the statement has been put up by Honorable Akwesi Osofri-Mensah, MP for Masamine, on Homowo Festival and its significance on Ga people. So, Honorable Akwesi Osofri-Mensah, you have the floor now, and you may read your statement.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to make a statement on Homowo Festival and its significance on the Ga people. Homowo is a festival celebrated by the Ga people and means hooting at and ridicule hunger. It is an annual festival to commemorate the day the ancestors won victory over hunger, hooted at it and mock it with songs and dancing. It is celebrated in the memory of bumper harvest, which saved the Ga people from a famine they experienced when they first settled in the Ga land. This festival is a harvest festival, which marks the beginning or harvesting of maize, corn, and fish. Right Honorable Speaker, before the festival takes place, a ban is placed on any form of noise making in the Ga land. From the first Monday in May to the first Thursday in June, when the ban is lifted. Before the ban, the chief priests and the priestesses clear some specific areas that have been designated for the growing of millet or corn, which lasts for 30 days. Mr. Speaker, the importance of Homowo Festival to the Ga people cannot be overemphasized. It marks the beginning of a traditional year and the harvesting of staple foods. It is a period when people remember and mourn those who had died during the year. Besides, it reviews the past year's mistakes and plans for the future and helps to uphold and continue the tradition. Mr. Speaker, the Homowo Festival gives the youth the opportunity to know and educate themselves about their tradition. Religiously, the festival is a period of purification. The chiefs and the traditional priests perform the customary purification of the land to strengthen everyone spiritually and socially in order to face the coming year successfully. On the day prior to the celebration, the Twin Festival is celebrated. This is a celebration which involves much singing. Twins are much revered among the Gans because they believe that twins are always a blessing from the gods. Mr. Speaker, on the morning of the festival, they perform what is known as Abawuba. Here, leaves such as Inyanya, Bo, Hachuba, and other assorted herbs are mixed together in a basin made of wood and filled with seawater and ordinary water. This water, Mr. Speaker, is used to wash the horns. The horns are then rubbed with white clay, and the white clothing covering them is also changed. Mr. Speaker, before the water is used for bathing the horns, there is some pouring of libation, and the blood of a lamb is poured into the water. After the water is put on the floor, and anyone who needs divine favors will put some money coins into the water, and the people under the bowl and bath with some of the water in the bowl and put his or her petition before the gods. Mr. Speaker, the first food the twins eat in the morning of this day is mashed yam and boiled eggs, oto. Also, the chicken or goat that was killed will be used to prepare some light soup with fufu, which would be dashed out to the twins and everyone around. Then in the afternoon, there is the pouring of libation in fire, and then the twins again change their clothing. Change their clothing into another nice one. A family member then carries the white basin and pours it away. In Asele, the water is taken into the Kole na previously Galloway, present day Agbogbloshie. But those who are not near the sea pour the water at a refuse dump. Most of the time, the spirit of the twins possesses the one who carries the basin until he comes back home and washes his face. A party is then thrown for the twins. Again, Mr. Speaker, before the festival day, all the chiefs and the Olume go to Okankwe in Ofanko, where they believe is the death place of Okankwe, who was once a king of the Gans. Here they perform some rites in his memory. When they are returning, they gather at the same Galloway where the clean water was poured. This is where they see the Asafubi warriors, Adowafo, and then Bintimufo and other members of the community. Then they make a famous procession from there through some principal street of Gamashi area and end at the Asalmanche Palace at Abon. During the procession, the three groups sing and there is firing of guns by the Asafubi. This is to show the superiority of the king. Right, Honorable Speaker, on the actual day of the Homo Festival, that is Saturday, the women start cooking at dawn. The audition, those from the royal houses, for instance, cook overnight in order to finish on time and carry the mail to the chief's palace early in the morning. The king and his people then move out to sprinkle the food in various houses and the particular junctions along the way in the areas. The chiefs and his people are accompanied with a tumpan drama, who drums as some women sing alongside. Normally, it is those who belong to the royal family or a particular clan who have their houses sprinkled with the kwekwe, the festival food. The chief is not supposed to sprinkle the kwekwe in the house that does not belong to the group. Going against this rule may cause conflict between both parties. Then on the next day, which is Sunday, there is a family gathering in the family houses in the morning. Normally, the purpose of this gathering is, first of all, to remember the dead. Secondly, there is an exchange of greetings among the various families who attended the festival. The elders bless the younger ones. Then lastly, there is some sort of reconciliation. Right, Honorable Speaker, I want to appeal to the Ministry of Tourism to institute measures to make festivals in Ghana, particularly Hobo, attractive to the citizens and boost the tourism industry. On this gracious occasion, I salute the Gamanche, the Ga Traditional Council, and the Ga people. To the chiefs and people of Amasamai, near Amasan, who will be celebrating his 50th year as chief of Amasamai this year, I say Aiko, Afio, Afi. I cannot resume my seat, right, Honorable Speaker, without appreciating the chiefs, elders, and people of my constituency. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, looking around the chamber. Honorable member, looking around the chamber, I cannot see Gap people here. We are all domiciled in Accra. I don't know whether majority leader and leader of the house, domiciled in Accra for years, can tell himself as a Gaman. So let me get to boost us out.
Thank you. Most grateful, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I commend the maker of the statement very highly. Mr. Speaker, as you alluded to, Accra is the national capital, and we know the indigents of our national capital are the Ga people. And so whether we are natives of the Greater Accra region or not,
by virtue of our presence here, we also celebrate with them when they are celebrating this festival. Mr. Speaker, as you well know, festivals have a lot of meaning. And festivals usually have social, economic, and traditional importance and benefits. If for nothing at all, festivals offer a group of people, in this case the gang, to retrace their history, bond with friends and family who sometimes travel from other parts of the world and other parts of the country to celebrate. And Mr. Speaker, in all of this, there's also the economic value, because as people congregate to celebrate and reconnect, it has a benefit to the local economy. We wish the celebrants well, and we appreciate the hospitality that they have extended to all of us. And we will continue to abide by the traditional customary practices guiding the festival and its performance. On this note, I once again extend my sincerest gratitude to the Ghana people and the maker of the statement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. From man from Busa, I'll go to man from Manson Kwanta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity given me to contribute to this very important statement by my honorable member, Afrifa from Amasaman. Mr. Speaker, festivals is a very important occasion that demonstrates our socio-economic significance. And today, we are trying to forget such significant celebrations, and we are saying that we are not civilized, and therefore doing away with this our fundamental background and foundation that establishes people. Mr. Speaker, the celebration of festival have such important significance as my friend is saying. When you look at the preparation of the festival, it talks about how our harvest is made, gathering our millet, gathering the maize, gathering the yam, and everything together. It is a time of appropriation. And what is that appropriation? When you go to the Israelites, they will tell you that appropriate your harvest and give a tenth to the God or to the house of God. Here too, we have semblance of that appropriation. On the day of the harvest, they gather at a particular time and only here and appropriate so that everybody will have his share. And the kings, the rulers of the land, will also take a portion. So you appropriate what you have harvested to signify that you have respect for the authority. You contribute towards the government of the people. So we appropriate the harvest for everybody to have something. At the same time, during the harvest, and then do the festival, that's the time of planning. They look back to what has happened. So my friend was talking about how they are designated for the growing of millet and corn, and they come together and make sure that these food are put together, and they look at the past and plan for the future. So as we reviewed yesterday, for example, the budget review and responsive budget, we were trying to look back and see what went wrong and make correction. So during such festivals, our people will sit down and then look back and look at what happened and plan ahead for the next time. At the same time, when they are trying to do all this, they purify. What the purification here, when they gathered and they clean the towns and do all these things, signify that they take our health issues into consideration. So in the preparation for the festival, they make sure that the environment and everything is demonstrating cleanliness to show that we take good care of our environment. So our people don't joke with the environment. They have very important. So the celebration of the Homo is also very significant when we are talking about taking care of our environment. Mr. Speaker, when you look at the environment as well, they are talking about the importance they attach to the trends. What they know that trend that they attach importance to, they want numbers. Because at those times, we have a very important, significant economic development for the people to enjoy the work that they are creating. So when you give them to trends, more people are coming. So every family at that time, when you're going to meditate that, let the children, the very important aspect of the family or the marriage, come to the house. let them come home. So when you give birth to the twins, they tell you that they have that important attachment and the spirit of human being. They enjoy the value of a human being than money. So when you give birth to twins and they are celebrating the twins, it means the security you touch our population, the importance you touch the people, the value of people was very important to them. At the same time, you look at the offering that they make. It means that when you have when you are sharing, it tells you that it's very good to share with other people. And the next issue that I may want to finish with myself is that they love unity. So when they cook the food together, the women finish everything, they all come around the food and they share. Tell you that sharing is very important to our people. Today, if you are celebrating your war, and my friend making a statement, let us look back. Let us identify the significance of these festivals that unite us. Let us share. That is enjoy our environment. That helps us to also appropriate to the development of our people. So, Mr. Speaker, to conclude my statement, I'll call upon members of this House to take the environment, our festivals, and all this important. Let's look at the sequence of it so that we can use it as a way of developing our country in unity and ensuring that we have a clean environment, we share, enjoy, and therefore let us all join the Black people to celebrate from war in unity, in purpose, for development, enjoy our work together. Thank you, Mr. President, for this opportunity.
Thank you very much. You've spoken like a real man. Leadership.
Speaker, shall we go on to... Well, Speaker, let me commend my good friend, the member Farmer Sama, an attempt...
UNESCO, situated at the headquarters of UNESCO. That is 23-1.
Thank you, Leader. I think that's the new rendition. So the consensus amendment now, that's the way I would put it. So I think I'll put a question. All those in favor of the proposed new amendment, say aye. All those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment to clause 23 is hereby carried.
Speaker, that is 23-1.
23-1. Okay.
Yes, for 23-2.
So Leader, can I put
23-1 is what you just did.
yes?
Yes.
Yes.
What you just did. So 23-2, it wasn't touched. But
Okay.
23-3 is also been smithed.
Okay.
So we can go to 23-3 if you may indulge me.
So the 23-1 is now accepted.
Right.
The 23-2 was not touched.
It wasn't touched.
So 23-3.
23-3. Now there is going to be, we are going to delete the B. So we're going to have just 23A. And because it's only one, it will just then read as 23.
Okay.
Except there's a minor correction. A permanent delegation is the permanent representation of Ghana, not the country, of Ghana at the headquarters of UNESCO.
Okay.
So that should be the new rendition of 23-3 after the deletion of B. So if you just read, the permanent delegation is the permanent representation of Ghana at the headquarters of UNESCO.
Very well.
Mr. Speaker, what I just want to add is that the permanent delegation is the permanent representation of Ghana at the headquarters of UNESCO. Would now be one sentence. Would now be one sentence because we are deleting B. Yeah.
Very well. Chairman, you want to say something?
Yes, Honorable Speaker. Then it means that we have to come straight to the 25.
So you have to put into them.
So, honorable members, we will put the question. I think we have to put the question on 23.1, then we put the question on 23.3. So we will begin with the 23.1. All those in favor that the new proposed amendment to 23.1 say aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment to 23.1 is hereby carried. Then I'll put the question on 23.3. All those in favor for the new proposed amendment to 23.3 say aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment to 23.3 is carried. I now put the entire 23. All those in favor that the amendment to 23 as variously amended together say aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The variously amended to clause 23 is hereby carried. We've already adopted 24, so we move to 25. Chairman.
Permanent delegate of Ghana. 25. Mr. Speaker, the 25 we deleted the A, but we amended it.
No. So it's A.
Yeah. So, no. 25A. Wait.
Yes, let me give it to the ranking.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. What we did was to maintain the A and then amend it by adding appointed by the President. So it will read, is the permanent representative of Ghana to UNESCO appointed by the President. That is the proposed amendment.
Is it the President of the Republic?
Yes.
Okay.
So let me move that the amendment proposed is 25.
Let's read the new rendition.
25A is amended to read, is the permanent representative of Ghana to UNESCO appointed by the President. I so move.
Honourable members, 25 clause 25A has been amended by the new rendition given by the ranking of education. So all those in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment to 25A is carried. We move to B, 25B. Chairman, 25B.
Honorable Speaker, the 25B was not amended. It stands as it is. Yeah.
Yes, Honorable Member for...
Mr. Speaker, there is no amendment to the B. But what was proposed at winnowing was that the C becomes B, and then the B here becomes a D. We change the positions. So that one we can direct the drafters to rearrange the positioning for us.
So you are saying the arrangement to be C will move up to B?
Yes.
And B?
D will move to C. C will move to B. And then the B will rather move to D. But the drafter was with us, so if you direct the drafter.
Very well. So with B, C, apart from the arrangement, we don't have any anyway. So do you put the question on the arrangements?
Yes.
Leader, do you put question on the arrangements? Very well. Very well. So the drafters will take care of the arrangement, but I'll put the question. All those in favor that B, C are rearranged, I should take it one by one. One. It's in C.
Speaker, the real amendment is in 25A, where we added at the end, appointed by the president. That's the substantive amendment.
That one we have put the question.
You have done so.
Yes, we have done that one.
Let's put the question.
Yeah, that A have been done. So then with the rearrangement, I'll put the entire clause. So all those in favor that 25 as variously amended, say aye. All those against say no. And all members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment as variously amended to 25 is hereby carried. We now turn to clause 31. Yes, Rankin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, yesterday we worked on 27. Just want to question there that
27 is not here.
yeah, it's not here, but just want to draw attention to something we discussed this morning.
Okay.
That if you look at A, B, C, and D over there, use shall, is, we want it to be uniform. So that if you can direct the drafters to do what we discussed this morning, so that it will be shall, be, or shall in that order. So that you can remove the is from B and D. Shall be responsible in B. So also it will be shall be responsible for the supervision in D. So that it will be in the order.
Yes, leader.
Speaker, I think the drafting suffers a bit from some affliction, but it's not really limited only to the 27. Go through, there's a mixture of the present with futuristic prosaic writings, and let's leave that to the drafters so they do a better arrangement, because it's not only 27. If you go through the bill, you see the proliferation of that construct in so many provisions. So let's leave it. Once we've signaled, we've heard, let's leave it to the drafters.
Very well. So once the drafters are here, afterwards, we'll pick the pitfalls and he will address them in the drafting. So I think we don't need to tackle it. We may be confronting ourselves with so many of them. So we move to 31. Chairman.
Honorable Minister, we would like to...
Honorable, I'm not minister.
We would like to work on the 30...
I'm saying I'm not minister.
Honorable Speaker, we would like to speak... Mr. Speaker, we would like to work on the 30.
30?
Yes. Amendment proposed, line 1, delete the and insert without limiting subsection 1 of section 10. The. I so move.
30.
30.
Clause 30.
Yes.
Will you come again?
Clause 30. Amendment proposed. Line 1. Delete the and insert without limiting section 1 of subsection 10. The. I so move.
Will you, hold on, will you kindly read the new rendition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The new revision will read without limiting subsection 1 of section 10, the General Assembly may establish the following program: specialized committees. Yes, that is 30. 30.
This was.
Mr. Speaker, I believe the chairman should have a second look at it. What he's proposing was agreed to yesterday, and is not further amending it. So
Yes.
we should leave it.
Yes.
We agreed to it yesterday. We agreed to it, so there's no need going back. The 30 is right. I mean, we've already agreed to it. What you're proposing, we agreed to it yesterday for 30. So let's leave that one and go to 31.
Well, one. So, Chairman, I invited you to clause 31, not 30. So let's deal with the 30.
31. Amendment proposed. Subclause 1, line 1. Delete each and insert a. I so move.
Yes, honorable members, there is a proposed amendment by the chairman. All those in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. My attention has been drawn. Yes, so we are. I mean, yesterday one, but later on, leader was raising the issue that we have to take 31 and 30. So, should I take it that you have agreed on 31?
Yeah. We have rescinded that decision since. It will now.
You've rescinded that decision?
Yes.
Yesterday's decision?
I think what the chairman wants to do, because we agreed on it yesterday, it was after we agreed that I raised this matter. So the decision now will have to be rescinded in respect of 31 to enable us go through it again. Yeah.
So Chairman, we have to rescind 31 to enable us actually deal with it.
Mr. Speaker, to cut a long story short, can I move that this House will send this decision that was taken in respect of clause 31?
Well.
Yesterday, not two, beginning with the whole of 31. Yes.
Honourable members, there is a proposed amendment to rescind the decision we took yesterday in respect of 31. All those in favor, say aye. All those against, say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The decision we took in respect of 31 is hereby rescinded. Now, Chairman, you can come back to 31.
31. Clause 31. 1. Amendment proposed. Line 1. Delete each and insert a. I so move.
Yes, honourable members, there is a new proposed amendment to 31. Yes, honourable.
I support the amendment. It is neater this way.
You support the amendment?
Yes.
You support the amendment? Honourable members, there is a proposed amendment which has been seconded. All those in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment is carried. Yes, Chairman.
Clause 31. Amendment proposed.
Clause 31.
Yeah, subclause 2. After a, insert member or. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, there is a proposed amendment to clause 31 to All those in favor of the proposed amendment?
Speaker, I believe the chairman ought to provide further elucidation on this. 2 now has the insertion of member or, so that it will read a member or non-member of the commission may be appointed as a member of a program specialized committee. Mr. Speaker, you may recall that yesterday we were struggling on what to do with 3. The membership to include governmental organizations, non-governmental organizations, and so on. So now this takes charge of it, which then would render 31.3 superfluous. So when we get to 31.3, then we can delete 31.3.
Honourable members, the proposed amendment to clause 31.2, the rendition has been given to us by the leader. All those in favor of the proposed amendment to 31.2 say aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment to clause 31.2 is hereby adopted. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Clause 31, amendment proposed, subclause 3, delete. I so move.
Honourable members, Honourable Chairman, if you then you give us a new rendition, how the rendition will be. Delete. Very well. So I'll put the question. All those in favor of the new proposed amendment to clause 31.3 say aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment to clause 31.3 is carried. Yes, Chairman.
Clause 31, amendment proposed, subclause 4, line 1, delete each and insert a. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
You delete and insert. So what will be the new rendition?
A committee established under Section 30 shall have a chairperson. I so move.
Honourable members, there is a proposed amendment to clause 31, subclause 4. All those in favor of the new proposed amendment say aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment to clause 31.4 is hereby adopted. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Clause 31, amendment proposed, subclause 7, line 1. Subclause 6, line 1, after the...
Is it 5 or 6?
6. Subclause 6. Yeah. Amendment proposed, subclause 6, delete and insert the following. Anyway. Insertion. A program specialized committee shall have a secretary. I so move.
Honourable Dafiamapo, you just entered in and you want to announce your presence.
No, not at all, Mr. Speaker. I was hoping that the chairman would justify this amendment, but he hasn't. So you should justify and let's take the question.
Yes, Rankin. See, that's the way he announced his presence.
Let me just provide justification for me.
Okay, Ranking of Constitutional and Parliamentary Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, this is in line with the principles of inconsistency. If we look at 31.4, it said the program specialized committee established under Section 30 shall have a chairperson. So consistent with that, this amendment is also saying a program specialized committee shall have a secretary. In the earlier one, shall have a chairperson. This one shall have a secretary. So it is inconsistent with the 4. That's the justification.
Thank you very much. Yes, leader, you want to say something?
Mr. Speaker, just to propose something and leave it to the drafters. The drafters. 4 says a program specialized committee established under Section 30 shall have a chairperson. Now, we are talking about the same committee, but I was just wondering whether it would be necessary, therefore, to add established under Section 30. And I'm just saying that we'll leave that to the drafters. If they think it's convenient, they could do that. Other than that, we could also have it this way.
Yes. So drafters take note of that. So I'll put the question. All those in favor of the proposed amendment to clause 31(6), say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment to clause 6 is hereby carried. Yes, Chairman.
Clause 31, amendment proposed. Subclause 7, line 3. After of, delete consent and insert that.
Yes, leader.
Mr. Speaker, I think we proffered 4 amendments. Let me read the entirety of it so that you see. The secretary, we just said that a program specialized committee shall have a secretary. So following from that, we will come to 7. The secretary of a program specialized committee, not committees, committee, shall be the program officer of that program specialized committee. And then we delete consent.
So that is
So that's a new rendition.
For 7.
For 7, the secretary of a program specialized committee shall be the program officer of that program specialized committee. I would delete consent.
Honorable members, all those in favor of the new proposed amendment to clause 31, subclause 7, say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment is carried. Let me now put the entire clause 31. All those in favor of clause 31 as variously amended, say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 31 as variously amended is carried. Yes, Chairman.
32. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Clause 32, amendment proposed. Subclause 1, line 1, delete each and insert
Chairman, I thought 32 we handled it yesterday without any issue, unless
Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Yesterday we adopted clause 32.
Yes.
But we are at the winning this morning. We realized that 32(1), just as we did in 31, the each, you will direct the drafters to change it to instead of each. That was the decision we took at winnowing this morning. But you have to just direct the drafters to just, because we adopted the clause yesterday.
Very well. So drafters, take note with the new small changes, since 32 has already been adopted. Very well. Yes, leader.
Mr. Speaker, I'm appealing to a friend, the member for Akachi South, who I know in these matters is an eternal litigant. But, the Speaker, I've not even moved anything. You are the Speaker. I said in these matters, Yes, Speaker, yesterday they deleted the word technical from 32(1)(c), which I think is appropriate. I thought that in its place, after the deletion, we rather should insert the word relevant or ancillary, connected, because it cannot just be any function that the General Assembly may direct. I would prefer rather the word ancillary, perform any other ancillary function that the General Assembly may direct. That is a function that is connected with the object of the bill. Mr. Speaker, that is what I want to propose. Mr. Speaker, I propose relevant, but my friend, the member for Akachi South, will not agree with me. So I'm not really afraid to bring it back. But he causes me to fear small. That is why I'm proposing that maybe we either use relevant or ancillary. I don't know. But I have no fixation. If he fires me, I'll drop it.
So, Leader, in this respect, are you rescinding the adoption of 32, so that, because if you are going to deal with 32C with a new rendition.
Yes, I'm saying that they said the word technical, and I agree that is deleted. But I was just proposing, if it will find favor of the House, that we insert the word ancillary. And I'm using ancillary in place of relevant because if you go to 32(1)(a), they have used the word relevant there. And to avoid any confusion of understanding, I believe that ancillary would be a better word in C than relevant, just to avoid confusion in meaning.
Yes, I think. Yes, Honorable Hiafo.
Mr. Speaker, let me establish by the record that...
You establish what?
Let me establish for the record that I am a litigant as a lawyer, but I'm not eternal litigant.
You can't be a human being eternally.
Mr. Speaker, I am opposed to Leader's amendment, and then I'm agreeable to what happened yesterday. Mr. Speaker, in legislative drafting, we should try as much as possible to avoid subjectivity in the legislation. What is this provision saying? The C. Perform any other function that the General Assembly may direct. So, it's a power or a discretion being given to the General Assembly to direct that perform this function in addition to the existing function that we are performing. Mr. Speaker, if you say or relevant or technical, who then determines the technicality, the relevance or ancillary nature of the direction that the General Assembly will have to give? That is why we must try as much as possible to take the element of the subjectivity in the legislation by deleting the technical or relevant from the legislation.
Yes, Leader.
Yes, Speaker. Oh. I'll drop it.
Mr. Speaker, in addition, all the legislations that we have passed in this regard we have no subjective element in it. So it's any other function that the General Assembly would direct.
Yes, leader.
Mr. Speaker, this is not any other committee. It's an expert committee. It's a committee populated by experts. The Speaker, so it cannot be likened to any ordinary committee. Second, Mr. Speaker, the word relevant or related or whatever. If you look at the long title of every bill that we pass, even this one, what does it provide? An act to establish the Ghana Commission for UNESCO to implement the aims, or if you like, what is here now, to carry out the aims and objectives of the United Nations Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization, and provide for related matters. And recently, we're even using connected,
yes,
in place of related. Mr. Speaker, so they should relate. They should be relevant. That is why. But as I said, I have no fixation. I've already said that I'm in a battle with an eternal litigant. Mr. Speaker, not to prolong this matter, let me drop it so that we'll make progress. Mr. Speaker, I drop it just so that we make progress.
Very well.
I don't want to further engage. I'll drop it. Where are you coming? What are you coming to? Honorable Rosin Dafero. There's nothing. You can't put something on nothing. I've dropped it.
So, Honorable, I don't think you want to put yourself in. But also listen, also hear me. I don't think you want to put yourself into the discretion leader gave to Honorable Ehiafo. Yes, let me hear you.
Mr. Speaker, I support leader's position that is withdrawing the amendment. Thank you.
So I think there was small amendments, so I'll put the question to 32. All those in favor that the proposed amendment to 32, say aye. All those against, say no. Honourable members, the proposed amendment is hereby carried. Now let's move to 33.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Clause 33, amendment proposed, subclause 2, paragraph A.
Chairman, hold on a bit. Let the.
Eh? What did he say?
33 2.
Yeah, 33 2. Subclause.
I think it has been read. Yesterday, we read it. We didn't take it. He read it. It's only that debate was deferred. So, we didn't take it. We didn't do it at all. We did it. We did it. So, Chairman, you may proceed.
On 34. 33. Clause 33, amendment proposed. Clause 2, paragraph A, subparagraph I, delete or and insert and. I so move.
The A.
Honorable Mr. Speaker, I would like to do a further amendment on the A to delete the opening word each and insert a before the and correction.
Then read the new rendition.
So
the new rendition. The new rendition will be A.
The new rendition will be a national committee shall consist of persons with expertise in the subject matter of the committee and selected from a governmental organization, and 2, a non-governmental organization. I so move.
Very well. Honourable members, there is a proposal 33-2. 33-2. All those in favor of the new proposed amendment say aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment to clause 33 sub clause 2
Mr. Speaker, I think this really did not. The national committees for intergovernmental programs, 33. The national committees for intergovernmental programs are themselves creatures of the commission. Now, 33(2)B has a similar provision that we collapsed and then said a member or non-member of the commission may be appointed as a member of the program specialized committee. I'm just wondering whether for the intergovernmental programs, the National Committee for Intergovernmental Programs, whether we can have a similar provision there. I think that should be it. So the entirety of 2 should not be deleted. We should have a similar rendition as we did for 31(2). For 33, we should find space for that. So that symmetry then would exist. Otherwise, it will create a problem.
Yes, Honourable Hiafo.
Mr. Speaker, I agree 100% with the leader. On this note, no litigation with him.
So, leader, may you help us with the rendition and how it will be?
The Speaker, I believe we can leave it to the drafters, as we did for 31. For 31(2). That is, a member or non-member of the commission may be appointed as a member of the program. So we can have something of the nature of a national committee shall comprise a member or a non-member of the national committee, and shall consist of persons with expertise in so and so. With some such arrangement, I think we can leave it to drafters.
Very well. So, drafters, I hope you've taken note of that. Very well. So, the question is, all those in favor of the proposed amendment by the leader say aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment is carried. Yes, Chairman.
Who withdraw? Who withdraw? The 34. Mr. Speaker, in view of what we have just done, the B of 33(2) should now be deleted. Yes. The B of 33(2), the 33(2)B should be deleted. In both Roman number 1 and Roman number 2. 32B.
So, Chairman, that is all about 33.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, it ends it. So we go to 34.
Very well. So I'll put 33. So, honorable members, here's the vice chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, earlier on, the majority leader sought to delay to have a new rendition for 33-2. Mr. Speaker, this morning we had extensive discussion. I think because of the several amendments we did, leader is missing a bit. The one we have is the 33-2. The rendition is 33-2. The rendition is: a national committee shall consist of persons: A, with expertise in the subject of the committee, and B, selected from A, a governmental organization and
a non-governmental
organization.
I said that.
So it's not all?
No. Or and the whole section, the whole clause, sub-clause remains. The Speaker.
Governmental organization and
yes,
non-governmental. So it means we can select from anywhere.
The Speaker, for this particular provision, the national membership is coming from institutional representation. The previous one, where we deleted the governmental and non-governmental, the emphasis is on individual expertise.
Very well.
But for this one, institutional representation.
From institutional organization.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. Yes, Honorable Hiafo.
Mr. Speaker, if the Vice Chairman is talking about institutional representation, then we have a way of constituting boards or committees based on an institutional representation. Then that is what we are supposed to follow in doing it. If really you want it to be institutional representation. We have done several bills. That's the standard provision. But that is not what is happening here. So it's better you go by the suggestion being suggested by the majority leader, and the whole problem is solved. You see, that's why we are directing the drafter to do something closer to what we have done in 31-2, that a member or a non-member of the committee may be appointed as a member of the program specialized committee. So consequential to that, this one, the drafters has couched it this way.
Mr. Speaker, my senior colleague was there this morning when we had extensive discussion. So he himself was there. Mr. Speaker, when you look at the composition, 33 specify the composition, the committees that need to be established. We have the Man and the Biosphere National Committee on Intergovernmental and Oceanology, Intergovernmental Oceanography, and the rest. So, Speaker, the membership of this committee is what is being expressed in 33-2. And the understanding is that in appointing this membership, they expect that the persons who are appointed are coming from both governmental and non-governmental institutions. So, Speaker, the intent of this provision is to avoid the situation where only persons from just the governmental organizations are appointed. This explanation was provided this morning in the renewing process. And my senior colleague was there. He agreed to it. I'm surprised that he's now moving
That's what we agreed. That's what we agreed. When?
Mr. Speaker, there was an issue that what happened to somebody who has the expertise and can work very diligently and reliably, but does not belong to governmental organization or non-governmental organization. This was raised this morning. So how do you get such a person appointed? That is why I am inclined to go by leader's proposal. So now tell us how a name has even been mentioned, that she has experience when it comes to matters relating to UNESCO. But if such a person do not belong to a governmental organization or non-governmental organization, then she has no opportunity of being appointed. So how do you get people of such experience appointed?
Mr. Speaker, I think we argued extensively on this, and I even suggested that we could have a rendition or a phraseology that would say public servants and non-public servants, public servants and or non-public servants, instead of just saying governmental organizations or non-governmental organizations. But they cited one person, Professor Anamwa Mensah, that is retired. But he has, a wealth of knowledge. Now, because he's retired, he's no longer in the public service. He doesn't belong to a non-governmental organization or civil society. Where do you place such a person? And that is why I propose that it should be either public servants or non-public servants. People in the informal sector, NGOs, CSOs, are those of them who are non-public servants. So I thought that will capture the sense better. Ultimately, maybe on my blind side, they said, oh, we should retain this. I think strongly that maybe we should rather capture it better by using public officers or public servants and non-public servants. I think that will capture it better.
Speaker, thank you. If it's the mood of the House to adopt the present rendition from leader, then I have a problem with the structure of the sentence, the whole provision. In my opinion, I think that A and B should go completely, should go away, so that the controlling sentence reads this way: each national committee shall consist of persons with expertise. There should not be a sub-A in the subject matter of the committee, and the B should also go, and selected from now A from a public sector, or that's a public servant or a non-public servant, because the nature of the sentence as it is, plus the new rendition of the provision, it renders obtuse, breaking the upper sentence into A and B. It doesn't make sense at all. It's totally not needed. So that the controlling sentence will read: each national committee shall consist of persons with expertise in the subject matter of the committee, and selected from, then the Roman numeral 1 and 2 will now become A and B. That's my position on the matter.
Yes, let him now go to the Deputy Minister.
Mr. Speaker, from the sponsors of the bill, they said that with the UNESCO, they work with governmental organizations and non-governmental organizations. And the reason why they want us to get into the legislature is some heads of institutions or ministries sometimes want to appoint only from the governmental, but in some cases the expertise are not really found in the governmental organizations. So when you legislate it, then wherever the expertise are found, and from them, those under government institutions are governmental, and all others are governmental organizations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, now that we have been educated at this industry terminology, let's leave it. Except in that case, as was proposed earlier by the member for Akachi South, rather than should delete the word or and insert and, so that necessarily the composition will include the two. So let's then delete the or and insert and. And leave it for them. If they go and have problems, they will come back.
Very well. So the proposed amendment to 33(2) is to delete or and insert and.
That's all.
Chairman, is that right?
Yes, that is it. And the Speaker, 33(2), to go over it again. National, that is in place of each. A national committee shall consist of persons with expertise in the subject matter of the committee. That's for A. We are not deleting B, as he originally proposed. Selected from a governmental organization and a non-governmental organization. That would be for B.
Well. Honourable members, all those in favour of the new proposed amendment to 33(2) say aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment to 33(2) is hereby carried. So let's input. Is there any amendment to 33? Yes.
Yes, Speaker, whilst the discussions were going on, I made the following proposed amendment. Mr. Speaker, I'm saying that there's no need for us to break the controlling sentence in 32, in 33(2) into A and B at all. Because the sentence will read this way: each national committee shall consist of persons. Yes, a national committee shall consist of persons with expertise in the subject matter of the committee and select from A and B. There's no need for us to subdivide that controlling sentence into A and B, with expertise being A and then selected from being B. No. It's convoluted. They don't serve any purpose. They don't serve any purpose. So for purposes of clarity, the controlling sentence should be one. Then the current amendment being carried under Roman numeral 1 and 2 will rather become A and B. That is my position.
You see, now I now appreciate the new committee of the winnowing. I think once we get the winnowing committee, some of these things will be addressed.
Mr. Speaker, what my colleague said, I think the import of what he's saying is that we should lift A to be part of the preamble of the preamble. But the way you put it, it made me understand it the other way. It rather should be part of the preamble. A national committee shall consist of persons with expertise in the subject matter of the committee, selected from A and B. The value really is the same, but if you want the preamble to conjoin A to it, it doesn't really take anything, it doesn't derogate from it, except that I thought that for clarity and easier understanding, if it's maintained this way, it really doesn't hurt. It really doesn't hurt. But let's leave that to the draft persons. Let's leave that to it, because the principle is understood by all of us. Let's leave that to the draft persons, Mr. Speaker. Because we are not amending, properly speaking, we are not amending A and B, except the beginning word, each being substituted for R, and then the conjoint being reduced, being substituted, and for all. Otherwise, it's about the same. So, Mr. Speaker, I think we can go either way. Yeah, let's leave the drafters.
Well. So, Chairman, let's proceed with 34.
Functions of national committees.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 34. Clause 34, amendment proposed. Opening phrase, delete each and insert I so move.
Technical. Yes, I'll put the question. All those in favor of the proposed amendment to 34 say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Yeah, 34.
Speaker, 34, I have a consequential amendment in 34B. Deletion of technical. Okay.
So all those in favor say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment to clause 34 is hereby carried. Clause 35.
Hosting rights.
Clause
34.
Mr. Speaker, no, there is 34. There is 34B. 34B, the amendment stands in the name of Honorable Idrisu. Yeah, yes, we have adopted it. Yes.
Chairman, clause 34, I think there are two amendments.
Yes.
No, yeah, 34. 34,
Yeah.
two amendments.
So we take the second one.
Yes, the second one is in the name of Honorable Haruna Idrisu. But the committee adopted it, and it reads, Clause 34, amendment proposed, paragraph B, line 1, delete technical. I so move.
Yes, honorable members, the proposed consequential amendment, all those in favor say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment is carried. Let him put the entire 34. All those in favor that clause 34 as variously amended say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 34 as variously amended is carried. Clause 35.
Hosting rights.
No amendment proposed.
Honorable members, there is no proposed amendment to clause 35. The question is, all those in favor that clause 35 stands part of the bill say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 35 stands part of the bill. Clause 36, Chairman.
Allowances.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Clause 36, amendment proposed. Subclause 1, line 2, after committees, insert national committees for intergovernmental programs.
I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, there's a proposed amendment to clause 36. I'll put the question. All those in favor of the proposed amendment to clause 36, say aye. All those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment to clause 36 is carried. Honorable members, may we stop the talking and follow the honorable members. Let's follow what is going on. Yes, 36 second amendment.
Clause 36, amendment proposed, subclause 2, delete. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, there's proposed amendment to clause 36, subclause 2. All those in favor of the proposed amendment by the chairman say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment to clause 36, subclause 2 is carried. We move to clause 36, subclause 2 again, Is it?
Mr. Speaker, once we deleted it, I think the proposed amendment dies automatically.
Well. So let me put the entire clause 36.
Have you moved in respect of Haruna? Have you moved in respect of Haruna? The one standing in the name of Haruna.
So I'll put the entire clause 36. All those in favor?
Amendment proposed by Honorable Haruna.
It has been done.
It's been deleted. Okay, all right, okay.
Honorable members, all those in favor that clause 36 as variously amended, say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 36 as variously amended stands part of the bill. Clause 37.
Internal audit units.
There's no proposed amendment.
No amendment proposed.
Honorable members, there's no proposed amendment to clause 37. All those in favor that clause 37 stands part of the bill say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 37 stands part of the bill. Let's turn to clause 38.
Funds of the Secretariat of the Commission.
Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Clause 38, amendment proposed. Delete and insert the following as advertised. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Well, honorable members, there is a proposed amendment by the chairman to clause 38. And I'll put the question. All those in favor of the proposed amendment by the chairman say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment to clause 38 is carried.
Mr. Speaker, I think I had a little distraction. So what have we done under 38? We have deleted and inserted what? A is...
Is it 38?
38.
38, yes.
A is monies approved by Parliament, right?
Yes, Chairman, is that not right?
And B is donations, grants, and loans. Therefore, avoidance of doubt. No, we deleted. No, we haven't deleted that. B is donations, grants, and loans.
Yes.
And then there's a C, internally generated funds.
It's here. It's here.
Is there?
Yes. It's here. It's on addendum 2.
Yeah. Addendum 2.
Yes. It's on addendum 2.
Okay. Right.
So the question is,
But Mr. Speaker, sources of funds of the Secretariat of the Commission. What is the purpose of the 20 there? 20. I think it's wrong. We should delete the 20 there. We should delete the 20.
Chairman, are you following?
There's a 20 there. Sources of funds of the Secretariat of the Commission. It's an error. So we should delete the 20. Yes. So the 20 that is there is an error. It should be deleted. It's an error. It should be deleted. Whether it's a typo or not, it's an error. You have said so. Okay.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to make a further amendment on the 38 by deleting the number 20 at the beginning of the second sentence. I think it's a typo.
The first sentence.
The first
one is the.
Thank you. I so move.
Speaker, I support the present amendment, save to propose a further amendment in respect of D. Mr. Speaker, in my humble view, the essence of D is not different from the essence of C. Internally generated funds implies that fundraisings that the Commission can undertake will be part of internally generated funds. It cannot be construed differently from internally generated funds. Because you see, monies realized from fundraising activities of the Commission, as well as monies realized from fees and charges, will all constitute what we call inter funds. You are not getting it from any other source. So in my humble view, if leader will go along with me, we delete the D. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think we will go with Honorable Dr. Abiko.
We should go with
we'll go with
that D. Let him listen to Kita.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in my view, I think the C is different from D. Because the C is talking about internally generated fund for maybe their fees and all that. But money is donated, or fundraising. Fundraising is an activity on it to generate another money. So that one is activities for raising fund. It's different from internally generated.
But that one is not internally generated. If you organize a fundraising, yes.
Mr. Speaker, the C and the D are not the same. Now, you say UNESCO will have some periodicals that they will be selling to the public. You go to the UNESCO office for some services. You pay for these services we call fees and charges. You see, so that is the internally generated fund. Then, when they want to organize a program, they can go to another agency, department, or a company, and then ask for funds to run the activity. And that is the funds raising that we are talking about. So the two are technically different. Yes, but with a difference. Yeah. So, Mr. Speaker, I am of the view that the amendment as proposed by the chairman should remain so.
So, Chairman, what about if the fundraising is organized outside the internal? Could be some some group of people organizing fundraising for. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, my understanding of internally generated funds is any activity of the institution that generates fund for them is internally generated, because it is the internal activities of the institution that resulted in that particular funding. So if the institution has been able to raise fund, it's also internal activities that resulted into that and can conveniently be referred to as internally generated fund. The money is not coming from any other source, but it is their activities that is generating that particular fund. So it should be internally generated fund. It's not borrowing, it's not money coming, it's not a grant, it's not money approved by Parliament, it is not a donation. It is the institution itself that have decided to raise fund. And if you don't call that internally generated fund, what else would you call it?
Yes, but let me fortify my position.
You have spoken, you raised that issue. Let me listen to
Yes, but let me say that the meaning of internal is not coterminous to what happens within the institution in Ghana. Whether they did the fundraising in Honolulu or in California, once the institution is using its internal means to raise the funds, it is construed as internally generated funds. So it is not a physical thing that because it's abroad, it is not internal. Thank you.
Yes, leader.
Mr. Speaker, I wanted to contribute, and indeed I still want to contribute. But I noticed that there's a man in white to the right of the honourable member for Akachi South, who is showing some eagerness to contribute. If you rather call him before I come in.
Yeah.
Can you know?
Leader, let me hear you.
Mr. Speaker, I'm saying that I want to bring the curtain down on
Honorable Dafiamapo, you raised the issue. I mean, listen to.
Mr. Speaker, I said that the honourable, the member or person sitting to the right of the member for Akachi South is showing some determination to contribute. I've not really heard him in the House, so if he wants to contribute, let him contribute.
What is he?
Yeah, Speaker, I am of the view that
But I haven't invited you. Anyway, speak.
Okay.
Don't mind me that. Don't let him go into this.
Yeah, Chairman, I'm of the view.
Let's hear you speak.
I'm of the view that the two are different. The IGF is usually derived from the services rendered by the organization. But I also think that the D, the fundraising, is the same as donation. So D can be taken away or deleted, whilst we remain donations and IGF. Thank you.
I intend to support. Leader, let's listen to.
Speaker, I rise to speak in support of the proposal made by the Honorable Nelson Dafiamapo. I strongly believe that D, which is monies realized from fundraising activities of the Commission, is a subset. It's a subset.
It is a component of internally generated funds. It's as simple as that, Mr. Speaker. There is no reason for us to, overburden this issue. It is a subset of IGF.
Well, let him go to South, K2 South.
Mr. Speaker, he actually took the wind out of my sail. I was going to say exactly what he said, but I've been listening attentively, fearing the lawyers intimidating me. I have decided not to speak, but from the argument that Honorable Gakpa made, I'm inclined to agree with Honorable Roxanne and Honorable Apak that internally generated is outside of the funding that the state will give you. What you use your creativity to attract is all internally generated funds. So be it fundraising, donations, levies, it's internally generated fund, I would think. But of course, you are lawyers, so I would still like to learn. But I'm inclined to agree with the last two speakers, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker,
I think we have to run up with this. Yes, leader.
Let's make progress. I guess we can make progress. I'm inclined to agree that any fundraising could be either internally generated funds or donations. You make an appeal. You make an appeal for funds, and somebody donates. So it's either a donation or an internally generated fund. So we don't need a standalone fundraising. We don't need a standalone fundraising. It's either a donation or an internally generated fund. So I guess we can strike that one out.
You looking handsome.
Well, Chairman.
Yes.
Do you agree with the new proposed amendment?
Mr. Speaker, I earlier said that yes, I will go with Honorable because you expend money before you receive donations. So if you are expending money from the company or whatever the establishment, if you are expending money, you are using the company's money to generate money. Even if you use a telephone to call people to donate, you are expending money from the company. So automatically, it's IDF. So let's delete the D and maintain the C.
Well. I think this is the clause that is generating a lot of it. Let me give the opportunity there.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm also of the view that
I want to invite the new.
I'm of the view that instead of doing away with the D entirely, we could make it internally generated funds, including fundraising activities of the Commission, so that we do away with the D, but extend the C to include the fundraising activities of the Commission.
Well, that is his version, just to join the C&D.
Mr. Speaker, it's an application I'm making. When you see that we are splitting hairs over sources of funding, and we can't even agree on this, and people are tired, I'm humbly submitting that you close the curtain on this and we continue tomorrow.
Oh, we are finishing this. We are finishing the consideration stage, and we close. So, Honorable, give us the new rendition.
Yes, Speaker. So that the new rendition will be the sources of funds of the Secretariat of the Commission are A. Monies approved by Parliament. B. Donations, grants, and loans. And C. Internally generated funds. So the and that appears after funds, and D entirely will go. Then and will go after loans.
After loans.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Well.
I so propose.
Honorable, I mean, we have to end it somewhere.
Mr. Speaker, we are ending it, but I want further clarification. At the fundraising, it's not going to be a donations. Funds are raised through donation. So why deal will not rather go to B, and we are creating it to C? That is my problem. Because fundraising, donation is at B. So why would you create it rather to B rather than C? No, because of what you said.
So, honorable members, all those in favor of the further amendment by Honorable Dafiamepo say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The proposed further amendment is carried. I will now put the entire clause. All those in favor that clause 38 as variously amended say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 38 as variously amended is carried. Clause 39.
Bank accounts of the Secretariat of the Commission.
Mr. Speaker, no amendment proposed.
Honorable members, there is no proposed amendment to clause 39. All those in favor that clause 39 stands part of the bill say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 39 stands part of the bill. Clause 4C.
Accounts and audits.
Mr. Speaker, no amendment proposed.
Honorable members, there is no proposed amendment to clause 40. All those in favor that clause 40 stands part of the bill say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 40 stands part of the bill. Clause 41.
Annual reports and other reports.
Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, no amendment proposed.
Honorable members, there is no proposed amendment to clause 41. All those in favor that clause 41 stands part of the bill say aye.
Aye.
All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 41 stands part of the bill. Clause 42.
Corporation.
Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, no amendment proposed.
Honorable members, there is no proposed amendment to clause 42. All those in favor that clause 42 stands part of the bill say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 42 stands part of the bill. We turn to clause 43.
Regulations.
Chairman.
No amendment proposed.
Honorable members, there is no proposed amendment to clause 43. All those in favor that clause 43 stands part of the bill say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 43 stands part of the bill. Clause 44.
Interpretation.
Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, no amendment proposed.
Yes, Honorable Hiafo.
Mr. Speaker, proposed amendment to clause 44, the meaning of permanent delegation. It reads, permanent delegation means the permanent delegation to UNESCO established under section 23. We've always been saying permanent delegation of Ghana to UNESCO. So I propose that after delegation, insert of Ghana. So the new rendition will be permanent delegation means the permanent delegation of Ghana to UNESCO established under section 23. Mr. Speaker, this is consequential. Yes, okay.
Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, I will go with it.
You will go for it?
Yes, I'll go with it.
Very well. So, honorable members, there is a proposed amendment to clause 44 by Honorable Ahiafo. All those in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All those against say no. This is consequential. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment to clause 44 stands part of the bill. Clause 45.
Consequential amendment.
Yes, Chairman.
Clause 45, Mr. Speaker. Amendment proposed. Head note. Delete and insert savings. I so move. This was proposed by the 45. No, I'm suggesting that I will go with the Honorable Haruna. What's wrong with that? No. Where is he? Is he here?
No, we don't. We don't agree.
Well, there is a proposed amendment by Honorable Haruna Idrisu to delete, that's the head note, to delete and insert savings. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, the present amendment stands in the name of the Honorable Haruna Idrisu. So I move accordingly.
You move
Really?
for the amendment.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, but I see a further amendment to the savings from the chairman of the committee. That's to 46. So consequentially, if this is carried, then consequentially, in 46 it will be carried. So Mr. Speaker,
So if it is not carried, 46 will not.
is defeated, Mr. Speaker.
Well. Honourable members, this is the head note, and there's proposed amendment by Haruna Idrisu, which has been moved by Honourable Dafiama for. All those in favour? Honourable Dafiama, I get the impression that you need to justify it, because you have been insisting that.
Mr. Speaker, I gather that if we add the savings to the head notes, it would make a lot of sense. No. It says that you should delete and insert savings. So, Mr. Speaker, I see the wisdom in this amendment, because if you go to 46, the chairman is actually proposing a further amendment to that. No. Yes.
Okay, let me go to the ranking.
Mr. Speaker, the proposed amendment of savings should not go with 45. It should rather come down to 46, where we have the transitional provisions. I so move.
No, Chairman. We are dealing with 45. Let's finish with 45 because we move to 46. Yes, ranking.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, this act or the Ghana Commission on UNESCO has never been operated on any existing act. This is the first act we are passing for the Ghana Commission for UNESCO. So when you come to the 45 that we are discussing now, it's just a consequential amendment to anything that they have done before and giving it effect. So it is only in 46 that we can do savings. So for this place now, what are you saving in 45? There's nothing that we are saving. It's just a consequential amendment of all that they have done before, so that it will give a reference to all those activities. So we don't need to put savings over there. The savings should rather come to 46. Yeah.
Very well. I think the mover of the motion is abandoning it, withdrawing it.
Speaker, I have looked at 46 carefully. 1, 2, 3, 46. And I think the savings will...
We are in 45, so just...
Yes. But my point is that savings will rather serve the purpose in 46 and not in 45. So I'm withdrawing the amendment accordingly.
Very well. So therefore, there is... Yeah, leader.
The Speaker, our colleague came on the pretext that he has the authority of the Honorable Haruna Idrisu to move this. Does he now have the authority to withdraw?
Mr. Speaker, implied in an authority to do a thing is also the authority to undo the thing. So So it is implied. Thank you very much.
Very well. So it means 45, we will maintain the status quo. Very well. So I'll put the question. All those in favor, since there's no proposed amendment now, all those in favor that for clause 45, the original clause, stands part of the bill, say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 45 stands part of the bill. Let's now move to clause 46.
Transitional provisions.
Yes, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Clause 46. Amendment proposed. Head note. After provisions, add and savings. I so move.
Very well. There is a proposed amendment to 46. 46(1). The head note. Oh, sorry. Yes. So I'll put the question. All those in favor of the proposed amendment to 46, say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 46 stands part of the bill.
Please,
Is the head note?
Yes. So at the head note, at end of it, add and savings. So it will become consequential transitional provisions and savings. That's how it should go. Because there are other proposed amendments on 46. Thank you.
So this one is only in respect of the head note. Very well. So I'll put the question again. All those in favor that the proposed amendment to the head note, say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the proposed amendment is carried. Now, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Clause 46, amendment proposed. Subclause 1, line 5, delete commission, insert Ghana Commission for UNESCO, and in line 6, after former, insert Ghana, and in line 7, delete commission and insert Ghana Commission for UNESCO. Ghana National Commission for UNESCO. I so move.
But Chairman, I think why don't we take it one by one?
Subclause 1, line 5, delete commission and insert Ghana Commission for UNESCO.
But yes, there's a proposed amendment to subclause 1. Yes, Honorable Who West.
Mr. Speaker, if you look at the interpretation, clause 44, the commission has already been defined as Commission for UNESCO as established under Section 1. So I don't know which commission that you have to refer to as Commission for UNESCO in Ghana. Any law that is established in Ghana is for Ghanaian, is a Ghanaian law. So why do you have to delete commission and insert Ghana Commission for UNESCO? This law, which commission is it for? It's not for Ghana Commission. And the commission has already been defined. So why do you need to bring commission in Ghana again?
Speaker, if you look at what is contained in 46.1, there is some confusion. The original rendition provides the rights, duties, obligations, assets, and liabilities of the Ghana National Commission for UNESCO. That is the old one, not the current one. It's the old one, not the current one. Existing immediately before the coming into force of this act, and persons employed by the, now he says former national, we should repeat it, we delete the former. In fact, it's not even been done. That first one, line 4, former should be deleted. So, employed by the Ghana National Commission for UNESCO shall be transferred to the Ghana Commission for UNESCO. That is a new one that is established by this act. Established under this act. And accordingly, proceedings taken by or against the former commission. And so the former commission, we are saying that we should delete former so that we have the full complement of what existed before, which is the Ghana National Commission for UNESCO, may be continued by or against the Ghana Commission for UNESCO, so that we get it clear. That's the import of the amendment that the chairman has proposed. But I'm saying that the line 4 did not delete the former. We should delete the former.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I think what members need to know is that what is in existence is Ghana National Commission for UNESCO. What is coming now is Ghana Commission for UNESCO. And we are talking about the transitional provision. Though it looks similar, the one in existence now has national in it. What is coming now does not have the national in it. And if you read the provision with that understanding, you will get it clear.
Very well. So I'll put the question proposed by the chairman. All those in favor of the further by
Mr. Speaker.
By leader.
Yes.
Okay.
Because we had former,
okay,
and we needed to delete.
Very well. So, honorable members, the question is all those in favor of the further amendment by the leader of the House, say aye. All those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The proposed further amendment is carried. We now turn to XIII. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Clause 46, amendment proposed. Subclause 2, line 1, after former, insert Ghana National. I so move.
Honorable members, there is a proposed amendment by the chairman of the committee. And the question is, all those in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment is carried. We turn to XIV. SIV. By the chairman of the committee.
46, surplus 3.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Clause 46, amendment proposed. Subclause 3, line 3, delete commission and insert Ghana National Commission for UNESCO. I so move.
Yes, there's a proposed amendment. Let him come to you.
Mr. Speaker, rather the former, to begin with the former should be deleted.
Very well. There is another further proposed amendment. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, what I just wanted to say is part of what the leader has said. It has become consequential. All that we are doing now is just deleting the former and then inserting the other amendment as passed the last one. So it's consequential amendment that we are carrying out.
So, leader, can you help us with the rendition?
Speaker, just to say that The full complement now reads: a contract, deed, bond, agreement, arrangement, guarantee, an instrument made or entered into by or on behalf of the Ghana National Commission for UNESCO, and in effect immediately before the coming into force of this act, shall have the effect as if made or entered into by or on behalf of the Ghana Commission for UNESCO.
So, honorable members, there is a further proposed amendment by the chairman, by the leader of the House. The question is, all those in favor of the proposed further amendment say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The proposed further amendment is carried. Various. Honorable members, I'll put the entire clause 46. All those in favor that clause 46 as variously amended say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 46 as variously amended is carried. We now move to XV, long title. Chairman.
An act to establish the Ghana Commission for UNESCO to carry out the aims and objectives of the United Nations Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization and provide for related matters.
Very well. I think we have a proposed amendment by Honorable Haruna Idrisu. Who is moving that motion on behalf of him? Rosen, where is he? Yes, leader.
Mr. Speaker, I think to cut a long story short, shall we, Mr. Chairman, if we can have this new construction, an act to establish the Ghana Commission for UNESCO to implement, there are two issues at the object of the commission and the functions of the commission. So to implement the objects and perform the functions of the United Nations Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization and provide for related matters. I think that is better. That we carry out the aims and objectives.
So should I take it that you are doing further amendment to the proposed one by Haruna Idrisu?
By Haruna Idrisu. What obtains here too is not the best.
Very well. So, honorable members, leader has proposed further amendment to what Honorable Haruna Idrisu has put up or proposed. So, I'll put the question now. All those in favor of the further proposed amendment by the leader of the House to the long title say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The proposed further amendment to the long title is hereby carried. Honorable members, we bring consideration stage to a close. Leader, let me come to you for direction.
Speaker, I was struggling to see whether there is a motion for the third reading of this. If there is, then we could take it. But it doesn't appear it's advertised.
Yes.
Unless my eyes are deceiving me. I don't know. If
There's no third reading.
there's no motion.
Motion, yes, there's no motion.
If there's no motion, then I guess we can bring proceedings to a close today. We can bring proceedings to a close.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, we are in your hands.
Well, honorable members, let me thank you first and foremost for indulging me up to this time. It's 7:15. So I hope you cooperate with us tomorrow and before we adjourn Senate Day. So on that note, we bring the curtains down and adjourn the House to tomorrow 10 o'clock in the forenoon. Tomorrow 10 o'clock in the forenoon. The House is accordingly adjourned.